Welcome to Boring History for Sleep, where we delve into the mundane details of historical events to help you drift off to slumber. Tonight, we'll explore why being a Viking raider wasn't as glamorous as you might think, along with other less than exciting historical tidbits. As we journey through time, we'll uncover the tedious aspects of Viking life, the monotonous routines of medieval peasants, and the mind-numbing intricacies of ancient trade routes. These stories are designed to be just interesting enough to hold your attention, but dull enough to lull you into a peaceful sleep. So settle in, close your eyes, and prepare to be mildly informed and thoroughly relaxed. We'll begin our soporific voyage with the not-so-thrilling tales of Viking raiders, their long sea voyages, and the less-than-glamorous realities of their daily lives. Remember, the more bored you feel, the closer you are to a restful night's sleep. As we embark on this journey through the less glamorous aspects of history, I invite you to engage with this content in a unique way. If you find yourself drifting off to sleep, that's perfectly fine. In fact, it's encouraged. However, if you manage to stay awake, I have a small challenge for you. Throughout this video, your task, should you choose to accept it, is to count how many times you hear the word "actually." It's a word often used when dispelling historical myths, and you might be surprised by its frequency. Whether you're using this video to fall asleep or to learn some lesser-known historical facts, I appreciate your company on this journey. Remember, there's no pressure to stay awake. Let the soothing tones of historical tedium lull you into a peaceful slumber if that's what you need. Now let's delve into our first topic and explore why being a Viking raider wasn't as glorious as popular culture might have you believe. Now let's delve into the life of Viking raiders. While often romanticized in modern media, the reality was far from glamorous. These Norse seafarers faced numerous hardships and dangers that made their existence anything but enviable. Let's explore why being a Viking raider actually sucked. As we drift further into the annals of Viking history, let's explore the less than glamorous reality of seafaring conditions for these Norse raiders. While popular culture often romanticizes Viking voyages, the truth was far from comfortable or exciting. Viking longships, while revolutionary for their time, were not exactly luxury cruises. These vessels, typically between 17 and 37 meters long, were open-decked, leaving crew and raiders exposed to the harsh elements of the North Atlantic. Imagine spending weeks on end with no shelter from driving rain, biting wind, or scorching sun. The deck of a Viking ship was a cramped and uncomfortable space. Raiders would have to sleep in shifts, huddled together for warmth, with barely enough room to stretch out. Personal space was non-existent, and privacy was but a distant dream. The constant proximity to one's shipmates, combined with the lack of proper hygiene facilities, would have created an overwhelmingly pungent atmosphere. Food and water supplies were another constant concern. Fresh water was carried in barrels, but it would quickly become stagnant and unpalatable. The diet consisted mainly of dried or salted meat, hard bread, and perhaps some dried fruits. Cooking was rarely possible on these open-decked ships, so most meals were consumed cold and unappetizing. The physical toll of rowing these ships was immense. When winds were unfavorable, crew members would have to row for hours on end, their hands blistered and backs aching from the repetitive motion. The constant exposure to salt water would leave their skin raw and chafed. Seasickness was a common affliction, even among experienced sailors. The rolling and pitching of the ship in rough seas could leave even the hardiest Viking feeling queasy and miserable. There was no escape from the constant motion, no respite from the nauseating swells. Navigation was a precarious affair. Without modern instruments, Vikings relied on the sun, stars, and their knowledge of bird migrations and sea currents to find their way. Cloudy days or storms could easily throw them off course, leading to extended journeys and dwindling supplies. The threat of shipwrecks loomed large. The North Atlantic is notoriously treacherous, with hidden reefs, icebergs, and violent storms. Many Viking expeditions never reached their destinations, instead finding watery graves in the unforgiving sea. Injuries and illnesses were common, with little in the way of medical treatment available. A simple cut could become infected, and without proper care, could lead to life-threatening complications. The close quarters of the ship meant that diseases could spread rapidly among the crew. So as you drift off to sleep, picture those Viking raiders not as glorious conquerors, but as miserable, seasick men huddled on a wet deck, longing for the solid ground of home. Their journey was one of discomfort, danger, and constant hardship, a far cry from the romantic adventures we often imagine. While we often imagine Viking raiders as fearsome warriors, their lives were far from glamorous. One of the most significant challenges they faced was the unpredictable and often harsh weather conditions of the North Atlantic. Imagine setting sail in a longship, the wind whipping through your hair as you leave the fjords behind. But this romantic image quickly fades as you confront the reality of seafaring in the 9th and 10th centuries. The Vikings primarily used open vessels, which offered little protection from the elements. During the raiding season, which typically lasted from spring to early autumn, Vikings had to contend with a variety of weather-related obstacles. Storms could arise suddenly, turning a calm sea into a maelstrom of crashing waves and howling winds. These conditions not only made navigation difficult but also put the entire crew at risk of being swept overboard. The North Atlantic is notorious for its fog, which could descend without warning. In an age before modern navigation tools, this meant that Viking ships could easily become lost at sea. Imagine the anxiety of being surrounded by an impenetrable gray mist, with no way to determine your position or direction. Cold was another constant companion on these voyages. Even in summer, the waters of the North Atlantic can be frigid. Vikings wore wool clothing for warmth, but it offered little comfort when soaked through with sea spray. Hypothermia was a real danger, especially during longer journeys or unexpected delays. Rain was yet another adversary. Persistent precipitation could lead to discomfort and illness among the crew. It also made it challenging to keep food stores dry, potentially leading to spoilage and hunger on longer voyages. The Vikings had to be constantly vigilant, bailing water out of their ships to prevent them from becoming waterlogged and sinking. Perhaps most terrifying were the icebergs that dotted the northern waters. These massive frozen mountains posed a significant threat to Viking ships, especially in areas with limited visibility. A collision with an iceberg could easily spell doom for a longship and its crew. Despite these challenges, the Vikings developed impressive nautical skills. They learned to read the weather patterns, using observations of clouds, wind direction, and sea conditions to predict storms. They also relied on natural navigation techniques, such as following the migration patterns of birds or observing the position of the sun and stars. However, these skills didn't always guarantee safe passage. Many Viking expeditions never returned home, lost to the unforgiving sea. The weather was a constant reminder of the precarious nature of their raiding lifestyle, adding an element of uncertainty and danger to every voyage they undertook. As we drift further into the realm of Viking history, let's explore the less than glamorous aspects of shipboard living for these Norse raiders. While popular culture often romanticizes the Viking lifestyle, the reality was far from comfortable or exciting. Imagine yourself aboard a Viking longship, cramped shoulder to shoulder with dozens of other men. The vessel, though impressive for its time, offered little in terms of comfort or privacy. These ships, typically ranging from 60 to 80 feet in length, were designed for speed and maneuverability rather than passenger comfort. The deck of a Viking ship was an open space, leaving you exposed to the harsh elements of the North Sea and Atlantic Ocean. Rain, wind, and freezing temperatures were constant companions on these voyages. There was no shelter from storms, and the icy spray of waves would soak you to the bone, making hypothermia a very real threat. Sleeping arrangements were primitive at best. Vikings would curl up wherever they could find space on the deck, using their shields as makeshift beds. Imagine trying to get a good night's rest on a hard wooden surface, rocked by the relentless waves, with the snores and grunts of your fellow raiders filling the air. Hygiene was another significant challenge. With no proper facilities on board, sanitation was practically non-existent. The stench of unwashed bodies, coupled with the odor of fish and other provisions, would have been overwhelming. Lice and other parasites were common, adding to the general discomfort. Food and water supplies were limited and often of poor quality. The diet consisted mainly of dried or salted meat, fish, and hardtack, a type of biscuit notorious for its unappetizing nature. Fresh water was a precious commodity, and it often became stagnant or contaminated during long voyages, leading to various illnesses. The work aboard ship was constant and grueling. When not engaged in actual raiding, Vikings had to row their vessels for hours on end. This back-breaking labor, combined with the constant motion of the ship, led to chronic fatigue and seasickness for many. Perhaps the most demoralizing aspect of shipboard life was the sheer boredom. Long stretches at sea with nothing to do but row, repair equipment, or stare at the endless horizon could drive even the hardiest warriors to the brink of madness. The monotony was occasionally broken by the excitement of a raid or the terror of a storm, neither of which were particularly comforting prospects. As we conclude this segment on Viking shipboard living, remember that the life of a raider was far from the heroic adventures often portrayed in modern media. It was a life of discomfort, danger, and tedium, punctuated by brief moments of violence and plunder. The romance of the Viking Age fades quickly when faced with the harsh realities of life at sea in the 9th and 10th centuries. As we continue our journey through the less than glamorous aspects of Viking raider life, let's turn our attention to their diet and sustenance. While popular media might have you believe that Viking warriors feasted on grand meals every night, the reality was far less appetizing. Viking raiders often spent weeks or even months at sea, and their food options were severely limited. The primary staple of their diet was a hard biscuit known as hardtack. This simple bread was made from flour, water, and sometimes salt, then baked until it was rock hard. The extreme dryness allowed it to last for extended periods without spoiling. However, hardtack wasn't exactly a culinary delight. It was so tough that Vikings often had to soak it in water or ale before eating to avoid breaking their teeth. Imagine trying to sustain yourself on what essentially amounted to stale, flavorless crackers for weeks on end. When they weren't gnawing on hardtack, Viking raiders might have had access to dried or salted fish. This was another food that could last for long periods without refrigeration. While it provided necessary protein, the taste and texture left much to be desired. The fish was often so salty and tough that it required extensive soaking and cooking to become edible. Fresh food was a rare luxury on Viking longships. Occasionally they might catch fish during their voyages, but this was unreliable and dependent on good weather and luck. Some ships carried live animals like chickens or goats for fresh eggs or milk, but these were typically reserved for longer journeys and were not common on most raiding expeditions. Water was another significant concern for Viking raiders. Fresh water would quickly become stagnant and undrinkable on long voyages. To combat this, Vikings often brought barrels of ale or beer. These fermented beverages were safer to drink than water and provided some calories, but they also contributed to dehydration. The lack of fresh fruits and vegetables in their diet led to nutritional deficiencies. Scurvy, caused by vitamin C deficiency, was a common ailment among seafarers, including Viking raiders. Symptoms included bleeding gums, loose teeth, and weakened bones, not exactly the picture of fierce warrior health we often imagine. When Vikings did manage to raid settlements, they would often pillage for food supplies. However, this was not a reliable source of sustenance and could lead to conflicts with local populations, making future raids more difficult. So the next time you imagine the life of a Viking raider, remember that their diet was far from enviable. Monotonous, often unpalatable, and nutritionally deficient, their food situation was just another hardship in the already challenging life of a seafaring warrior. As we delve deeper into the less than glamorous aspects of Viking life, let's turn our attention to the often overlooked topics of hygiene and health. While popular media might portray Vikings as fierce warriors with flowing locks and impressive beards, the reality was far less appealing. Imagine spending weeks or even months at sea in a cramped longship. Personal hygiene was not a priority, and the concept of regular bathing was virtually non-existent. The combination of sweat, sea spray, and close quarters created an environment that was, to put it mildly, rather pungent. Vikings did have some rudimentary hygiene practices, though. Archaeological evidence suggests they used primitive combs made from animal bone or antler to manage their hair and beards. These combs were often decorated and considered personal possessions, indicating that Vikings did care about their appearance to some extent. However, the effectiveness of these grooming tools was limited. Lice infestations were common, causing constant itching and discomfort. The Viking solution: they would coat their hair in butter, which they believed would suffocate the lice. While this might have provided temporary relief, it certainly didn't improve their overall cleanliness or odor. Dental hygiene was another area where Vikings fell short. Their diet, rich in coarse foods and lacking in essential nutrients, led to significant tooth wear and decay. Archaeologists have found Viking skulls with severely worn-down teeth, likely caused by particles of stone that made their way into their flour during the milling process. The The lack of proper oral care, combined with a diet high in fermented foods, probably resulted in chronic bad breath. This condition, known as halitosis, would have been exacerbated by the close living conditions on longships and in Viking settlements. When it came to more serious health issues, Viking raiders were at a significant disadvantage. Medical knowledge was limited, and superstition often took the place of effective treatments. Wounds sustained during raids or battles could easily become infected, leading to prolonged suffering or death. Common ailments like infections, parasites, and nutritional deficiencies were widespread. The damp, cold climate of Scandinavia and the harsh conditions at sea contributed to respiratory problems and arthritis. These health issues would have been particularly challenging for older Vikings, potentially cutting short their raiding careers. It's worth noting that despite these challenges, Vikings did have some understanding of basic wound care. They used honey as a primitive antiseptic and employed certain herbs for their medicinal properties. However, these remedies were often insufficient to combat the more severe health problems they faced. So the next time you find yourself romanticizing the Viking lifestyle, remember the less glamorous realities of their daily existence. The life of a Viking raider was not just about glory in battle, but also about enduring persistent discomfort, chronic health issues, and a level of uncleanliness that would make most modern people recoil in disgust. As we delve deeper into the life of a Viking raider, let's explore the harsh realities of combat they faced. While popular media often portrays Vikings as invincible warriors, the truth was far less glamorous and much more dangerous. First and foremost, Viking raids were not always successful. Contrary to the image of unstoppable Norse invaders, many raids ended in failure or heavy losses. The element of surprise was crucial, and if lost, Vikings could find themselves outnumbered and outmatched by local defenders. The weapons and armor of Viking raiders were also not as advanced as you might think. While some wealthy warriors could afford high-quality equipment, many raiders had to make do with simple spears, axes, and wooden shields. Chain mail was expensive and rare, leaving most Vikings vulnerable to enemy attacks. Combat itself was brutal and often short-lived. The clash of shield walls, a common Viking tactic, was a chaotic and terrifying experience. Warriors would push against each other, trying to break the enemy line while simultaneously defending against incoming blows. The din of battle, with its screams, clashing metal, and splintering wood, was deafening and disorienting. Injuries sustained in battle were severe and often fatal. Without modern medical knowledge, even a small wound could lead to infection and death. Broken bones, deep cuts, and crushed limbs were common, and survivors often lived with chronic pain and disabilities. The psychological toll of combat was immense. While Norse culture glorified warrior ideals, the reality of watching friends and kinsmen die violently could lead to deep trauma. Some Vikings developed what we might now recognize as post-traumatic stress disorder, haunted by their experiences long after returning home. Moreover, capture by enemies could result in a fate worse than death. Vikings who were taken prisoner might be sold into slavery, subjected to torture, or executed in gruesome ways as revenge for their raids. The fear of such outcomes added another layer of stress to an already perilous lifestyle. It's also worth noting that not all Viking expeditions were purely for raiding. Many were trading missions or attempts to settle new lands. However, these peaceful endeavors could quickly turn violent if met with hostility, forcing traders and settlers to become warriors at a moment's notice. In conclusion, while the life of a Viking raider may seem exciting from a distance, the harsh realities of combat made it a dangerous and often short-lived career. The constant threat of death, injury, or capture, combined with the psychological impact of violence, paint a picture far removed from the romanticized version we often see in popular culture. Viking raiders faced numerous injuries during their voyages and battles, but their medical practices were far from advanced. Let's explore the grim reality of Viking injuries and their primitive attempts at treatment. One of the most common injuries for Viking raiders was deep cuts from enemy weapons. These wounds were prone to infection, especially in the unsanitary conditions of longships. Vikings attempted to clean wounds with seawater, which, while somewhat effective due to its salt content, often introduced more bacteria. For more severe injuries, such as broken bones, Viking healers would attempt to set the fractures using wooden splints and bandages made from animal hide or linen. However, without proper knowledge of anatomy, these treatments often led to bones healing incorrectly, causing lifelong pain and disability. Burns were another frequent injury, occurring both in battle and on their wooden ships. Vikings treated burns with a mixture of animal fat and herbs, which provided some relief but did little to prevent scarring or infection. Perhaps the most dreaded injury was losing a limb in combat. Viking healers would attempt to cauterize the wound using hot iron, a brutally painful process that sometimes led to shock or death. If the patient survived, they faced a life of disability in a society that valued physical prowess. Head injuries were particularly dangerous for Viking raiders. With no understanding of concussions or brain trauma, warriors who survived blows to the head often suffered long-term cognitive issues, mood changes, and even personality alterations. Viking healers relied heavily on herbal remedies, some of which had genuine medicinal properties. For instance, they used garlic for its antibacterial effects and yarrow to staunch bleeding. However, many of their treatments were based more on superstition than science. One such treatment involved the use of magic runes. Vikings would carve these symbols onto pieces of wood or stone, believing they held healing powers. While this practice might have provided psychological comfort, it did little to address the actual medical issues at hand. Amputations, when necessary, were performed with rudimentary tools like axes or saws. The survival rate for such procedures was incredibly low due to blood loss and infection. Those who did survive often became social outcasts, unable to contribute to their community in traditional ways. The concept of sterilization was unknown to Viking healers, leading to frequent cross-contamination between patients. This lack of hygiene meant that even minor wounds could become life-threatening if infection set in. In cases of severe pain, Vikings would sometimes use alcohol as a crude anesthetic. While this provided temporary relief, it also impaired the body's natural healing processes and could lead to further complications. As we conclude our exploration of the Viking raiders' life, it's clear that their existence was far from the romanticized version often portrayed in modern media. The harsh realities of their daily lives, from the constant danger of death to the physical toll of their voyages, paint a picture of a grueling and often short-lived career. While the potential for wealth and glory existed, it came at a tremendous cost. The Viking raiders faced not only external threats but also internal conflicts within their own ranks. The psychological impact of their violent lifestyle, coupled with the constant fear of reprisal from their victims, likely weighed heavily on their minds. In the end, the life of a Viking raider was one of extreme contrasts, moments of exhilarating victory juxtaposed with periods of intense hardship and suffering. As we drift off to sleep, let's be grateful that we can learn about these historical figures from the comfort and safety of our modern lives, rather than experiencing their harsh realities firsthand. As we drift through the annals of history, our journey takes an unexpected turn. We leave behind the harsh realities of Viking life and set sail for new shores of historical tedium. Our next destination promises equally mundane tales, filled with forgotten details and sleep-inducing facts. Prepare yourself for another dive into the depths of boring history, where the monotony of the past lulls you closer to slumber. Congratulations, you've just woken up in the year 100 AD. The good news, you're about to become part of the most powerful military force the ancient world has ever seen. The bad news, you might not survive basic training. Welcome to the life of a Roman legionary. Forget the glamorous depictions you've seen in movies. The reality was far harsher, more brutal, and infinitely more smelly than Hollywood would have you believe. Let's start with your recruitment. You're likely a young man from a rural background, strong enough to wield a sword and desperate enough to sign away the next 25 years of your life. Yes, you heard that right, 25 years. That's the standard length of service for a Roman legionary. By the time you're done, if you survive, you'll be middle-aged and probably missing a few body parts. Your training begins immediately, and it's designed to break you down and rebuild you as a cog in the great Roman war machine. The centurions, your immediate superiors, are notorious for their brutality. They carry a vine staff not just as a symbol of authority, but as a tool for beating recruits who fail to meet their exacting standards. The first thing you'll learn is how to march. This isn't a leisurely stroll. You're expected to cover 20 Roman miles a day, about 18 modern miles or 29 kilometers, while carrying up to 90 pounds, 41 kilograms of equipment. This includes your armor, weapons, tools for setting up camp, and even a stake for the defensive wall you'll build every night. Speaking of your equipment, let's talk about your new best friend, your armor. You're wearing a larica segmentata, a segmented plate armor that offers excellent protection but weighs about 20 pounds, 9 kilograms. It's hot, it chafes, and after a long day's march, you'll feel like you're trapped in a mobile oven. Your helmet, the Gallia, adds another 4-7 pounds, 2-3 kilograms to your burden. It's great for deflecting sword blows, but terrible for peripheral vision and hearing. In battle, you'll be relying more on the man next to you than your own senses. Then there's your gladius, the short sword that's the primary weapon of the Roman legionary. It's about 2 feet long, 60 centimeters, and weighs around 2 pounds, 1 kilogram. You'll spend hours every day practicing with it until your arms feel like they're about to fall off. Don't forget your scutum, the large rectangular shield that's as much a part of Roman tactics as it is personal protection. It weighs about 22 pounds, 10 kilograms, and you'll be holding it for hours during battle formations. Your left arm will develop muscles you never knew existed. Now let's talk about your daily routine. You wake up at dawn to the sound of a trumpet. There's no hitting the snooze button here. You have exactly 1 hour to get dressed, eat breakfast, which is usually just some porridge or bread, and report for duty. Your day is filled with drills, marching practice, weapons training, and manual labor. The Romans believed in keeping their soldiers busy. When you're not preparing for war, you're building roads, bridges, and fortifications. The famous Roman infrastructure. Yeah, you're the one building it. Lunch or prandium is a quick affair. Some bread, maybe some cheese or dried fruit if you're lucky. Then it's back to training or marching or digging or whatever backbreaking task your centurion has decided needs doing. As evening approaches, you and your fellow legionaries begin the laborious process of setting up camp. This isn't just pitching a few tents. You're constructing a small fortified city every single night. The camp, or castra, is always laid out in the same pattern, regardless of terrain. You'll dig a ditch, build a rampart, and erect a wooden palisade. Inside, you'll set up your leather tent, which you share with 7 other men. Privacy is a luxury you left behind when you joined the Legion. Dinner or cena is the main meal of the day, but don't get too excited. Your diet consists mainly of grain, either as bread or porridge. Meat is a rare treat, usually only after a successful hunt or when passing through a town. The lack of fresh fruits and vegetables often leads to nutritional deficiencies. Scurvy is a common problem among long-serving legionaries. After dinner, you might have some free time. Some soldiers gamble, though it's technically against regulations. Others write letters home, and many simply collapse into exhausted sleep. But don't get too comfortable. Night watches are a regular part of camp life, and you never know when you might be roused for a surprise drill or to repel a nocturnal attack. Now let's talk about hygiene, or rather the lack thereof. The Romans were known for their baths and aqueducts, but that's in the cities. Out on campaign, you're lucky if you get to wash in a river once in a while. Your uniform, which you wear every day, becomes a second skin of sweat, dirt, and worse. The smell in the camp is a pungent mixture of unwashed bodies, leather, metal, and the ever-present latrine trenches. These trenches, dug on the outskirts of the camp, are the closest thing you have to modern toilets. And yes, you're expected to use them in full view of your comrades. Modesty is another luxury you've left behind. Disease is a constant companion. In fact, more Roman soldiers died from illness than from enemy action. Dysentery, typhoid, and various fevers sweep through the ranks regularly. The medical care, while advanced for its time, is still primitive by modern standards. The legion's medicus might treat your wound with wine as a disinfectant, or cauterize it with a hot iron if it's severe. But all of this, the training, the marching, the building, is just preparation. The real test comes in battle. Roman tactics rely on discipline and teamwork. You fight in close formation, your shield overlapping with those of your comrades to form an impenetrable wall. The terror of your first battle is indescribable. The clash of metal, the screams of the wounded, the chaos of thousands of men locked in mortal combat. Your training kicks in, and you find yourself stabbing and slashing almost mechanically, trying not to think about the lives you're ending. If you survive, you'll soon learn that the aftermath of battle is almost as bad as the fight itself. The field is littered with the dead and dying. The stench of blood and voided bowels is overwhelming. You and your fellow legionaries are tasked with burying the dead, both your comrades and the enemy. And yet, despite all this hardship, there's a sense of pride in being part of the Roman legions. You're at the forefront of the most powerful empire the world has ever seen. The pay isn't great, but it's steady, and after your 25 years of service, you're promised a plot of land to retire on. So as you lie down on your hard camp bed, your body aching from the day's exertions, surrounded by the snores and mutters of your fellow legionaries, you might reflect on the strange path that led you here. You're no longer just a farmer or a tradesman. You're a Roman legionary, part of a legacy that will echo through history for millennia to come. But right now, all you can think about is getting some sleep before the trumpet sounds again at dawn, calling you to another day of marching, fighting, and building the glory of Rome. One day at a time, one step at a time, you're making history, whether you want to or not. But right now, all you can think about is getting some sleep before the trumpet sounds again at dawn, calling you to another day of marching, fighting, and building the glory of Rome. One day at a time, one step at a time, you're making history, whether you want to or not. Now let's delve a bit deeper into the social aspects of your life as a Roman legionary. Your fellow soldiers aren't just your comrades in arms, they're your family now. The legion is organized into centuries of 80 men, and these become your closest social group. You eat together, train together, fight together, and often die together. The bonds formed in this environment are incredibly strong. You'll celebrate victories together, mourn fallen comrades, and share the dark humor that helps you cope with the constant threat of death. However, it's not all camaraderie. The Roman military hierarchy is strict and unforgiving. Your centurion, the officer in charge of your century, holds immense power over your daily life. He can punish you for the slightest infraction, and these punishments can be severe. One common punishment is decimation, where every 10th man in a unit is beaten to death by his comrades for cowardice or mutiny. It's a brutal reminder of the cost of breaking ranks or disobeying orders. Your pay as a legionary is 900 sesterces a year. It might sound like a lot, but after deductions for food, equipment, and burial fees, yes, you pay into a funeral fund, you're left with precious little. Still, it's a steady income, which is more than many civilians can claim. One perk of military life is the opportunity for loot and spoils of war. After a successful campaign, you might find yourself with a share of the plunder. This can range from valuable metals and jewels to slaves. It's a grim business, but it's one of the few ways a common soldier can hope to improve his lot in life. Speaking of improving your lot, let's talk about promotion. If you prove yourself capable and survive long enough, you might rise through the ranks. You could become an immunis, excused from heavy labor, or even a principals, a specialist role like a standard bearer or musician. The ultimate goal for many is to become a centurion. These officers are the backbone of the legion, respected and feared in equal measure. But the path to this rank is long and perilous, requiring years of service and numerous acts of valor. Now let's address a common misconception. Despite what you might have seen in movies, Roman legionaries didn't spend all their time fighting. In fact, much of your service will be spent on what we now call peacekeeping duties. You'll be stationed in frontier provinces, patrolling borders, maintaining order in conquered territories, and generally serving as a visible reminder of Rome's power. This can involve everything from tax collection to settling local disputes. During these periods of relative peace, you'll still train regularly. The Romans believed that the more you sweat in training, the less you bleed in war. So even when there's no immediate threat, you'll spend hours each day honing your skills. One aspect of Roman military life that might surprise you is the emphasis on engineering. Every legionary is expected to be part soldier, part builder. You'll learn to construct bridges, roads, and fortifications. The famous Roman roads that crisscrossed the empire, many were built by legionaries like you. This focus on construction serves multiple purposes. It keeps the army busy during peacetime, improves the infrastructure of the empire, and ensures that future military campaigns can move swiftly across well-maintained roads. Now let's talk about religion. As a Roman soldier, you're expected to participate in the official cult of the emperor and the traditional Roman gods. This isn't just a matter of personal belief, it's seen as crucial for maintaining discipline and unity within the ranks. Regular sacrifices and ceremonies are part of camp life. You'll swear oaths to the emperor and to your legion's eagle standard, which is considered sacred. The loss of a legion's eagle is considered a catastrophe, and soldiers have been known to fight to the death to prevent its capture. As your service progresses, you'll notice changes in the empire itself. New emperors come and go, sometimes peacefully, often not. Frontier policies shift, new enemies emerge, and the tactics and equipment of the legion evolve. But through it all, the core of what it means to be a Roman legionary remains the same. Discipline, duty, and the unshakable belief in the power and righteousness of Rome. It's It's a hard life filled with danger and hardship, but it's also a life of purpose and, in its own way, honor. As we draw this segment to a close, imagine yourself again in that camp bed. Your body aches, your mind races with memories of battles fought and comrades lost, but there's also a sense of pride. You're part of something greater than yourself, a cog in the vast machine that is Rome. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new hardships, and perhaps new glories, but for now, sleep beckons. As your eyes grow heavy, the last thing you hear is the quiet footsteps of the night watch, ever vigilant, ever ready. For this is the life you've chosen, the life of a Roman legionary. May the gods grant you strength for the battles to come. As we drift through the annals of history, our journey takes an unexpected turn. We leave behind the harsh realities of Viking life and set sail for new shores of knowledge. Let the gentle waves of time carry us to our next destination, where we'll explore another fascinating, yet soothingly mundane chapter of the past. Close your eyes and imagine the transition, as smooth as a ship gliding across calm waters. Congratulations, you've just woken up in a medieval village circa 1250 AD. The good news is you're alive. The bad news, well, that's pretty much everything else. Let's start with your living situation, shall we? Your home is a single-room mud and wattle hut with a thatched roof. It's about 20 feet by 15 feet, and you share this space with your entire family, plus a few chickens and maybe a pig. The floor is packed earth, which turns to mud when it rains, and it rains a lot. There's a central hearth for cooking and warmth, but no chimney. The smoke just lingers, finding its way out through the thatch eventually. Your bed, it's a pile of straw covered with a rough woolen blanket. If you're lucky, you might have a wooden frame to keep it off the ground. But don't get too excited. That frame is also home to a thriving community of fleas and bedbugs. They're your constant companions, along with lice, rats, and various other critters that see your hut as prime real estate. The air inside your hut is a pungent mix of wood smoke, unwashed bodies, and animal droppings. There's no such thing as privacy here. Everyone sleeps, eats, and lives in this single room. Family planning, that's done in full view or hearing of everyone else. Children learn about the facts of life early and unavoidably. As dawn breaks, you drag yourself off your flea-infested bed. There's no time for a leisurely stretch or a hot shower. In fact, there's no shower at all. Personal hygiene in medieval times is, let's say, minimalist. You might wash your face and hands with some water from a nearby stream, but full-body baths are rare, maybe a few times a year if that. Your clothes are simple and functional. You own maybe 2 sets, one for work and one slightly less raggedy one for church. They're made of rough wool or linen, itchy and often damp in the cool, wet climate. Undergarments, those are a luxury you can't afford. Your feet are wrapped in cloth, or if you're fortunate, you have a pair of simple leather shoes. Breakfast is a quick affair. You break your fast with a chunk of dark bread and maybe some ale. Yes, ale even in the morning. It's safer to drink than water, which is often contaminated. The bread is dense and coarse, made from rye or barley. It's often stretchy and slightly sour, a far cry from the fluffy white bread you might be used to. Now it's time for work, and when I say work, I mean back-breaking, sun-up to sundown labor. You're a peasant, which means you're tied to the land. You don't own this land, you work it for the local lord. Your day is spent in the fields, plowing, sowing, weeding, or harvesting, depending on the season. The tools at your disposal are primitive by modern standards. You've got a wooden plow, maybe with an iron tip if you're lucky. Scythes, sickles, and hoes are your constant companions. Every task is done by hand or with the help of draft animals. There are no machines to lighten your load, no pesticides to keep the weeds at bay. The sun beats down mercilessly or the rain soaks you to the bone. There's no weather app to warn you of incoming storms, no sunscreen to protect your skin. Your back aches, your hands are calloused and often bleeding, but you can't stop. Your survival and that of your family depends on a good harvest. Midday brings a brief respite. You might have a meal of pottage, a thick soup made from whatever vegetables are in season, maybe with a bit of salt pork if you're fortunate. It's bland but filling. You wash it down with more ale or perhaps some watered-down wine if you're near a vineyard. After your short break, it's back to work. The afternoon drags on, hour after grueling hour. Your body aches, but there's always more to do. Fences to mend, animals to tend, firewood to gather. The work of survival never ends. As evening approaches, you trudge back to your village, but your day isn't over yet. There are still chores to be done, feeding the animals, mending clothes, preparing food for the next day. If you have children, they've been working alongside you all day. Child labor isn't a concept yet, it's just life. Dinner is similar to your other meals. More pottage, more bread, more ale. If it's a special occasion, you might have some cheese or eggs. Meat is a rarity, reserved for feast days or when an animal is too old or sick to be useful alive. After dinner, there's a brief period of respite. This is when your community comes together. Stories are shared, songs are sung. There's no TV, no internet, no books you can't read anyway. Entertainment is what you make for yourselves. It's a reminder that even in the harshest conditions, humans find ways to create moments of joy. As night falls, you retreat to your hut. The single room is dark, lit only by the glow of the hearth. You settle onto your straw bed, exhausted but knowing that tomorrow will bring the same routine. Sleep comes quickly, but it's often interrupted by the cold, by the fleas, by a child crying or an animal stirring. And so your day as a medieval peasant ends. It's a life of constant toil, of living on the edge of survival. Disease is rampant, the Black Death is just around the historical corner. A bad harvest could mean starvation. War could see your village pillaged. The Lord could raise your taxes on a whim. Yet this is normality for you. You've never known anything different. Your world is small, maybe a few miles in any direction from your village. News travels slowly, if at all. The great events of history, the Crusades, the building of grand cathedrals, they happen far away, barely touching your day-to-day existence. But here's the thing, despite the hardships, despite the backbreaking labor and the constant struggle for survival, people found ways to endure. They built communities, they loved, they laughed, they created art and music. They looked up at the same stars we see today and wondered about their place in the universe. In many ways, the life of a medieval peasant was brutal and short, but it was also deeply connected to the land, to the seasons, to the people around them. There was a rhythm to life, a sense of belonging to a place and a community that many of us might find unfamiliar today. So the next time you find yourself grumbling about modern inconveniences, remember your medieval counterpart. They'd be amazed by the comforts we take for granted: clean water at the turn of a tap, food that stays fresh for days, medicine that can cure diseases they saw as death sentences. But perhaps they'd also pity us a little. For all our comforts, have we lost something of that connection to the earth, to our communities, to the rhythms of nature? It's something to ponder as you drift off to sleep in your comfortable, flea-free bed, safe from marauding armies and the specter of famine. And so we leave our medieval peasant sleeping fitfully on their straw mattress, unaware of the centuries of progress that lie ahead. But as we step back from this harsh reality, we find ourselves drawn to another time, another place, where the sun beats down mercilessly and the mighty Nile flows eternal. As we transition from the damp, chilly fields of medieval Europe to the scorching sands of ancient Egypt, let's take a moment to appreciate the stark contrast. While our medieval peasants struggled with the cold and rain, the people we're about to meet faced an entirely different set of challenges. Imagine the relentless heat of the desert sun beating down on your back as you toil along the banks of the Nile. The air is dry, the sand is everywhere, and the mighty river is both life-giver and potential destroyer. Welcome to the world of ancient Egypt, where the pharaohs ruled as living gods and the pyramids stood as testaments to their power. But we're not here to talk about the glorious lives of the pharaohs or the priests. No, we're going to explore the daily lives of the ordinary people, the workers and farmers who formed the backbone of this ancient civilization. Their stories might not be as glamorous as those carved into temple walls, but they're no less fascinating. Let's start with housing. Unlike our medieval peasants' damp and smoky hut, the typical ancient Egyptian home was made of mud bricks. These bricks were formed from Nile mud mixed with straw and dried in the sun. The result was a sturdy structure that provided some relief from the scorching heat outside. The layout of these homes was simple but effective. Most had 2 or 3 rooms on the ground floor, with a flat roof that served as an additional living space. This roof area was particularly useful in the evenings when the air cooled down. Families would often sleep up there under the stars, a far cry from the cramped, flea-infested conditions of medieval Europe. Windows were small and placed high on the walls to let in light while keeping out the worst of the heat. Floors were packed earth, sometimes covered with reed mats. Furniture was sparse, a few wooden stools, maybe a table and beds that were little more than wooden frames with leather webbing stretched across them. Now let's talk about clothing. Unlike our medieval peasant wrapped in itchy wool, ancient Egyptians favored linen. This lightweight fabric was perfect for the hot climate. Men typically wore a simple kilt-like garment called a shendit, while women wore long, straight dresses. Children, well, they often went naked until puberty. The heat made clothes more of a social necessity than a practical one. Personal hygiene was taken much more seriously in ancient Egypt than in medieval Europe. Regular bathing was common, with people using a soap-like substance made from animal fat and chalk. They also used oils and perfumes to keep their skin moisturized and smelling pleasant in the hot climate. Dental hygiene was practiced too, with a kind of toothpaste made from rock salt, mint, dried iris flower, and pepper. The day for an ordinary Egyptian began early to take advantage of the cooler morning hours. Breakfast might consist of bread, fruit, and perhaps some fish from the Nile. Bread was a staple of the Egyptian diet, made from emmer wheat or barley. It was often flavored with spices or fruit to make it more palatable. Work for many Egyptians revolved around agriculture. The flooding of the Nile each year left behind rich, fertile soil perfect for growing crops. Farmers would plow the fields, sow seeds, and tend to their crops, much like our medieval peasant. However, they also had to manage complex irrigation systems to bring water from the Nile to their fields. But not everyone was a farmer. Ancient Egypt had a diverse economy with craftsmen, builders, scribes, and traders. In the cities, you might find yourself working as a potter, shaping clay into vessels for storing food and drink, or perhaps you'd be a weaver, creating the fine linen garments worn by the upper classes. If you were lucky enough to be educated, you might work as a scribe. These were highly respected positions, as literacy was not widespread. Scribes recorded everything from tax collections to religious texts, using the complex system of hieroglyphics that we still marvel at today. For those with strength and stamina, there was always work on the massive construction projects undertaken by the pharaohs. Building temples, tombs, and monuments required an army of laborers. Contrary to popular belief, these workers were not slaves but paid laborers, often farmers who worked on these projects during the Nile's annual flood when their fields were underwater. The workday was long, typically lasting from sunrise to sunset, but it wasn't all toil. Ancient Egyptians enjoyed their leisure time too. Board games were popular, with Senet being a particular favorite. This game, played on a board of 30 squares, was so beloved that sets were often included in tombs for the deceased to enjoy in the afterlife. As evening approached, families would gather for the main meal of the day. This might include bread, vegetables like onions and leeks, and perhaps some fish or fowl. Beef was rare, usually reserved for special occasions or the tables of the wealthy. The meal would be washed down with beer, which, like in medieval Europe, was safer to drink than water. After dinner, as the heat of the day dissipated, people might socialize with neighbors, telling stories or playing music. The sound of hand drums and flutes might float through the air as people enjoyed the cool evening breeze. As night fell, families would retreat to their rooftops to sleep under the stars. The clear desert sky would have been a spectacular sight, unmarred by light pollution. Perhaps they gazed up at those same stars and pondered their place in the universe, just as we do today. Life in ancient Egypt was certainly not easy by modern standards. The work was hard, the heat was intense, and the threat of disease was ever present. But compared to our medieval peasant, the average Egyptian enjoyed some notable advantages: better hygiene, more varied diet, and a rich cultural life. As we leave our ancient Egyptian friends to their slumber, we can't help but reflect on the vast tapestry of human experience throughout history. From the damp fields of medieval Europe to the sun-baked banks of the Nile, people have always found ways to survive, to create, to find meaning in their lives. And so, as you drift off to sleep, perhaps you'll dream of pyramids rising from the desert sands, of pharaohs in their golden masks, of scribes carefully recording the deeds of kings. Or maybe you'll simply appreciate your soft, comfortable, and blessedly flea-free bed. Either way, sleep well, knowing that you've journeyed through time and across continents, all from the comfort of your own home. As we drift further into the depths of history, let's leave behind the world of Viking raiders and their perilous journeys. Our next historical expedition takes us to a different time and place, where the challenges were just as daunting, but the landscape was vastly different. Prepare to explore another fascinating, yet often overlooked, chapter in the annals of human history. Congratulations, you've just woken up in ancient Egypt. The good news, you're alive. The bad news, you're about to experience one of the most grueling workdays in human history. Welcome to the life of an ancient Egyptian worker, where the pyramids aren't just wonders of the world, they're your daily grind. As you open your eyes, the first thing you notice is the oppressive heat. It's not even sunrise, and already the air feels thick and heavy. Your bed, if you can call it that, is nothing more than a thin reed mat on the hard-packed earth floor of your mud brick house. There's no pillow, no blanket, just the scratchy surface of dried reeds against your skin. You sit up, your back aching from yesterday's labor. The room is dark, lit only by the faint glow of pre-dawn light seeping through the small window. Your family, wife, children, maybe even elderly parents are still asleep, huddled together for warmth in the cool desert night. But you don't have the luxury of lingering. The sun god Ra waits for no one, and neither does your overseer. You reach for your clothing, such as it is. As a common worker, your wardrobe is simple, a loincloth made of coarse linen. It's not exactly comfortable, but it's practical for the heat and the work ahead. There's no morning shower, no toothbrush, no deodorant. Personal hygiene in ancient Egypt is rudimentary at best. You might rinse your mouth with water and chew on some mint leaves to freshen your breath, but that's about it. Breakfast is a quick affair. You grab a piece of flatbread left over from last night's meal, maybe dip it in some olive oil if you're lucky. On a good day, there might be some dried fish or a few figs, but luxury foods like meat or honey are far beyond your means. You wash it down with a swig of beer, yes, beer for breakfast. It's not for enjoyment, but necessity. The fermentation process makes it safer to drink than the often contaminated water from the Nile. As you step outside, the first rays of the sun are just beginning to paint the eastern sky. The air is still cool, but you know it won't last. In a few hours, the temperature will soar to unbearable levels. You join the stream of other workers making their way to the construction site. There's a grim camaraderie among you, fellow sufferers in the grand project of building monuments for the glory of the pharaoh and the gods. The walk to the work site is long and dusty. By the time you arrive, you're already sweating. The massive limestone blocks that will form the pyramid loom before you, each weighing several tons. Your job, along with hundreds of other workers, is to move these behemoths into place. There are no cranes, no hydraulic lifts, just human muscle, ingenuity, and sheer determination. The overseer barks orders and the work begins. You're part of a team assigned to drag a massive block up a ramp. Ropes dig into your palms as you pull with all your might. The sound of straining men, creaking ropes, and stone scraping against stone fills the air. Your back screams in protest, but you can't stop. The whip of the taskmaster is a constant threat, cracking over the heads of those who slack off. Hours pass and the sun climbs higher in the sky. The heat becomes oppressive, beating down on your bare back. Sweat pours off you in rivulets, stinging your eyes and leaving salty tracks on your dust-covered skin. There's no sunscreen, no UV protection. Your skin burns and blisters under the relentless Egyptian sun. Midday brings a brief respite. You collapse in whatever scrap of shade you can find, gulping down more beer and some bread provided as rations. It's barely enough to replenish what you've lost, but it has to suffice. Some of your fellow workers don't get up after the break, overcome by heat exhaustion. They're dragged away, their fate uncertain. The afternoon is a haze of pain and exhaustion. Every muscle in your body aches, your hands are raw and bleeding from the ropes, your feet blistered from the hot sand. But still, you push on. The pyramid must rise, stone by agonizing stone. You've heard whispers that this monument will ensure the pharaoh's immortality. You wonder bitterly if your suffering will be remembered alongside his glory. As the sun finally begins to dip towards the horizon, you feel a glimmer of relief. But the day's trials aren't over yet. You still have to make the long trudge back to your village. Your steps are slow, your body hunched with fatigue. You pass by the graves of workers who didn't survive the brutal conditions, a stark reminder of the price paid for these eternal monuments. Arriving home, you're greeted by the worried faces of your family. They've prepared a meager meal, more bread, some vegetables, perhaps a bit of salted fish if times are good. You eat mechanically, too tired to even taste the food. Your children clamor for attention, but you have little energy to spare for them. As you finally lay down on your reed mat, every fiber of your being aches. You know that tomorrow will bring the same grueling routine, and the day after that, and the day after that, for years, possibly for the rest of your life. This is the reality of being an ancient Egyptian worker, a life of back-breaking labor under a merciless sun, all in service of a god-king you'll never even see. Yet as you drift off to sleep, there's a small spark of pride. You're part of something immense, something that will outlast you by millennia. Future generations will look upon your work with awe, even if they never know your name. It's a cold comfort as you slip into exhausted slumber, but it's something to hold on to in the face of another punishing dawn. As the days turn into weeks and weeks into months, the toll on your body becomes increasingly evident. Your once strong frame begins to show signs of wear and tear. The constant lifting and pulling have left your joints swollen and painful. Your spine, subjected to years of unnatural stress, develops a permanent curve. Many of your fellow workers suffer from hernias, the result of straining to move impossibly heavy loads. Your hands, once callous but functional, are now a mess of cuts, blisters, and deformities. The constant friction from the ropes has worn away the skin, leaving them raw and prone to infection. In this era before antibiotics, even a small cut can become life-threatening if it festers in the hot, dusty conditions. Your teeth, ground down by the grit in your bread rations and eroded by the acidic beer that forms a staple of your diet, are a constant source of pain. Dental care is rudimentary at best, consisting mainly of herbal remedies that do little to alleviate the agony of abscesses and decay. The relentless sun takes its toll as well. Your skin, constantly exposed to the harsh Egyptian climate, becomes leathery and prematurely aged. Cataracts form in your eyes, a result of years squinting against the glare of sunlight reflecting off limestone. Many of your older coworkers are nearly blind, yet still expected to perform their duties. Despite the grueling nature of your work, there are moments of respite. Religious festivals provide occasional breaks from the endless toil. During these times, you join your fellow workers in celebrations honoring the gods. There's music, dancing, and for once, enough food and beer to go around. These rare moments of joy make the hardship a little more bearable. You also find solace in the camaraderie of your fellow workers. In the evenings, after the day's labor is done, you gather to share stories, play simple games, and commiserate about your shared struggles. These bonds of friendship, forged in the crucible of shared suffering, are some of the strongest you'll ever know. As the years pass, you watch the pyramids slowly take shape. Each block you help place is a testament to your sweat and blood. You've lost count of how many of your friends and colleagues have died in the process, crushed by falling stones, overcome by heat exhaustion, or simply worked to death. Yet the work continues, relentless as the flow of the Nile. There are rumors among the workers of the splendors that will be placed inside the pyramid: golden treasures, intricate artwork, and supplies for the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. You try not to dwell on the contrast between this opulence and your own meager existence. Such thoughts can lead to dangerous resentment. As you age, your role on the construction site changes. No longer able to handle the heaviest labor, you're assigned to tasks that require more skill than brute strength. You might find yourself carving intricate hieroglyphs or helping to survey and align the massive structure. It's still hard work, but a welcome respite from the bone-crushing labor of your youth. You begin to take pride in passing your knowledge to the younger workers. The techniques for moving and placing stones, the proper way to tie knots that won't slip, the little tricks that make the impossible task a little more manageable, all these you share freely. It gives your suffering meaning, knowing that you're part of a tradition stretching back generations. As the pyramid nears completion, there's a palpable sense of anticipation among the workers. For many, this project has consumed most of their adult lives. The final stone is raised with great ceremony, and for a brief moment, you feel a sense of accomplishment that almost makes the years of hardship worthwhile. But the completion of one project only heralds the beginning of another. There are always more monuments to be built, more canals to be dug, more fields to be tended. The life of an ancient Egyptian worker is one of constant toil, from the cradle to the grave. As you look back on your life, you realize that your greatest legacy isn't the pyramid you helped build, but the family you managed to raise despite the hardships. Your children, following in your footsteps as workers, carry with them the resilience and skills you've passed down. It's a bittersweet legacy. You hope for a better life for them, but know that the cycle of toil is likely to continue. In your final years, no longer able to work, you find yourself dependent on your family for survival. Your body, broken by decades of hard labor, is a roadmap of the price paid for Egypt's glory. As you watch the sun set over the pyramid you helped build, you reflect on a life of unimaginable hardship, but also of small joys, deep friendships, and a sense of purpose that transcended your individual existence. And so, the life of an ancient Egyptian worker comes to an end, a life of sweat, pain, and perseverance. A life that, multiplied thousands of times over, built wonders that would stand for millennia. A life that reminds us of the incredible resilience of the human spirit, even in the face of overwhelming odds.
This segment is shorter than required. 1962-2. 40 words. Please expand content to match the 0014. 00 duration.
As we leave behind the tumultuous world of Viking raiders, we drift gently into another era of history. Our journey through time continues, each moment revealing new insights into the past. Let's allow our minds to wander, floating effortlessly from one historical period to the next, as we explore more fascinating, yet soothing, tales from long ago. Congratulations, you've just woken up in a 12th century monastery. The good news, you've dedicated your life to God. The bad news, you've also dedicated it to silence, celibacy, and really uncomfortable shoes. Welcome to the life of a medieval monk. Your day begins long before the sun even thinks about rising. At around 2 a.m., the sound of a bell pierces through your fitful sleep. This isn't a gentle wake-up call, it's the summons to matins, the first of 8 daily prayer services that structure your entire existence. You're not allowed to linger in bed contemplating life choices. No, you must immediately rise, don your woolen habit, and make your way to the church. Your bed, if we can call it that, is a narrow wooden platform with a thin straw mattress. There's no pillow, just a small wooden block to elevate your head slightly. The wool blanket that covers you is itchy and often damp from the perpetual chill and humidity of the stone monastery. Comfort is considered a distraction from spiritual pursuits, so you're expected to embrace this discomfort as part of your devotion. As you shuffle through the dark corridors towards the church, the cold stone floor bites at your feet through the thin leather soles of your shoes. These aren't the cushioned, arch-supporting shoes you're used to. They're simple, flat pieces of leather stitched together, offering minimal protection against the cold and damp. Your feet will ache constantly, developing calluses and chilblains that are just another form of physical penance. The church is dimly lit by a few candles, casting long shadows that dance on the walls. The air is heavy with the scent of incense, which does little to mask the underlying smell of unwashed bodies and damp stone. You take your place in the choir stalls, wooden seats arranged in rows facing each other. These seats aren't designed for comfort. They're hard, straight-backed, and often carved with intricate designs that dig into your back and legs during the long hours of prayer. Now begins the first major task of your day, chanting. For the next 2 to 3 hours, you'll be reciting psalms and prayers in Latin. Hope you've memorized them all because there's no cheat sheet. The chanting is done in a specific monotonous tone designed to focus the mind on the words and their meaning. It's meditative, sure, but it's also incredibly demanding on your voice and concentration, especially at this ungodly hour when your mind is still foggy with sleep. After Matins finally concludes, you might think you get to go back to bed. Think again. There's a brief period of private prayer or study before the next service, lauds, begins at dawn. This cycle of prayer, work, and more prayer will continue relentlessly throughout the day. Prime at 6 a.m., terce at 9 a.m., sext at noon, none at 3 p.m., vespers at sunset, and finally compline before bed. Each of these services can last anywhere from 30 minutes to 2 hours. Between these prayer services, you'll be expected to work. The nature of this work depends on your role within the monastery. If you're a scribe, you'll spend hours hunched over a writing desk in the scriptorium, painstakingly copying manuscripts by hand. The quill pen you use requires constant sharpening, and the ink can blot or smear if you're not careful. The parchment you write on is expensive and unforgiving of mistakes. One slip of the hand can ruin hours of work. The lighting in the scriptorium is poor by modern standards. You work by the light of candles or oil lamps, straining your eyes to see the fine details of the text and illuminations. Many monks develop severe eyesight problems over the years. There's no optometrist to prescribe glasses. You just have to squint harder and hope for the best. If you're not a scribe, you might be assigned to work in the monastery's gardens or fields. This means hours of backbreaking labor under the sun, planting, weeding, and harvesting crops. The tools you use are crude by modern standards: wooden plows, hand scythes, and hoes that require significant physical effort to use effectively. Your back aches constantly, your hands develop thick calluses, and your skin burns and peels from sun exposure. Perhaps you're assigned to the monastery's kitchen. Here you'll spend hours preparing simple meals for the entire community. There's no refrigeration, no electric stoves, no food processors. Everything is done by hand over open fires or in large brick ovens. Burns and cuts are common hazards, and the heat from the fires makes the kitchen a sweltering, uncomfortable place to work, especially in summer. Regardless of your work assignment, one thing remains constant: silence. Except during prayer services and specific designated periods, you're expected to maintain complete silence. No casual conversation, no humming to yourself as you work, no exclamations of frustration when you make a mistake. This silence is meant to foster contemplation and prevent idle chatter, but it can also be incredibly isolating and psychologically challenging. Communication, when necessary, is often done through an elaborate system of hand signals. You need to learn dozens of these signals to convey basic needs or instructions without breaking the vow of silence. Imagine trying to explain a complex problem or ask for help using nothing but hand gestures. It's frustrating, time-consuming, and often leads to misunderstandings. Let's talk about food, or rather, the lack thereof. The monastic diet is simple and often inadequate by modern nutritional standards. Your main meal of the day comes after none, around 3 p.m. It typically consists of bread, vegetables, and perhaps some fish if it's not a fasting day. Meat is generally forbidden except for the sick or elderly. The bread is often hard and coarse, made from rye or barley rather than wheat. Your teeth wear down over time from the grit in the flour. During fasting periods, which can last for weeks, your already meager diet is further restricted. You might be limited to a single meal a day or have to give up certain foods entirely. Hunger becomes a constant companion, seen as another form of spiritual discipline. Your body, deprived of adequate nutrition, becomes more susceptible to illness and fatigue. Speaking of illness, medical care in the monastery is primitive at best. The infirmary, where sick monks are cared for, relies heavily on herbal remedies and prayer. While some of these treatments might have genuine medicinal properties, many are based on superstition or incorrect understanding of human anatomy. Bloodletting is a common treatment for various ailments, weakening already sick patients. Surgeries, when necessary, are performed without anesthesia or proper understanding of antiseptics. Many monks die from infections that would be easily treatable with modern antibiotics. Personal hygiene is a challenge. While monasteries often have better sanitation than the average medieval village, it's still far from what you're used to. Bathing is infrequent, sometimes limited to a few times a year. Your habit, which you wear constantly, is washed rarely. The resulting body odor is considered a form of humility. Dental hygiene consists of rubbing your teeth with a rough cloth if you bother at all. Many monks lose their teeth at a young age due to decay and gum disease. The monastery itself, while impressive in its stone construction, is far from comfortable. In winter, the thick walls hold in the cold, making the interior feel like a refrigerator. There's no central heating. The only warmth comes from a few fireplaces in common areas. Your cell, a small, sparse room where you sleep, has no heat source at all. You sleep fully clothed, often with your habit still on to ward off the chill. In summer, the stone walls now work against you, holding in the heat and making the interior stifling. There's no air conditioning, no electric fans. The small windows provide little ventilation. You sweat constantly, your woolen habit becoming a personal sauna. The heat makes concentration difficult during prayer services and work, but you're expected to maintain your focus regardless of physical discomfort. Privacy is a foreign concept. Your cell might have a door, but it's often just a curtain. The dormitory where novices sleep is one large room filled with beds. Even using the latrine is often a communal affair, with multiple seats arranged side by side. Every aspect of your life is subject to scrutiny and regulation by your superiors. The psychological toll of this lifestyle is immense. The constant cycle of prayer and work, the enforced silence, the lack of privacy, and the physical hardships can lead to deep depression and anxiety. Some monks experience religious ecstasy, feeling deeply connected to God. Others struggle with doubt, questioning their vocation but feeling trapped by their vows and the social expectations of medieval society. Relationships within the monastery are complex. While there's a sense of community and shared purpose, there's also strict hierarchy and the potential for conflicts. Favoritism, jealousy, and resentment can fester in the silence. The abbot holds near absolute power over the monks, and challenging his authority can result in severe punishments, including physical beatings or isolation. As night falls and you prepare for Compline, the final prayer service of the day, your body aches from the long hours of work and prayer. Your mind is exhausted from the constant focus required to maintain silence and perform your duties. Yet even after Compline, your day isn't over. There's often a period of spiritual reading or contemplation before you're finally allowed to sleep. You collapse onto your hard bed, knowing that in just a few short hours the bell will ring again, calling you to matins. This cycle will repeat day after day, year after year, for the rest of your life. There are no vacations, no weekends off, no retirement. Your commitment is total and lifelong. So, still dreaming of the quiet, contemplative life of a medieval monk, think again. The reality was a grueling existence of physical hardship, mental strain, and unrelenting routine. Yet here's the remarkable thing: many monks found profound meaning and purpose in this lifestyle. They produced incredible works of art, preserved knowledge through their copying of manuscripts, and some genuinely believed they were serving a higher purpose. But tonight, as you lie in your comfortable bed, with the freedom to choose your own path in life, perhaps say a quiet thank you to those medieval monks. Their dedication to learning and spirituality, despite the hardships, helped preserve knowledge through the Dark Ages. And maybe, just maybe, find a moment of gratitude for the simple comforts of modern life, like soft pillows, warm showers, and the ability to hit the snooze button on your alarm. As we continue our journey through the life of a medieval monk, let's delve deeper into some of the more nuanced aspects of this austere existence. The monotony of daily life was occasionally broken by the changing of seasons and the liturgical calendar, each bringing its own set of challenges and rituals. During the winter months, the already harsh conditions in the monastery became nearly unbearable. The stone walls, so effective at keeping out the summer heat, now trapped the cold inside. Frostbite was a real concern, especially for older monks. The constant dampness led to respiratory issues, and many monks developed chronic coughs that echoed through the silent halls. The scarcity of food during winter added another layer of hardship. Fresh vegetables were a rarity, and the monastery relied heavily on preserved foods. Salted fish and meat for the sick, dried fruits and root vegetables stored in cellars formed the bulk of the winter diet. Vitamin deficiencies were common, leading to various health issues, including scurvy. Spring brought its own set of tasks. As the fields thawed, monks assigned to agricultural duties faced long days of plowing and planting. The leather shoes that barely protected against the cold now became waterlogged in the muddy fields. Many monks developed fungal infections on their feet, a painful condition with little effective treatment available. Summer, while providing relief from the cold, brought new challenges. The woolen habits became unbearably hot, leading to heat exhaustion during outdoor work. The still air inside the stone buildings was stifling, making concentration during prayer services a Herculean task. Insects thrived in the warmth, and monks had to contend with swarms of flies and mosquitoes, unable to swat them away during periods of enforced stillness and prayer. Autumn was a time of intense labor as the harvest needed to be brought in quickly before the weather turned. Every able-bodied monk was expected to help, regardless of their usual duties. The pressure was immense, as a poor harvest could mean severe food shortages in the coming year. Throughout the year, the liturgical calendar dictated additional rituals and observances. Lent, the 40-day period leading up to Easter, was particularly grueling. Fasting became more severe, with many monasteries permitting only one meal a day. The physical weakness from this extended period of undernourishment was seen as an opportunity for spiritual growth through suffering. On the other hand, major feast days provided rare moments of respite. On these occasions, the strict rules were slightly relaxed. The food might be a bit more plentiful, and limited conversation could be permitted during meals. However, these days also required elaborate and lengthy church services, often lasting many hours. The intellectual life of a monk, while potentially rewarding, came with its own set of challenges. Those tasked with copying manuscripts didn't just transcribe texts mechanically. They were expected to understand and sometimes translate complex works in Latin, Greek, or Hebrew. Mistakes in copying could lead to harsh punishments, as accuracy was paramount in preserving these texts. Moreover, the content of some texts posed moral dilemmas. Copying classical pagan works, while necessary for preserving knowledge, exposed monks to ideas that conflicted with Christian doctrine. This could lead to crises of faith or accusations of heresy if a monk was suspected of being too interested in these non-Christian ideas. The vow of poverty was taken extremely seriously. Personal possessions were limited to absolute essentials. Even small comforts like an extra blanket or a softer writing quill could be seen as a violation of this vow. Monks caught with unauthorized items faced public shamming and penance. Relationships with the outside world were complex. While monasteries were often centers of learning and provided services to the surrounding communities, individual monks had little contact with outsiders. Family ties were supposed to be severed upon entering the monastery. Many monks struggled with homesickness and the pain of knowing they would never see their loved ones again. For those who entered the monastery as children, oblates given by their families to the church, the monastic life was all they ever knew. These individuals often struggled with understanding the outside world and could develop a narrow, sheltered worldview. The hierarchy within the monastery could be oppressive. Advancement was slow and based not just on merit, but also on the favor of superiors. Young monks often faced hazing and bullying from their elders, justified as tests of humility and obedience. Speaking out against mistreatment could be seen as a sign of pride, one of the gravest sins in monastic life. Mental health issues were poorly understood and often attributed to spiritual failings or demonic influence. Depression, anxiety, and even conditions like schizophrenia were treated with prayer, fasting, and sometimes exorcisms. The lack of proper treatment could lead to a lifetime of suffering. Despite these hardships, it's important to note that many monks found genuine fulfillment in their vocation. The structure and purpose provided by monastic life gave meaning to their existence. Some experienced profound spiritual insights and a deep sense of connection to the divine. The communal aspect of monastery life, despite its challenges, provided a sense of belonging and shared purpose that was unique in medieval society. As we conclude our exploration of medieval monastic life, reflect on the extraordinary resilience of these individuals. They dedicated their lives to a pursuit that demanded every ounce of their physical, mental, and spiritual energy. Whether driven by genuine religious fervor, a desire for education unavailable elsewhere, or simply a need for security in a turbulent world, these monks played a crucial role in shaping medieval society and preserving knowledge for future generations. So the next time you find yourself complaining about a minor inconvenience in your daily life, spare a thought for the medieval monk. Their lives of constant prayer, work, and self-denial serve as a stark reminder of how much our expectations of comfort and personal freedom have changed over the centuries. And perhaps in some small way, their dedication might inspire us to find meaning and purpose in our own lives. albeit hopefully with better shoes and a bit more sleep. As we drift through the annals of history, our journey takes us to a new destination. We leave behind the harsh realities of Viking raids and set sail for different shores. Our next historical exploration awaits, promising more tales of struggle and survival from bygone eras. Let the gentle waves of time carry you to our next topic, where we'll uncover yet another chapter in the story of human endurance. Congratulations, you've just woken up in the heart of the Aztec Empire, circa 1500 AD. The good news is you're alive in one of the most advanced civilizations in the Americas. The bad news, you're a commoner, and life is about to get very, very interesting. As you open your eyes, the first thing you notice is the hard surface beneath you. You're not lying on a plush mattress or even a straw-filled sack. Your bed is a simple reed mat laid directly on the packed earth floor of your one-room house. The walls around you are made of adobe, sun-dried mud bricks, and the thatched roof above provides shelter, but little else in terms of comfort. The air inside your home is thick with the lingering smoke from last night's cooking fire. There's no chimney, just a small opening near the roof that allows some of the smoke to escape. Your eyes sting slightly and your throat feels scratchy. This is a sensation you're used to, but it's not one you ever truly get comfortable with. As you sit up, you notice the other members of your family stirring around you. Privacy is a foreign concept in your world. Your entire family, parents, siblings, maybe even grandparents, all share this single room. At night, you sleep side by side on reed mats. During the day, these are rolled up and stored against the wall to make space for daily activities. The first order of business is getting dressed. Your clothing is simple but practical. As a man, you'll don a loincloth and a cloak called a tilmatli. If you're a woman, you wear a long skirt called a cuitle and a sleeveless blouse known as a hewpilly. These garments are made from rough cotton or agave fibers dyed in earthy tones. There's nothing fancy about your attire. Elaborate clothing and bright colors are reserved for the nobility and priests. Now it's time for the first meal of the day. Don't expect a hearty breakfast spread. Your staple food is maize or corn prepared in various ways. This morning it might be addle, a warm, thick gruel made from ground maize mixed with water. It's filling, but not exactly bursting with flavor. If you're lucky, there might be some chili peppers or herbs to add a bit of taste. As you eat, you can hear the city coming to life around you. Tenochtitlan, the capital of the Aztec Empire, is a marvel of engineering and urban planning. Built on an island in the middle of Lake Texcoco, it's a city of canals, causeways, and floating gardens. But from your perspective as a commoner, it's also a place of constant work and strict social hierarchies. After your simple breakfast, it's time to start your day's work. If you're a man, you might be heading out to the Chinampas, the floating gardens where much of the city's food is grown. These artificial islands, created by piling up lake sediment and vegetation, are incredibly fertile. You'll spend hours tending to crops of maize, beans, squash, and chili peppers. The work is backbreaking. The tropical sun beats down mercilessly, and there's little shade to be found among the crops. Sweat pours down your face, stinging your eyes and leaving salty tracks on your skin. Your hands, calloused from years of labor, grip wooden tools as you plant, weed, and harvest. If you're a woman, your day might involve grinding maize on a stone metate, a task that takes hours and leaves your arms aching. Or perhaps you're weaving cotton into textiles, a skill highly valued in Aztec society. The work is repetitive and time-consuming, but it's essential for your family's survival and for paying the tribute demanded by your noble overlords. Speaking of tribute, that's a constant concern in your life. The Aztec Empire runs on a complex system of tribute payments. As a commoner, you're at the bottom of this pyramid. A significant portion of what you produce, be it crops, textiles, or other goods, goes to support the nobles, priests, and warriors who make up the upper echelons of society. This tribute system is more than just taxation. It's a fundamental part of the social and religious order. The goods you produce don't just support the elite. They also go towards maintaining the temples, feeding the armies, and fueling the grand rituals that are central to Aztec life. It's a heavy burden, but it's one you've been raised to accept as part of the natural order of things. As midday approaches, the heat becomes almost unbearable. There's no siesta in your culture. Work continues regardless of the temperature. You might take a short break to drink some water or perhaps some pulque, a mildly alcoholic beverage made from the fermented sap of the maguey plant. It's refreshing, but you can't drink too much. You need to keep your wits about you for the tasks ahead. The afternoon brings no respite from labor. If you're not working in the fields or at home, you might be called upon for corvée labor, mandatory work on public projects. This could involve anything from maintaining the city's complex system of dikes and canals to helping construct new temples or palaces. It's hard work, but it's also a source of pride. The grandeur of Tenochtitlan is built on the sweat and effort of commoners like you. As you work, you're always aware of your place in society. The strict class system of the Aztec world is ever present. You see nobles passing by in their finely woven cotton clothes, adorned with jade and gold jewelry. Warriors, distinguishable by their elaborate hairstyles and weapons, stride purposefully through the streets. Priests, their bodies painted black and their hair matted with dried blood, inspire both awe and fear. You, however, are a Mace Hualton, a commoner. Your clothing is simple, your possessions few. You're not allowed to wear cotton clothing above the waist, nor can you wear jewelry made of precious materials. These restrictions aren't just about fashion, they're a constant reminder of your status in society. But being a commoner doesn't mean your life is without meaning or opportunity. The Aztec world, for all its rigid hierarchies, does offer some paths for advancement. Through exceptional service in war, you might rise to become a respected warrior. If you show particular skill in a craft, you could become a pachteca, a long-distance trader, a profession that carries both risk and the potential for wealth and status. As the day wears on, your thoughts might turn to your children. Education is taken seriously in Aztec society, even for commoners. Your sons will attend the Tolpachkali, a school that focuses on martial training and civic duties. Your daughters will learn domestic skills from their mothers and other women in the community. It's a limited education by modern standards, but it's more than many ancient civilizations offered to the lower classes. The sun begins to dip towards the horizon, but your work isn't done yet. There are still household chores to attend to: repairing tools, mending clothes, preparing the evening meal. Dinner, like breakfast, centers around maize. Tonight, it might be tortillas with beans and squash. If you're fortunate, there might be some fish from the lake or even a bit of turkey meat, a rare treat for a commoner. As you eat with your family, you can hear the distant sounds of drums and flutes. Somewhere in the city, a religious ceremony is taking place. The Aztec calendar is filled with festivals and rituals, some lasting for days or even weeks. While the grand ceremonies are performed by priests in the great temples, even commoners like you participate in household rituals. You might take a moment to make a small offering to the household gods, perhaps a sprinkle of maize flour or a drop of your own blood pricked from your ear or tongue. These daily acts of devotion are as much a part of your life as eating or sleeping. The gods are ever present in the Aztec world, demanding constant attention and propitiation. As night falls, you prepare for sleep. There's no reading before bed. Writing is a skill reserved for scribes and priests. Instead, you might tell stories to your children, tales of the gods, of great warriors, of the founding of Tenochtitlan. These oral traditions are how your history and culture are passed down through generations. You settle onto your reed mat, your body aching from the day's labor. The night air is cool, a welcome relief after the heat of the day. But your sleep is light and often interrupted. The city never truly sleeps. There are always guards on patrol, priests performing nighttime rituals, the cries of bobbies and the barking of dogs. As you drift off, your mind might wander to the future. What will tomorrow bring? Will it be a day like any other, filled with work and routine? Or will it be a day of celebration, or perhaps of war? The Aztec world is one of constant change and occasional upheaval, despite its rigid structures. You might dream of the great market at Tlaxcala, where goods from all over the empire and beyond are traded. Or perhaps you'll have nightmares of being selected for sacrifice, a fate that, while rare for commoners, is always a possibility in a culture where human blood is seen as necessary to keep the cosmos in balance. But for now, you sleep, your body recovering from today's labors and preparing for tomorrow's. You are a small but essential part of one of the most powerful and complex civilizations in the world. Your life is hard, your freedom's limited, but you are also part of something greater than yourself, a society that has built wonders, developed sophisticated systems of law and education, and created art that will be admired for centuries to come. So as you drift off to sleep in your comfortable bed, in a room with clean air and a temperature you can control, perhaps spare a thought for your Aztec counterpart. They lived a life of constant labor, strict social rules, and ever-present religious obligations. But they also lived in a world of color, of grand ceremonies, of profound belief in the power of their gods and the greatness of their civilization. The Aztec commoner's life was hard, but it was far from meaningless. They were the foundation upon which one of history's most fascinating cultures was built, and in their own way, they were as much a part of that grandeur as the nobles and priests who stood atop the Great Pyramids. As night deepens, your sleep becomes more restless. The hard reed mat beneath you offers little comfort, and the sounds of the city never truly fade. Dogs bark in the distance, and the occasional shout of a night watchman pierces the darkness. Your body, accustomed to this nightly routine, barely stirs. In the pre-dawn hours, you might be awakened by the sound of drums. It It's not unusual in Tenochtitlan. The priests often perform rituals at this hour, their rhythmic beats echoing across the still waters of Lake Texcoco. For a moment, you lie there, listening to the distant thrum, feeling the weight of your world pressing down upon you. As the first light of dawn begins to creep through the cracks in your adobe walls, you rise, your muscles protesting from yesterday's labor. Another day begins, much like the one before it. You perform your morning ablutions, splashing cold water on your face from a clay pot. Personal hygiene is important in Aztec culture. Cleanliness is associated with moral and spiritual purity. Today might be a market day. If so, you'll make your way to the great marketplace at Tlaxcala. It's a bustling hub of activity, with thousands of people from all walks of life coming to trade goods from across the empire and beyond. As a commoner, you're allowed to trade here, but you're keenly aware of the strict rules governing commerce. The market is a sensory overload. The air is thick with the scent of copal incense, burning in censers to purify the area. Vendors call out their wares in a cacophony of voices. You see stalls piled high with colorful fruits and vegetables, others displaying finely woven textiles or intricate featherwork. There are even exotic goods from far-flung corners of the empire, jade from the Maya lands, gold from Oaxaca, and cacao beans used as currency. But be careful as you navigate the crowded aisles. Pickpockets and thieves are always on the lookout for an easy target. The punishment for theft in the market is severe, often death. You clutch your own meager goods tightly, hoping to make a fair trade for things your family needs. As you barter for some salt or maybe a new obsidian blade for your tools, you overhear snippets of conversation. There are always rumors in the market, whispers of wars being planned, of omens seen by the priests, of strange visitors from distant lands. You listen with half an ear, curious but wary. It's best not to get too involved in matters beyond your station. Suddenly, a hush falls over the crowd. A group of nobles passes by, their elaborate headdresses bobbing above the sea of commoners. Everyone bows their heads respectfully. To look directly at a noble without permission could result in harsh punishment. You keep your eyes lowered until they've passed, then resume your business. As midday approaches, you make your way home with your trades, perhaps some chili peppers, a bit of cotton for your wife to spin, maybe even a small piece of meat for a special meal. The sun is high and hot, and you're grateful for the shade provided by the trees lining the causeways. Back at home, you might spend the afternoon repairing tools or working on a craft. Many Aztec commoners supplemented their income by producing goods for trade, simple pottery, woven mats, or tools. It's painstaking work, but it might mean the difference between merely surviving and having a little extra to make life more comfortable. As you work, your mind wanders to the future. Your son is approaching the age when he'll begin his formal education at the Tlaxcala. You feel a mix of pride and anxiety. The training will be tough, focused on warfare and civic duty, but it's an important step in his life. Who knows, he might even distinguish himself and rise above his commoner status. Your daughter, meanwhile, is learning the skills she'll need as an Aztec woman, weaving, cooking, managing a household. Her future is more prescribed, but no less important. In Aztec society, the complementary roles of men and women are seen as essential for maintaining cosmic balance. As the day wanes, you finish your work and prepare for the evening meal. Tonight there might be a small celebration, perhaps it's the day of one of the many Aztec festivals. Even as a commoner, you participate in these rituals, albeit in a limited way. You might share a special meal with your family or make a small offering to the gods. After the meal, as darkness falls, you gather with your neighbors in the shared courtyard of your Cowboy or neighborhood unit. Here, elders might share stories of the past, tales of the Aztecs' migration, of the founding of Tenochtitlan, of great battles and heroic deeds. These oral traditions are how your history is preserved, passed down from generation to generation. As you listen to the familiar stories, you gaze up at the night sky. The stars wheel overhead, the same stars that guide the priests in their intricate calendar calculations. You may not understand the complexities of Aztec cosmology, but you feel a deep connection to this world, to the rhythms of nature and the cycles of time that govern your life. Finally, as the night grows late, you return to your home. You settle onto your reed mat, your body tired but your mind full of the day's experiences. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new work, perhaps new opportunities. But for now, you rest, a small but integral part of the great Aztec civilization. And so, as we leave our Aztec commoner to their well-earned rest, we too can reflect on the complexities of their world. A world of strict hierarchies and demanding gods, yes, but also a world of vibrant markets, of grand architecture, of cosmic mysteries and earthly delights. A world that, for all its harshness, was home to millions of people who lived, loved, worked, and dreamed, much as we do today. As you drift off to sleep in your own bed, perhaps you'll dream of sun-baked adobe walls, of the scent of maize and copal, of the rhythmic beat of distant drums. And perhaps you'll wake with a new appreciation for the comforts of your own time and a deeper understanding of the rich tapestry of human history. As we drift through the annals of history, our journey takes us to another realm of ancient struggles and societal shifts. Let's leave behind the Viking longships and venture into a new era, where power dynamics and cultural transformations shape the course of human civilization. Prepare to explore the intricacies of medieval feudalism, a system that defined European society for centuries. Congratulations, you've just woken up in feudal Japan. The good news, you're a samurai. The bad news, being a samurai isn't quite what you imagined. Forget the romanticized image of noble warriors in gleaming armor, engaging in honorable duels. The reality of samurai life was far more complex, demanding, and often brutal. Let's start with your daily routine. You rise before dawn, not to meditate peacefully or practice sword forms in a misty garden, but to begin a grueling day of training and service. Your sleeping quarters are sparse, a simple futon on tatami mats. The room is cold, there's no central heating in feudal Japan. You might have a small brazier for warmth, but it does little against the chill that seeps through the thin walls. As you dress, you realize that your iconic armor isn't something you wear daily. That's reserved for battle or formal occasions. Instead, you don a kimono and hakama, the formal attire of your class. The process of dressing is itself a ritual, each fold and tie significant. Make a mistake, and you risk dishonoring yourself before your day has even begun. Your first task of the day is to attend to your weapons. Your sword, the katana, isn't just a tool of war, it's considered the soul of the samurai. You spend time meticulously cleaning and polishing it, checking for any signs of wear or damage. This isn't just maintenance, it's a spiritual practice, but it's also a reminder of the constant vigilance required in your position. Breakfast is simple and quick, perhaps some rice, miso soup, and pickled vegetables. The concept of 3 leisurely meals a day doesn't exist here. You eat to sustain yourself for the tasks ahead, not for pleasure. The food is often bland, a far cry from the flavorful Japanese cuisine you might have imagined. After eating, you report for duty. Contrary to popular belief, samurai weren't constantly engaged in battle. Much of your time is spent in administrative tasks. You might be managing your lord's estate, overseeing tax collection, or mediating disputes among the peasants. It's not glamorous work, but it's essential to maintaining the feudal system that supports your privileged position. The majority of your day is consumed by rigorous training. This isn't just swordsmanship, though that's certainly a part of it. You practice archery, horseback riding, and martial arts, but you also study literature, calligraphy, and philosophy. The ideal of the samurai as a cultured warrior means you're expected to be as skilled with a brush as you are with a blade. The training is relentless and often painful. Wooden practice swords leave bruises that never seem to fully heal. Your fingers bleed from hours of archery practice. The horse you're learning to ride seems determined to throw you at every opportunity. There are no modern safety precautions here. Injuries are common and expected. You're taught to endure pain silently, as showing weakness is considered dishonorable. As you train, you're constantly aware of the complex web of social obligations that govern your life. The code of Bushido, the way of the warrior, isn't just about bravery in battle. It's a strict ethical code that demands loyalty, honor, and self-discipline in every aspect of your life. One misstep, one moment of perceived cowardice or disloyalty could result in the demand that you commit seppuku, ritual suicide. The pressure is immense. You're expected to be ready to die for your lord at any moment, to face any challenge without hesitation. This isn't just rhetoric, it's a very real possibility. Feudal Japan is a place of constant conflict, with clan wars, peasant uprisings, and the threat of foreign invasion always looming. As the day wears on, you find yourself dealing with the less glamorous aspects of samurai life. Your armor, when you do wear it, is heavy and cumbersome. It's hot, it chafes, and it smells. The romantic image of the samurai doesn't account for the discomfort of spending hours encased in lacquered plates, sweat pooling in every crevice. Your diet, while better than that of the peasants, is far from luxurious. Rice is a staple, supplemented with fish, vegetables, and occasionally meat. But food shortages are common, and in times of famine, you're expected to endure hunger stoically while ensuring the peasants who work your lord's lands have enough to survive and continue working. As evening approaches, you might find yourself attending to political matters. The samurai class isn't just a military force, it's the administrative backbone of feudal Japan. You might be called upon to attend meetings, negotiate alliances, or even engage in espionage. The skills of diplomacy are often as important as your martial prowess. The constant threat of violence hangs over everything you do. A careless word, a perceived slight, could result in a challenge to a duel. And while duels to the death aren't as common as popular culture might have you believe, they do happen. More often, conflicts are resolved through non-lethal duels, but these can still result in serious injury or social disgrace. As night falls, you find little time for relaxation. You might spend your evening hours studying strategy, practicing calligraphy, or composing poetry. The ideal of the cultured warrior means that intellectual pursuits are as important as physical ones, but it's also another form of pressure. You're expected to excel in all these areas. Sleep, when it comes, is light and often interrupted. The samurai are expected to be alert at all times, ready to respond to any threat. You might be called upon in the middle of the night to respond to an emergency or to attend to your lord. The concept of a full night's uninterrupted rest is a luxury you can rarely afford. Throughout all of this, you're acutely aware of the precarious nature of your position. While the samurai are the elite warrior class, your fate is tied to that of your lord. If he falls from power, you fall with him. Your privileges can be stripped away in an instant, leaving you masterless, a ronin, struggling to survive in a society that has no place for unemployed warriors. The psychological toll of this lifestyle is immense. The constant pressure to uphold honor, the expectation of unflinching loyalty, the ever-present possibility of violent death, all of these weigh heavily on your mind. Many samurai turn to Zen Buddhism as a way to find mental equilibrium, but even this is approached with the same intensity as martial training. Your relationships are equally complex. Marriage for a samurai is often a political arrangement rather than a love match. You're expected to produce heirs to continue your family line, but displays of affection are considered unseemly. Your closest bonds are often with your fellow samurai, men who understand the unique pressures of your lifestyle. As you lie on your futon at night, aching from the day's training, you might find yourself contemplating the contradictions of your life. You're part of the elite, yet your life is not your own. You're trained in the arts of war, yet expected to be a scholar and artist as well. You're taught to value honor above all, yet often required to engage in acts of brutal violence. The reality of samurai life is far from the romanticized version portrayed in movies and books. It's a life of constant discipline, unwavering loyalty, and immense pressure. The code you live by Bushido demands nothing less than perfection in all aspects of life, an impossible standard that nonetheless must be strived for. So the next time you find yourself daydreaming about the glamorous life of a samurai, remember the reality. The weight of the armor, the ache of constant training, the pressure of upholding an entire social order, the knowledge that a single misstep could end not just your life, but your entire family's honor. It's a life of duty, discipline, and often silent suffering. But here's the thing, despite all these hardships, the samurai left an indelible mark on Japanese culture and history. Their code of honor, their artistic achievements, their martial skills, all of these continue to fascinate us centuries later. Perhaps it's the very difficulty of their lives that makes their legacy so enduring. In striving for an impossible ideal, they created something truly remarkable. So tonight, as you drift off to sleep in your comfortable bed, free from the burdens of feudal obligations and the constant threat of violence, spare a thought for the samurai of old. Their lives were hard, but they shaped a culture and a philosophy that continues to influence the world today. And maybe, just maybe, there's a lesson there about the power of discipline, dedication, and the pursuit of excellence, even if the reality doesn't quite match the romantic ideal. As we continue our exploration of samurai life, let's delve deeper into some of the lesser-known aspects that made their existence particularly challenging. For instance, the concept of face or honor was so paramount that it often led to extreme action. A samurai who felt dishonored might be compelled to commit seppuku, a ritualized form of suicide, to restore their family's honor. This practice wasn't just a last resort, it was an ever-present possibility. Imagine living with the knowledge that a single misstep could lead to you being required to take your own life in an excruciatingly painful manner. The psychological burden of this expectation was immense, shaping every interaction and decision a samurai made. Another aspect often overlooked is the samurai's role in times of peace. While their martial skills were their claim to fame, long periods without war meant many samurai had to find other ways to justify their privileged position. Some turned to arts and scholarship, becoming renowned poets or philosophers. Others became administrators, essentially serving as a combination of tax collector, judge, and local governor. However, these peaceful pursuits didn't necessarily make life easier. The pressure to excel in multiple fields was constant. A samurai was expected to be equally adept at calligraphy as they were at swordsmanship, to compose moving poetry as easily as they could strategize for battle. This expectation of being a Renaissance man in a time of limited resources and information was a source of perpetual stress. The samurai's relationship with death was also more complex than often portrayed. While they were indeed trained to face death without fear, this wasn't a natural state of being. It required constant mental conditioning. Many samurai struggled with the fear of death, especially the possibility of a dishonorable one. This led to a culture where mental fortitude was as highly prized as physical strength. Let's not forget the physical toll of the samurai lifestyle. The training regimen was brutal and unrelenting. Injuries were common, and medical knowledge was limited. A wound that would be easily treatable today could end a samurai's career or even their life. Chronic pain from old injuries was a constant companion for many, yet showing this pain was seen as a sign of weakness. The diet of a samurai, while better than that of the lower classes, was far from luxurious. Rice was the staple, often accompanied by fish, vegetables, and occasionally meat. However, this diet was prone to nutritional deficiencies, especially in times of famine. Many samurai suffered from health issues related to their diet, including a high incidence of beriberi due to thiamine deficiency. Personal hygiene was another challenge. While the samurai class prided themselves on cleanliness, the realities of feudal life made this difficult to maintain. Bathing was not a daily occurrence, and the heavy, multi-layered clothing worn by samurai was prone to harboring parasites. The iconic top-knot hairstyle, while symbolic of their status, was also a haven for lice. The samurai's family life was equally complex. Marriage was often a political arrangement with little consideration for personal feelings. The pressure to produce male heirs was intense, as the samurai class was hereditary. Failure to have a son could lead to adoption from another family, a practice that, while pragmatic, often led to complicated family dynamics. Women in samurai families, while enjoying a higher status than women in other classes, still faced significant restrictions. They were expected to manage the household, support their husbands, and raise children who would uphold the family honor. Some women were trained in martial arts, particularly in the use of the naginata, a pole weapon, but their primary role was domestic. The education of young samurai was rigorous and started early. Children as young as 5 or 6 would begin their training in martial arts and academics. The pressure on these children was immense, as they carried the weight of their family's expectations and honor from a very young age. Failure was not an option, leading to high stress levels even among children. As a samurai aged, new challenges arose. The physical demands of their lifestyle meant that many samurai faced debilitating injuries or health issues as they got older, yet they were expected to maintain their skills and dignity. Many older samurai found themselves in advisory roles, their wisdom valued but their physical decline a source of personal frustration. The end of a samurai's life was often as challenging as their prime. While some died in battle or by their own hand through seppuku, many faced the indignity of aging in a society that prized youth and vigor. The fear of becoming a burden to one's lord or family was a significant concern for many aging samurai. In the later years of the feudal period, as Japan began to change and modernize, many samurai found themselves struggling to adapt. Their skills, honed over generations, became increasingly obsolete in a world of changing technology and social structures. This led to a period of significant upheaval and identity crisis for the samurai class. So as we conclude our exploration of samurai life, we're left with a picture far more complex than the popular image of noble warriors in shining armor. The reality was a life of constant pressure, physical hardship, and mental strain. It was a life bound by strict codes of conduct, where personal desires were often subsumed by duty and honor. Yet it's perhaps this very harshness that makes the samurai so fascinating to us today. Their dedication, their pursuit of excellence in all things, and their complex code of ethics continue to captivate our imagination. In many ways, the samurai represent an ideal of discipline and self-mastery that resonates even in our modern world. As you drift off to sleep, ponder the life of these ancient warriors. Their world was harsh, their burdens heavy, but their legacy endures. In their struggles and their triumphs, we can perhaps find inspiration for our own challenges, even as we're grateful that we don't have to face the exact hardships they did. Sleep well, and may your dreams be free of the weighty responsibilities of a feudal Japanese warrior. As we drift through the annals of history, our journey takes us to a new shore. We leave behind the Viking raiders and their perilous voyages, setting sail for another fascinating, yet equally sleep-inducing topic. Let the gentle waves of time carry you to our next historical exploration, where we'll uncover more forgotten tales and mundane details from the past. Congratulations, you've just woken up in Colonial America, circa 1700. The good news, you're alive. The bad news, you're about to wish you weren't. Welcome to a world where survival isn't just a game show concept, it's your daily reality. Let's start with your new home, shall we? Forget about that cozy suburban house with central heating and indoor plumbing. Your shelter is a crude log cabin, hastily constructed to keep out the elements, and trust me, the elements are persistent. The gaps between the logs are stuffed with mud and moss, a primitive insulation that does little to keep out the biting cold of winter or the sweltering heat of summer. Your roof, it's made of wooden shingles or thatched with local grasses. When it rains, and it will rain, you'll become intimately familiar with the concept of leaks. Water will find its way through the cracks, creating a constant drip 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 that'll drive you to the brink of madness. During storms, you'll huddle in the corner, praying that your roof doesn't decide today's the day it gives up and collapses. Inside your cabin, luxury is a foreign concept. Your bed isn't a plush mattress with Egyptian cotton sheets. No, you're sleeping on a straw-filled tick laid across rope supports. It's lumpy, it's scratchy, and it's a five-star hotel for fleas and bedbugs. You'll spend many a night scratching furiously, wondering if sleep is even possible when you're being eaten alive. Lighting, forget about flipping a switch. You're living by the flickering glow of candles made from tallow. That's animal fat to you. They smell like a barbecue gone horribly wrong and provide just enough light to make sure you don't trip over your own feet. Reading at night, that's a luxury reserved for the wealthy who can afford beeswax candles or whale oil lamps. Now let's talk about your daily routine. You're not waking up to the gentle chime of your smartphone alarm. No, your wake-up call is the rooster crowing at the crack of dawn. And you'd better get up because there's work to be done, endless, back-breaking work. Your first task of the day is to rekindle the fire in your hearth. This isn't just for warmth, it's your lifeline. Without it, you can't cook, you can't stay warm, and you can't keep the wolves, both literal and figurative, at bay. You'll become an expert at coaxing flames from barely glowing embers, a skill that means the difference between comfort and misery. Once the fire's going, it's time to think about breakfast. Hope you like cornmeal mush because that's likely what's on the menu. If you're lucky, you might have some salted pork to go with it. Fresh fruit, vegetables, those are seasonal luxuries. For most of the year, you're living on what you managed to preserve from the last harvest. After choking down your bland breakfast, it's time to head out to the fields. Hope you're not afraid of hard work because your day is going to be filled with it. Whether you're plowing, planting, weeding, or harvesting, it's all done by hand. Your back will ache, your hands will blister, and you'll develop calluses in places you didn't even know you had. The sun beats down mercilessly as you work. There's no sunscreen, no UV protection. Your skin will burn, peel, and eventually turn to leather. Skin cancer isn't a concern because, frankly, you probably won't live long enough for it to become an issue. Thirsty, better hope that stream nearby is clean because that's your water source. There's no filtration system, no water treatment plant. You drink what nature provides, parasites and all. Dysentery isn't just a way to lose an Oregon Trail. It's a very real, very unpleasant part of your life. As you work, you keep one eye on the tree line. Native Americans aren't always hostile, but relations are tense. Raids are a real possibility, and you need to be ready to defend your homestead at a moment's notice. That musket leaning against the cabin wall isn't for show, it's your lifeline. Speaking of defense, let's talk about your local militia. As a settler, you're expected to be ready to fight at a moment's notice. There's no standing army to protect you. When the call goes out, you grab your musket and powder horn and march out to face whatever threat has appeared, be it hostile natives, French troops, or British regulars, depending on the year. Back at the homestead, your wife, because yes, you're almost certainly married, single life isn't really an option in this society, is busy with her own endless list of chores. She's cooking, cleaning, mending clothes, and taking care of the children. And by taking care, I mean trying to keep them alive in a world where 1 in 4 children don't make it to their 5th birthday. Child-rearing in colonial America is a far cry from the helicopter parenting of modern times. Your children are put to work as soon as they can walk. By age 6, they're contributing significantly to the household chores. Education, if they're lucky, they might learn to read the Bible. For most, their education is practical: how to farm, how to hunt, how to survive. As the day wears on, you start thinking about dinner. Hope you like your meat well done, because undercooked pork is a quick ticket to a painful death by trichinosis. Your wife has been tending a pot of stew over the fire all day. It's filled with whatever vegetables you managed to grow and whatever meat you could hunt or raise. It's not exactly a culinary masterpiece, but it's filling, and in this world, that's what counts. After dinner, you might have a moment to relax, but don't get too comfortable. There's always more work to be done. Tools need mending, clothes need patching, and plans need to be made for tomorrow's tasks. Your life revolves around the seasons and the constant demands of survival. As night falls, you're grateful for the darkness. It means a few hours of respite from the relentless labor, but even sleep isn't easy. Your straw-filled mattress is home to a variety of creepy crawlies that seem to come alive at night. The cabin creaks and groans with every gust of wind, and in the distance you hear the howl of wolves. But here's the thing about colonial life, it's not all misery. There's a certain satisfaction in building something from nothing, in carving out a life from the wilderness. The bonds between settlers are strong, forged in the fires of shared hardship. When a neighbor needs help raising a barn or bringing in a harvest, the whole community turns out. And there are moments of joy, the taste of the first ripe strawberry of spring, the warmth of the fire on a cold winter's night, the laughter of children playing in the fatting light of a summer evening. These simple pleasures take on a profound significance when life is stripped down to its essentials. So as you lie there on your lumpy mattress, listening to the night sounds of colonial America, remember this: you're not just surviving, you're laying the groundwork for a nation. The hardships you endure, the challenges you overcome, they're all part of a grand experiment in democracy and self-governance that will change the course of history. But right now, in this moment, none of that matters. What matters is that you've survived another day in colonial America, and tomorrow you'll wake up and do it all over again. Because that's what it takes to build a life in this new world. It's not easy, it's not comfortable, but it's yours. And in the end, that's what the American dream is all about: the freedom to forge your own path, no matter how difficult that path may be. But let's not romanticize this life too much. The reality is, your existence as a colonial settler is fraught with dangers that modern humans can scarcely comprehend. Take disease, for instance. In your time, a simple cut or scrape can be a death sentence. Without antibiotics or proper medical knowledge, infections run rampant. Imagine waking up one morning with a slight fever. In the 21st century, you pop a couple of aspirin and go about your day. Here, that fever could be the first sign of smallpox, a disease that will leave you scarred for life if you're lucky enough to survive it. Or perhaps it's the beginning of yellow fever, which will turn your skin the color of a ripe banana before you succumb to it. And let's not forget about the ever-present threat of malaria. Those mosquitoes buzzing around your ears at night aren't just annoying, they're potentially deadly. Malaria will leave you shaking with chills one moment and burning up with fever the next. It's a cycle that can last for weeks, sapping your strength when you can least afford to be bedridden. Speaking of being bedridden, pregnancy and childbirth are particularly perilous for women in your era. There's no such thing as prenatal care or safe, sterile delivery rooms. Women give birth at home, often attended only by a midwife or female relatives. The risk of complications is high, and many women die in childbirth or shortly after from puerperal fever. Even if you manage to avoid the major killers, your life is still a constant battle against discomfort and minor ailments. Dental hygiene is practically non-existent. Your teeth will rot, causing excruciating pain, and your only recourse is to have them pulled out without anesthesia. Imagine trying to eat your already unappetizing food with a mouth full of painful, decaying teeth. And let's talk about parasites. They're not just an occasional problem, they're a way of life. Intestinal worms are so common that people consider them a normal part of digestion. You'll likely play host to tapeworms, roundworms, and a variety of other unwelcome guests throughout your life. The constant itching, the digestive issues, the general feeling of unwellness, it's all part of your daily existence. Your clothing, while functional, is far from comfortable. Forget about soft cotton t-shirts and stretchy jeans. You're wearing rough, homespun wool or linen that chafes your skin. In the summer, you sweat profusely in these heavy fabrics. In the winter, you layer on everything you own and still shiver. And washing these clothes, that's a labor-intensive process involving lye soap that leaves your hands raw and cracked. Let's not forget about the constant threat of famine. One bad harvest, one long winter, and suddenly you're facing starvation. You'll learn to eat things you never thought edible: tree bark, leather, even dirt mixed with a little flour to make it somewhat palatable. The gnawing pain of hunger becomes your constant companion. And then there's the isolation. In the modern world, we're used to constant connectivity. Here, news travels slowly, if at all. You might go months without hearing from the outside world. Is there a war? Has the king died? Has a new discovery been made? You won't know until a traveler passes through with news, and even then, it's impossible to verify. This isolation extends to your personal life as well. If you left family behind in Europe, you might never see or hear from them again. Letters, if they make it across the ocean at all, can take months or even years to reach you. The loneliness, the feeling of being cut off from everything and everyone you once knew, it's a weight that never quite leaves you. But perhaps the most insidious aspect of your new life is the constant, gnawing uncertainty. Every day is a gamble. Will this be the day a crop failure dooms your family to starvation? Will this be the day a raid destroys everything you've built? Will this be the day disease strikes, leaving your children orphaned or you a widow? This uncertainty breeds a kind of fatalism. You learn to live in the moment because the future is so precarious. You work hard not because you have grand ambitions, but because the alternative is death. Your faith, whether it's in God or in your own ability to persevere, becomes your anchor in a world that seems determined to break you. Yet, despite all these hardships, you persist. You build, you plant, you raise your family. You forge communities out of the wilderness and lay the foundations for what will become a new nation. Your life may be hard, brutish, and short by modern standards, but it's not without meaning or purpose. As you drift off to sleep, exhausted from another day of survival in colonial America, remember this: your struggles, your sacrifices, they're not in vain. They're the building blocks of a future you can scarcely imagine. A future where your descendants will live lives of comfort and opportunity that would seem like fantasy to you. But for now, sleep. Tomorrow brings another day of challenges, of back-breaking work and ever-present danger. But it also brings opportunity, the opportunity to carve out a life, to build something lasting, to be part of something greater than yourself. In colonial America, that's all anyone can ask for, and somehow, against all odds, it's enough. As we drift through the annals of history, our journey takes us from the harsh realities of Viking life to another fascinating, yet often overlooked, aspect of the past. Let's sail away from the fjords and longships, setting our course for a new destination in time. Prepare to explore a different era, where new challenges and surprising facts await us in our historical slumber. Congratulations, you've just woken up in the heart of Victorian England's Industrial Revolution. The good news, you have a job. The bad news, it might just kill you. As you open your eyes, the first thing that hits you is the smell. It's a pungent mixture of coal smoke, unwashed bodies, and the acrid tang of chemicals. Welcome to your new life as a Victorian factory worker. The year is 1850, and you're about to experience firsthand why Charles Dickens had so much material to work with. Your home, if you can call it that, is a cramped, damp room in a tenement building. The walls are thin enough that you can hear your neighbors coughing through the night. That cough, by the way, is probably the early stages of tuberculosis, or consumption, as they call it. But don't worry, you'll likely develop your own soon enough. As you drag yourself out of bed, your muscles ache from yesterday's 14-hour shift. There's no time for a proper wash. You splash some cold water on your face from a cracked basin and run your fingers through your hair. That's as close to grooming as you're going to get. Breakfast, well, that's a luxury you can't afford most days. You might grab a piece of stale bread if you're lucky. More often than not, you'll start your day on an empty stomach. The gnawing hunger is just another constant companion in your new life. You step outside and the streets are already bustling. Children as young as 6 or 7 are hurrying to the factories, their small frames dwarfed by the towering brick buildings that seem to block out the sky. The cobblestones are slick with a mixture of mud, horse manure, and who knows what else. Watch your step. There's no workers' compensation if you slip and break something. The factory looms ahead, a monstrous structure belching black smoke into the already grimy sky. As you approach, the noise grows from a distant rumble to an all-encompassing roar. The clanking of machinery, the hiss of steam, and the shouts of foremen create a cacophony that will be the soundtrack to your day. You join the throng of workers pushing through the factory gates. There's no clocking in with a neat little time card. Instead, you'll be lucky if the foreman doesn't dock your pay for being late, even when you're on time. Time, after all, is money, and in Victorian England, your time is worth precious little. Inside, the heat hits you like a wall. The air is thick with cotton fibers if you're in a textile mill, or heavy with metal dust if you're working with machinery. Either way, every breath feels like it's coating your lungs with a fine layer of industrial waste. There's no such thing as protective gear or proper ventilation. Your lungs are the filter, and they won't last long. You take your place at your station. Maybe you're a piecer in a textile mill, responsible for repairing broken threads in the spinning mules. Your small hands are perfect for reaching into the dangerous machinery while it's still running. Fingers are often the first casualty in this job. Or perhaps you're working the blast furnaces in an ironworks. The heat is so intense it feels like your skin might melt off. Burns are common, and the constant exposure to extreme temperatures will age you far beyond your years. The noise is deafening. You can't hear the person next to you unless they're shouting, and even then it's a struggle. Over time, this constant din will damage your hearing. Many factory workers end up partially or completely deaf by middle age if they live that long. Safety regulations, those are still decades away. The machines have no guards or emergency stops. A moment's distraction could mean losing a limb or worse. You've seen it happen to others, their screams barely audible over the roar of the machinery. The factory doesn't stop for accidents. Production must continue. The air is so thick with particles that you can barely see across the room. Your eyes sting constantly, and respiratory problems are a given. But complain about the conditions. That's a quick way to lose your job. There are plenty of desperate people waiting to take your place. Breaks are almost non-existent. You might get a few minutes to wolf down whatever meager lunch you've brought if you could afford to bring anything at all. More likely, you'll work straight through, your stomach growling in protest. The hours drag on. Your back aches from standing in the same position for hours on end. Your hands are raw and bleeding from the constant work, but you can't slow down. The foreman's watchful eye ensures that every second of your time is squeezed for maximum productivity. As the day wears on, fatigue sets in. This is when accidents are most likely to happen. Your reactions are slower, your attention wavers, but the machines don't care if you're tired. They continue their relentless pace, and you must keep up or face the consequences. Finally, after 14 grueling hours, the workday ends, but your trials aren't over. You emerge from the factory into streets now dark and even more dangerous than they were in the morning. Pickpockets and thugs prey on exhausted workers. You clutch your meager wages close, knowing that losing even a day's pay could mean the difference between eating and going hungry. You trudge home, your body aching, your lungs burning. The same cramped, damp room awaits you. There's no hot bath to soothe your muscles, no comfortable bed to collapse into. Just a thin mattress stuffed with straw, probably infested with bedbugs. Sleep comes quickly, but it's not restful. The coughing fits wake you periodically, your body trying to expel the day's accumulation of industrial debris from your lungs, and all too soon, it will be time to do it all over again. This is your life now, 6 days a week, sometimes 7. Your only day of rest, if you get one, is Sunday. But even that is often spent trying to recover enough strength to face another week of grueling labor. Children as young as 5 or 6 work alongside you. Their small bodies are perfect for crawling under machinery to clean or repair it while it's still running. Many don't survive to adulthood, crushed or mangled by the very machines they're maintaining. Women fare little better. They're paid even less than men for the same work, and pregnancy offers no respite. Many work right up until the moment of childbirth, sometimes delivering their babies on the factory floor before returning to their stations. Your health deteriorates rapidly in these conditions. Lung diseases are rampant, tuberculosis, pneumonia, and a host of respiratory ailments with names like brown lung and black lung. The constant exposure to chemicals and pollutants takes its toll on your skin, your eyes, your entire body. Accidents are a daily occurrence. Limbs caught in machinery, workers scalded by steam or molten metal, falls from precarious positions. The factory owners view these as an acceptable cost of doing business. Your life and health are expendable in the pursuit of profit. The food you can afford is poor quality and often adulterated. Bread might be bulked up with sawdust, milk watered down, and meat on the verge of spoiling. Malnutrition is common, weakening your body further and making you more susceptible to the myriad diseases that run rampant in the crowded, unsanitary conditions of industrial cities. Clean water is a luxury. The rivers and streams near industrial areas are so polluted they sometimes catch fire. You drink at your own risk, knowing that cholera and typhoid are constant threats. Your children, if you have any, face a bleak future. Education is a distant dream for most. They'll likely follow you into the factories as soon as they're old enough to work, perpetuating the cycle of poverty and exploitation. Unions and workers' rights are in their infancy. Attempting to organize or protest against the horrific conditions can result in immediate dismissal or worse. The law is firmly on the side of the factory owners, and your rights as a worker are virtually non-existent. The toll on your mental health is immense. The constant stress, the fear of injury or dismissal, the hopelessness of your situation, it's enough to break even the strongest spirit. Alcohol becomes a common escape, though it only exacerbates the poverty and health problems. And yet, amidst all this misery, there are small moments of humanity. The camaraderie among workers, sharing what little you have with those even worse off. The quiet acts of rebellion, a joke at the foreman's expense, a moment of rest stolen when no one's looking. This is the reality of the Industrial Revolution, the dark underbelly of progress. While the factory owners amass fortunes and the middle classes enjoy new luxuries, you and your fellow workers pay the price with your health, your futures, and often your lives. So the next time you read about the marvels of the Victorian era, remember the human cost. The gleaming machines and grand exhibitions were built on the broken backs and crushed spirits of millions like you. The Industrial Revolution may have changed the world, but for the factory workers caught in its gears, it was often a change for the worse. As you drift off to sleep tonight in your comfortable bed, with clean air to breathe and safe working conditions to return to in the morning, spare a thought for those who came before. Their suffering paved the way for the labor laws and workplace safety regulations we often take for granted today. The Victorian factory worker's life was one of unrelenting hardship, a daily battle against exploitation, disease, and despair. It's a stark reminder of how far we've come, and how vigilant we must remain to ensure that such conditions never return. The Victorian factory worker's existence was a grim testament to the human cost of rapid industrialization. Every aspect of life was tainted by the harsh realities of this new industrial world. Even your leisure time, what little you had, was affected by your work. The constant noise of the factory left many workers partially deaf, making simple conversations a challenge. The physical toll of the labor meant that even on your day off, you were often too exhausted to do much more than recover for the next grueling week. Social life was limited. Pubs were one of the few escapes, but alcohol abuse was rampant, offering temporary relief from the misery, but often leading to more problems. Domestic violence was common, as the stress and frustration of factory life spilled over into homes. Your appearance aged rapidly. By your 30s, if you survived that long, you might look twice your age. Teeth rotted from poor nutrition and lack of dental care. Skin became prematurely wrinkled and scarred from constant exposure to harsh chemicals and extreme temperatures. The concept of retirement was non-existent. You worked until you physically couldn't, and then you faced the very real prospect of ending up in the workhouse, institutions notorious for their cruel treatment of the poor and infirm. Environmental degradation was severe. The air in industrial cities was so polluted that it could literally be tasted. Smog was a constant presence, sometimes so thick that it was dark at midday. This pea soup or fog, as it was called, could be deadly, especially for those with already compromised lungs. The rivers, once sources of life, became toxic waterways. The Thames in London was famously described as a monster soup of industrial waste and raw sewage. The stench was so bad that it led to the Great Stink of 1858, finally prompting some action on sanitation. Your home life offered little respite. Overcrowding in industrial cities meant that privacy was a luxury. Multiple families often shared a single room, with makeshift curtains providing the only semblance of personal space. Sanitation was primitive at best. Outdoor privies were shared by dozens of people, and waste often flowed directly into the streets. Cholera outbreaks were frequent, spreading rapidly through these unsanitary conditions. The toll on family life was immense. With both parents and children working long hours, family bonds were strained. Many children barely knew their parents, seeing them only for a few exhausted hours each day. Education, when available, was basic and often interrupted. Many children attended half-time schools, splitting their days between factory work and rudimentary lessons. The focus was on producing obedient workers rather than fostering critical thinking or creativity. The class divide was stark and seemingly insurmountable. The factory owners lived lives of luxury, their mansions and country estates a world away from the squalor of the workers' quarters. This visible inequality bred resentment and occasionally sparked riots and protests. Yet amidst this bleak landscape, there were seeds of change. Reformers like Lord Shaftesbury began to advocate for improved conditions and regulations. The Factory Acts, starting in the 1830s, slowly began to limit working hours and improve safety, though enforcement was often lax. Writers and journalists exposed the plight of the working class. Charles Dickens' novels brought the horrors of child labor and poverty into middle-class drawing rooms. Friedrich Engel's The Condition of the Working Class in England provided a scathing critique of industrial capitalism. Gradually, workers began to organize. Early trade unions faced fierce opposition and were often outlawed, but they persisted. The Match Girls' strike of 1888 and the London Docks strike of 1889 were watershed moments, demonstrating the power of collective action. Improvements came slowly, painfully slowly for those living through these times. Each small victory, a reduction in working hours, a minor safety improvement, was hard-won and often resisted by factory owners concerned about their profits. It would take decades of struggle, reform, and societal change before the life of the average worker began to significantly improve. The legacy of the Victorian factory system lingered well into the 20th century, shaping labor relations and social policies for generations to come. As you drift off to sleep, consider how the struggles of these Victorian workers echo through time. Many of the rights and protections we have today, minimum wage, workplace safety standards, limits on working hours, were born from their suffering and their fight for dignity. The story of the Victorian factory worker is a reminder of the ongoing struggle for workers' rights worldwide. While conditions have improved dramatically in many places, there are still parts of the world where workers face similar exploitation and dangers. It's a testament to human resilience that even in these dire circumstances, people found ways to endure, to form communities, and to push for change. The Victorian era saw the birth of many social movements that continue to shape our world today. So as you close your eyes, feeling the comfort of your bed and the safety of your surroundings, remember the nameless millions who toiled in those dark satanic mills. Their lives, though often overlooked in the grand narratives of history, were the foundation upon which our modern world was built. And perhaps in this remembrance, we can find the motivation to continue their fight for justice and dignity in our own time. For while the smokestacks of Victorian factories may have fallen silent, the echoes of their workers' struggles still resonate in the challenges we face today. As we drift through the annals of history, our journey takes an unexpected turn. We leave behind the harsh realities of Viking life and set sail for new shores of knowledge. Let the gentle waves of time carry us to our next destination, where we'll explore another often overlooked aspect of the past. Prepare to delve into. Congratulations, you've just woken up in ancient Greece, circa 5th century BCE. The good news, you're alive in one of the most influential civilizations in human history. The bad news, you're probably not Socrates, Plato, or any of those other famous philosophers you've heard about. No, you're just an average citizen, and life is about to get very real. Let's start with your living situation. Forget the gleaming white marble columns and grand statues you've seen in movies. Your home is a modest affair, likely made of sun-dried mud bricks. It's small, cramped, and lacks what we'd consider basic amenities. There's no running water, no indoor plumbing, and certainly no air conditioning to combat the Mediterranean heat. Your day begins early as the first rays of sunlight filter through the small windows of your home. You rise from your recline, a simple wooden couch that serves as both bed and seating during the day. There's no memory foam mattress here, just a thin stuffed mattress and some woolen blankets. Your back aches from the hard surface, a constant companion in your daily life. As you step outside, the streets of ancient Athens greet you. They're narrow, winding, and unpaved. In the summer, dust clouds your vision and coats your throat. In the winter, rain turns everything into a muddy mess. There are no sidewalks, no traffic lights, and definitely no Uber to take you where you need to go. You'll be walking everywhere, dodging carts, animals, and the occasional drunk stumbling home from last night's symposium. Speaking of hygiene, let's talk about your morning routine. There's no shower waiting for you, no minty fresh toothpaste, and certainly no deodorant. You might splash some water on your face from a clay basin, but that's about it. Tooth cleaning, you're using a chew stick, basically a twig with frayed ends that you rub against your teeth. It's better than nothing, but don't expect a Hollywood smile anytime soon. Now let's address the elephant in the room, or rather, the lack of a room for the elephant. When nature calls, you're not heading to a porcelain throne. Public latrines exist in some areas, but they're basically long benches with holes offering zero privacy. More likely, you're using a chamber pot in your home, which you'll later empty into the street. Yes, you read that right. The streets of ancient Athens were often lined with human waste. The concept of proper sewage systems is still a few centuries away. Feeling hungry? Hope you like barley. It's a staple of the ancient Greek diet, often served as a porridge called maza. Bread is common too, but it's dense and often hard enough to crack teeth. Olives and olive oil are plentiful, and you might get some vegetables and fruits depending on the season. Meat is a luxury, usually reserved for religious festivals or if you're wealthy. And forget about sugar, honey is the sweetener of choice, but it's expensive. Most of your meals are bland by modern standards and heavily dependent on what's locally available. Let's talk about your wardrobe. You're wearing a chiton, a simple tunic made from a rectangular piece of cloth pinned at the shoulders and belted at the waist. It's comfortable in the Mediterranean climate, but don't expect much variety. You probably own two chitons, one for everyday wear and one for special occasions. Shoes, sandals made of leather if you can afford them. Many people simply go barefoot. Now you might be thinking, at least I live in a democracy. Well, yes and no. If you're a male citizen over 18, you can participate in the assembly and have a say in political decisions. However, if you're a woman, a slave, or a foreigner, collectively, the majority of the population, you have no political rights whatsoever. Democracy in ancient Athens was far from universal. Let's discuss your job. Unless you're part of the wealthy elite, you're probably a farmer, craftsman, or small trader. Your work is physical, demanding, and takes up most of your daylight hours. There's no such thing as a 40-hour work week, paid vacations, or retirement plans. You work to survive, and you keep working until you physically can't anymore. Education, if you're male and your family can afford it, you might receive some basic education in reading, writing, and arithmetic, but it's nothing like modern schooling. Most learning is done through apprenticeships or simply by observing and helping your parents. If you're a girl, formal education is generally not an option. Your learning focuses on household management and traditional female crafts like weaving. Healthcare in ancient Greece is a mix of practical knowledge and religious superstition. If you fall ill, you might visit a physician who uses a combination of herbal remedies, dietary advice, and bloodletting. For more serious ailments, you might make an offering at the temple of Asclepius, the god of healing. There are no antibiotics, no x-rays, and definitely no WebMD to fuel your hypochondria. Let's not forget about the constant threat of war. City-states like Athens and Sparta are often in conflict. If you're a male citizen, you're expected to serve in the military. This doesn't mean a few years of service and then back to civilian life. No, you can be called up well into middle age. The phalanx formation is the backbone of Greek warfare, and it's as terrifying as it is effective. Imagine standing shoulder to shoulder with your fellow citizens, facing down an enemy army with nothing but a heavy shield, a spear, and your wits. Even in times of peace, life is precarious. A bad harvest can mean widespread famine. Diseases we now consider minor, like pneumonia or infected wounds, can be death sentences. Childbirth is incredibly dangerous for both mother and infant. Infant mortality is high, and life expectancy is low by modern standards. Reaching old age is an achievement, not an expectation. But it's not all doom and gloom. Ancient Greek society places a high value on community and civic participation. Religious festivals punctuate the year, providing breaks from the daily grind. The theater, invented by the Greeks, offers both entertainment and a forum for exploring complex ideas. And if you're male, you can participate in symposia, drinking parties that combine alcohol with philosophical discussion, though they often end up being more about the former than the latter. As night falls, you return to your small home. There's no electric light, just the flickering glow of oil lamps. You might spend some time with your family, sharing the day's events or telling stories passed down through generations. But you'll likely head to bed early. Tomorrow is another day of hard work, and you need your rest. So, still dreaming of living in ancient Greece, the reality was far from the romanticized version we often see. It was a life of hard work, constant challenges, and limited opportunities. Yet it was also a time of incredible innovation, philosophical exploration, and the birth of concepts that still shape our world today. As you drift off to sleep tonight in your comfortable bed, with clean running water just a few steps away and a world of information at your fingertips, take a moment to appreciate how far we've come. The ancient Greeks laid the foundations for much of Western civilization, but they did so through struggle, hardship, and perseverance. Their legacy isn't just in grand philosophies or magnificent ruins, it's in the slow, steady progress of human society, striving always to create a better world. As we continue our journey through the life of an ancient Greek citizen, let's delve into some aspects of daily life that might surprise you. For instance, let's talk about entertainment. While there were no smartphones or Netflix, the Greeks had their own ways of passing the time. One popular form of entertainment was attending the theater. However, this wasn't just a casual night out. Greek theater was a significant cultural and religious event. Plays were typically performed during festivals honoring the god Dionysus, and attending was seen as both a civic duty and a form of worship. Imagine sitting on hard stone seats for hours, watching tragedies or comedies that often had deep political or philosophical meaning. It's a far cry from binge-watching your favorite series in comfort. Sports were also a big deal, but not in the way we think of them today. The ancient Olympic Games were a major event, but they were as much a religious festival as an athletic competition. And if you're picturing modern stadium seating and concession stands, think again. Spectators sat on hillsides under the blazing sun with no shade or amenities. The athletes competed nude, and women were generally not allowed to attend. It was a very different atmosphere from our modern sporting events. Let's talk about something we all deal with: taxes. In ancient Athens, there was no income tax as we know it today. Instead, the wealthiest citizens were expected to perform what was called liturgies. This meant paying for public services out of their own pockets. For example, you might be asked to fund a warship for the Navy or sponsor a theatrical production. Refusing could lead to a loss of citizen rights or even exile. Imagine if today's billionaires were personally responsible for funding aircraft carriers or Broadway shows. Now let's address a topic that might make you squirm: parasites. In the ancient world, intestinal parasites were extremely common. Poor sanitation, lack of understanding about hygiene, and limited medical knowledge meant that most people were walking around with unwelcome guests in their digestive systems. Tapeworms, roundworms, and other nasty creatures were a fact of life. The symptoms could range from mild discomfort to severe malnutrition. Next time you take your modern deworming medication for granted, remember your ancient Greek counterpart wasn't so lucky. Speaking of health, let's talk about dental care. The ancient Greeks actually had a surprisingly sophisticated understanding of dental health for their time. They used powders made from the ashes of hare and wolf heads mixed with honey to clean their teeth. Some even used pumice stone or crushed bones as abrasives. However, without modern dentistry, tooth decay and loss were still common problems. Many people lived with chronic tooth pain, and losing all your teeth by middle age wasn't unusual. Now imagine you're feeling a bit under the weather. In ancient Greece, the line between medicine and religion was often blurred. You might visit an Asclepion, a healing temple dedicated to Asclepius, the god of medicine. These temples combined religious rituals with what we might recognize as early forms of medical treatment. Patients would sleep in the temple, believing that the god would visit them in their dreams and provide a cure. While some practical medical treatments were offered, much of the healing was attributed to divine intervention. Let's lighten the mood a bit and talk about parties. If you were a man of some standing, you might attend a symposium. These drinking parties were a central part of Greek social life, but forget about casual chat over a few beers. Symposia were highly structured affairs with a designated leader, set topics for discussion, and strict rules about how much wine to drink and when. They could last all night and often ended in drunken revelry. It was part philosophical debate, part frat party, an odd combination by today's standards. Now let's address a darker aspect of ancient Greek society: slavery. Slavery was an integral part of the ancient Greek economy and social structure. Slaves could be prisoners of war, children of slaves, or people who had fallen into debt. Their treatment varied widely, from relatively benign household servants to those working in brutal conditions in mines. As a free citizen, you would likely encounter slaves daily, and might even own some if you were wealthy enough. The moral implications of slavery were debated by some philosophers, but for most people, it was simply an accepted part of life. Let's end our journey through ancient Greek life on a more positive note. Despite all the hardships and challenges, this was a time of incredible intellectual and artistic achievement. The ideas developed by Greek philosophers, scientists, and artists continue to influence our world today. Concepts like democracy, atomic theory, and geometry all have their roots in ancient Greece. The next time you use the Pythagorean theorem or participate in a democratic process, remember you're carrying on a tradition that began over 2,000 years ago in the city-states of ancient Greece. As we conclude our exploration of life as an ancient Greek citizen, take a moment to reflect on how far human society has come. While we face our own challenges in the modern world, many of the daily struggles of ancient life are now distant memories. Yet in many ways, we are still grappling with questions and ideas first posed by those ancient Greeks. Their legacy lives on, not just in marble ruins and ancient texts, but in the very fabric of our modern society. Now, as we drift further into the annals of history, let's turn our attention to another fascinating yet soporific topic. We've explored the hardships of Viking raiders, but there are countless other historical periods and professions that were equally challenging. Our next subject takes us to a different time and place, where life was no less demanding. Congratulations, you've just woken up on the vast Mongolian steppes of the 13th century. The good news, you're alive. The bad news, you're about to become a Mongol warrior under the command of Genghis Khan. Forget the romanticized image of horseback archers effortlessly conquering half the known world. The reality of being a Mongol warrior was a brutal, unforgiving existence that would break most modern people within days. Let's start with your living conditions. Your home is not a cozy yurt with warm furs and a crackling fire. No, you sleep in a small felt tent barely large enough to lie down in. The wind howls through the gaps, bringing with it the biting cold of the Mongolian nights. Your bed is the hard ground, perhaps with a thin layer of animal skins if you're lucky. There's no memory foam mattress, no fluffy pillows, just the unyielding earth beneath you and the vast, star-filled sky above. The cold is your constant companion. Even in summer, nights on the steppes can drop below freezing. In winter, temperatures plummet to degrees F minus 40 degrees C, cold enough to freeze the breath in your lungs. Your clothing is layers of wool and felt, crudely stitched together. It's itchy, it smells of horse and sweat, and it's never quite enough to keep out the bone-chilling cold. You learn to sleep huddled together with your fellow warriors for warmth, personal space, a luxury long forgotten. Dawn breaks and you rise before the sun, your body aching from the hard ground and the previous day's exertions. There's no time for a leisurely stretch or a hot cup of coffee. You have horses to tend to, weapons to maintain, and endless tasks to complete before the day's march or battle. The Mongol army moves fast, covering vast distances that would exhaust modern armies. You're expected to be ready to ride at a moment's notice, day or night. Your diet is a far cry from the varied, nutritious meals you're used to. The staple of the Mongol diet is arag, fermented mare's milk. It's sour, slightly alcoholic, and to your modern palate utterly revolting, but it's rich in calories and nutrients, essential for the hard life of a warrior. Solid food consists mainly of dried meat, pounded into a powder and mixed with water to form a paste. It's high in protein, but monotonous and tough on your teeth. Fresh fruits and vegetables are rare luxuries, usually only available when raiding settled communities. Personal hygiene is a concept that barely exists in your new life. Water is precious on the steppes, used primarily for drinking. Bathing is an infrequent luxury, usually only happening when you come across a river or lake during your campaigns. Your body develops a permanent layer of grime, sweat, and horsehair. The smell is overwhelming at first, a pungent mix of unwashed bodies, leather, and horses. Eventually, your nose adjusts, but visitors from settled lands will recoil at the stench of a Mongol camp. Speaking of horses, they are now your most constant companions. Mongol warriors spend more time in the saddle than on foot. You learn to eat, sleep, and even relieve yourself while riding. The bond between you and your horse becomes so strong that you know its gait by sound alone, but this intimacy comes at a cost. Your legs bow from constant riding, and saddle sores become a painful, ever-present reality. There's no comfortable ergonomic saddle, just a wooden frame covered in leather that chafes and rubs with every movement. Your days are filled with constant training and preparation for war. Archery practice begins in childhood and never truly ends. You learn to shoot with deadly accuracy from horseback, a skill that takes years to master. Your fingers develop thick calluses from drawing the powerful composite bow made from layers of wood, horn, and sinew. It's a brutally effective weapon, but one that demands constant maintenance. You spend hours repairing bowstrings, fletching arrows, and ensuring your bow remains straight and true despite the harsh conditions. The Mongol army's tactics rely on speed, mobility, and coordinated maneuvers. You drill endlessly, learning to respond instantly to trumpet calls and flag signals. Discipline is harsh and unforgiving. Failure to follow orders or show cowardice in battle is punishable by death. The Mongol decimal system organizes you into units of 10, 100, and 1,000. Your life depends on absolute trust in your comrades and unwavering obedience to your commanders. Battle, when it comes, is a chaotic, terrifying experience. The Mongols prefer to fight from a distance, using their superior archery skills to rain arrows on their enemies, but close combat is sometimes unavoidable. You carry a curved saber, a battle axe, or a lance in addition to your bow. Armor is minimal, usually just a hardened leather vest reinforced with metal plates. It offers some protection, but leaves you vulnerable to enemy weapons. The sound of battle is deafening, the thunder of hooves, the screams of men and horses, the twang of bowstrings, and the clash of metal on metal. The aftermath of battle is often worse than the fighting itself. The Mongols are known for their brutality towards conquered peoples. You may be ordered to participate in mass executions, the destruction of entire cities, or other acts that will haunt your dreams for years to come. The Mongol Empire is built on fear as much as military prowess, and you are both the instrument and witness of that terror. Injuries are a constant concern. There are no antibiotics, no sterile operating rooms. A wound that would be easily treatable in the modern world could be a death sentence on the steppes. Mongol medicine is a mix of practical knowledge and shamanistic rituals. Wounds are cauterized with hot irons, broken bones are set with wooden splints, and infections are treated with herbal poultices that may or may not be effective. Many warriors carry the scars of past injuries, limping from poorly healed fractures or missing fingers lost to frostbite or enemy blades. The psychological toll of this life is immense. You live with constant uncertainty, never knowing when the next battle will come or if you'll survive it. The harsh discipline, the brutal living conditions, and the acts of violence you both witness and commit create a hardness in you. Emotions become a luxury you can't afford. The camaraderie among your fellow warriors becomes your anchor, the shared hardships creating bonds stronger than family. Yet despite all this, or perhaps because of it, the Mongol army becomes one of the most effective fighting forces in history. The harsh conditions of the steppes forge men into warriors capable of enduring privations that would break others. The mobility and speed of the Mongol forces allow them to conquer vast territories, creating an empire that stretches from China to Eastern Europe. But the cost of this empire is paid in blood, sweat, and countless hardships. The glory of conquest does little to warm you on freezing nights or ease the ache in your bones from endless riding. The riches of plundered cities mean little when you're drinking fermented mare's milk and eating dried meat day after day. So the next time you read about the vast Mongol Empire or see a romanticized portrayal of Mongol warriors in a movie, remember the reality. Remember the biting cold, the constant hunger, the smell of unwashed bodies and horses, the terror of battle, and the weight of the acts committed in the name of conquest. The Mongol warrior's life was one of incredible hardship, a daily battle against nature, enemies, and often their own humanity. In our modern world of comfort and convenience, it's almost impossible to truly comprehend the life of a 13th century Mongol warrior. But perhaps in understanding their hardships, we can better appreciate the comforts we take for granted. The warm bed you'll sleep in tonight, the varied and nutritious food you eat, the medical care available at a moment's notice. These are luxuries that would seem like impossible dreams to the Mongol warrior we've been discussing. As you drift off to sleep, safe in your home, free from the worries of battle or survival, take a moment to reflect on the incredible journey of human history. From the harsh life of Mongol warriors on the steppes to our modern world of unprecedented comfort and safety, we've come an incredibly long way. And yet, the human spirit that allowed those warriors to endure such hardships is the same spirit that drives us forward today. In comfort or in hardship, we remain, at our core, resilient, adaptable, and capable of extraordinary things. As we continue our journey through the harsh life of a Mongol warrior, let's delve deeper into the psychological impact of this existence. The constant state of alertness and readiness for battle takes a toll on your mental health. You develop a hypervigilance that never truly fades, even in moments of relative peace. Every rustle in the grass, every distant sound could be an enemy approaching. This constant state of fight or flight leaves you exhausted, yet unable to fully relax. The brutality of Mongol warfare also leaves deep scars on your psyche. You've seen entire cities razed to the ground, heard the screams of civilians as they're cut down, and participated in acts that would be considered war crimes by modern standards. The Mongol army's tactics often involve psychological warfare, using fear as a weapon. You may be ordered to create pyramids of human skulls outside conquered cities, or to catapult diseased corpses over city walls. These actions, while effective in breaking the enemy's will to fight, also chip away at your own humanity. The concept of post-traumatic stress disorder doesn't exist in the 13th century, but you and your fellow warriors certainly suffer from it. Nightmares are common, filled with the faces of those you've killed or the comrades you've lost. Some warriors turn to alcohol to numb the pain, drinking fermented mare's milk or stronger spirits obtained through trade or plunder. Others become increasingly reckless in battle, almost seeking death as an escape from their mental anguish. Your worldview becomes shaped by this harsh existence. The Mongol belief system, a mixture of shamanic traditions and pragmatic survival skills, becomes your anchor. You learn to read the sky for weather patterns, to find your way across vast, featureless steppes using the stars, and to interpret omens in natural phenomena. The spiritual world feels very close in this life, where death is a constant companion and the forces of nature hold such sway over your existence. The hierarchical structure of Mongol society becomes deeply ingrained in your psyche. Absolute loyalty to your commanders and to the Khan himself is not just expected, it's a core part of your identity. The concept of individual rights or personal freedom as we understand them today simply doesn't exist. Your life belongs to your commanders, to be spent as they see fit in service of the greater Mongol Empire. Yet despite these hardships, or perhaps because of them, you develop a deep bond with your fellow warriors. The men in your unit become more than comrades, they are brothers, bound by shared suffering and mutual dependence for survival. You learn to communicate with minimal words, to anticipate each other's movements in battle, to share what little you have without hesitation. This camaraderie becomes one of the few sources of comfort in your harsh existence. Your relationship with your horse also takes on an almost mystical quality. In Mongol culture, horses are more than just animals. They are partners, extensions of the warrior himself. You learn to feel your horse's moods, to communicate with subtle shifts in your weight or the lightest touch on the reins. Your horse becomes your lifeline, your means of survival, and often your closest companion. The death of a horse in battle can be as traumatic as losing a human comrade. The constant movement of the Mongol army means you never develop a sense of home as a fixed place. Instead, home becomes a state of being, the familiar routines of setting up camp, the smell of horses and leather, the sound of Mongol speech and song around the campfires at night. You learn to carry everything you need on your horse, to live with minimal possessions, to find comfort in the vast, open spaces of the steppes rather than in the confines of walls and roofs. Your sense of time changes as well. There are no clocks, no fixed schedules beyond the rising and setting of the sun. You learn to measure time by the changing seasons, by the migrations of animals, by the phases of the moon. The Mongol army can move with incredible speed when needed, covering vast distances in days that would take other armies weeks. But it can also spend long periods in one place, waiting for the right moment to strike or for conditions to improve. You learn patience, to exist in a state of constant readiness without burning out. The harsh life of a Mongol warrior also shapes your body in ways that would seem alien to modern people. Your legs become bowed from a lifetime of riding. Your hands develop thick calluses from wielding weapons and working with horses. Your face becomes weathered by constant exposure to sun, wind, and cold. Scars accumulate, each telling a story of battles survived and hardships endured. By modern standards, you would likely be considered malnourished, your body lean and hard from constant physical exertion and a limited diet. Yet for all its hardships, this life also offers moments of beauty and even joy. There's the exhilaration of riding at full gallop across the steppes, feeling at one with your horse and the land. There's the satisfaction of a perfectly placed arrow finding its mark from horseback, a skill that takes years to master. There are moments of quiet wonder, gazing at star-filled skies unmarred by artificial light, or watching the sun rise over endless grasslands. There's the pride of being part of something greater than yourself, of knowing that your actions are shaping the course of history. As a Mongol warrior, you are both the instrument of an empire's expansion and a victim of its relentless drive for conquest. Your life is hard, often brutal, shaped by forces beyond your control. Yet you endure, adapting to conditions that would break many, finding strength in community, purpose in service, and moments of transcendence in the midst of hardship. It's a life far removed from our modern existence, yet one that shaped the world we live in today in profound and lasting ways. As we conclude our exploration of the life of a Mongol warrior, let's reflect on the legacy of this harsh existence. The Mongol Empire, built on the backs of warriors like you, became the largest contiguous land empire in history. It connected east and west, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies. The hardships you endured, the battles you fought, the lands you conquered, all of these played a role in shaping the modern world. So as you drift off to sleep in your comfortable bed in a world of peace and plenty, remember the Mongol warrior. Remember the cold nights on the steppes, the thunder of hooves, the clash of steel, the vast distances covered, the empires toppled. Remember the resilience of the human spirit, capable of enduring unimaginable hardships and achieving extraordinary feats. In understanding this harsh past, we gain a deeper appreciation for our present and a broader perspective on our shared human journey. As we drift through the annals of history, our journey takes us to a new destination. We leave behind the harsh realities of Viking life and set sail for different shores. Let the gentle waves of time carry us to our next historical slumber, where we'll explore another often overlooked aspect of the past. Prepare to doze off as we delve into. Congratulations, you've just woken up in 15th century Florence. The good news, you're surrounded by some of the most breathtaking art and architecture the world has ever seen. The bad news, you're a struggling artist in a cutthroat world of patronage, politics, and poisonous pigments. Your home is a cramped, dimly lit workshop that doubles as your living quarters. The air is thick with the acrid smell of linseed oil, turpentine, and egg tempera. Your bed is a simple straw mattress tucked away in the corner, perpetually dusted with a fine layer of marble chips and paint flakes. As you stretch and yawn, your joints creak in protest. You've spent the last week hunched over an altarpiece, painstakingly applying gold leaf to a saint's halo. Your back aches, your eyes strain, and your fingers are stained a rainbow of colors that no amount of scrubbing seems to remove. There's no alarm clock to wake you, just the insistent tolling of church bells and the gradual brightening of sunlight filtering through your workshop's small, grimy windows. You rise early because you must. Apprentices will soon arrive, and there's a mountain of work to be done before the day's end. Your first task is to grind pigments. Forget the convenient tubes of paint you might find in a modern art store. You're working with raw materials, minerals, plants, and even insects that must be crushed, ground, and mixed to create your palette. You reach for a lump of lapis lazuli, a semi-precious stone imported at great expense from distant Afghanistan. brilliant blue is reserved for only the most important commissions, usually depictions of the Virgin Mary's robes. As you begin to grind it, you're acutely aware that this small stone is worth more than you'll likely earn in a year. The grinding is monotonous and physically demanding. Your arm aches as you work the stone against the mortar, reducing it to a fine powder. It's tedious, but you can't rush. Any imperfections in the grind will show up glaringly in the final painting. Next comes the delicate process of mixing the pigment with a binder. You crack open an egg, carefully separating the yolk from the white. The yolk will be your binder, creating the egg tempera paint that's been the standard medium for centuries. It dries quickly and produces vibrant colors, but it's unforgiving. There's no room for error in your brush strokes. As you work, you can't help but think of the health risks involved in your craft. Many of your pigments are toxic. The vibrant yellows and oranges come from arsenic compounds, the deep reds from mercury. Lead white, a staple of every artist's palette, is particularly dangerous. You've seen older artists with trembling hands and failing minds, victims of years of lead poisoning. But there's no time to dwell on future ailments. Your apprentices arrive, bleary-eyed boys as young as 7 or 8. They're from poor families, given to you as indentured servants in exchange for food, lodging, and the promise of learning a trade. Their day will be filled with menial tasks, sweeping the workshop, running errands, preparing panels for painting. You set them to work and turn your attention to your current commission, a large altarpiece for a wealthy merchant family. It's a complex scene of the Annunciation, with the angel Gabriel appearing to the Virgin Mary. The composition is already sketched out on the wooden panel, but now comes the painstaking process of applying color. You begin with the background, laying down a base of gesso, a mixture of animal glue and gypsum that creates a smooth, white surface. It's a time-consuming process, requiring multiple layers, each of which must dry completely before the next is applied. Your workshop is filled with panels in various stages of this process, creating a constant backlog of work. As you paint, you're acutely aware of the pressure you're under. This commission could make or break your reputation. In Renaissance Florence, art isn't just decoration, it's a form of conspicuous consumption, a way for wealthy patrons to display their taste and piety. A successful piece could lead to more commissions, maybe even catch the eye of the powerful Medici family. But a subpar work could ruin you. Artists who fail to please their patrons can find themselves blacklisted, unable to secure further work. You've seen talented colleagues reduced to painting simple decorative works or even abandoning art altogether to take up manual labor. The pressure is compounded by the fierce competition among artists. Florence is teeming with talent in workshops across the city. Men like Botticelli, Ghirlandaio, and the young Leonardo da Vinci are pushing the boundaries of art. You're not just competing for commissions, but for a place in history. As the day wears on, you're interrupted by a knock at the door. It's a messenger from your patron, inquiring about the progress of the altarpiece. You assure him that work is proceeding apace, but inwardly you're anxious. The deadline is looming, and there's still so much to be done. You return to your work with renewed vigor, carefully applying thin layers of paint to build up the luminous skin tones of the Virgin Mary. Each brushstroke must be perfect. There's no eraser, no way to undo a mistake. A slip of the hand could ruin days of work. As you paint, you're also teaching. Your apprentices watch closely, learning by observation and imitation. You explain the principles of perspective, the importance of studying anatomy, the subtle art of mixing colors. It's knowledge passed down through generations of artists, each building on the work of those who came before. The day stretches on, a blur of painting, grinding pigments, and managing your small workshop. You barely notice as the light begins to fade, your eyes straining in the dimming workshop. Finally, as the last rays of sunlight disappear, you're forced to stop. Painting by candlelight is risky. The flickering light can play tricks on your perception of color and form. You step back to survey your day's work. The painting is taking shape, the figures emerging from the panel with a lifelike quality that fills you with pride. But you're far from finished. Tomorrow will bring another day of painstaking labor, another day of pushing yourself to create something truly extraordinary. As you prepare for bed, your mind is already on tomorrow's tasks. You'll need to begin work on the elaborate gilt frame that will house the painting, another skill you've had to master. In the Renaissance, an artist isn't just a painter, but a craftsman versed in everything from woodworking to metallurgy. You collapse onto your straw mattress, your body aching but your mind still racing with ideas and plans. As you drift off to sleep, you wonder if this piece will be the one to secure your place in history, to make your name live on long after you're gone. In the grand palaces and churches of Florence, surrounded by masterpieces that will endure for centuries, you dream of creating something truly timeless. But for now, sleep claims you, your hands still stained with the colors of your craft, ready to begin again at dawn. As the new day dawns, you're once again immersed in the world of Renaissance artistry. The morning light filters through your workshop windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. You rise, muscles still aching from yesterday's labors, and prepare to face another day of creative challenges. Your first task is to check on the gesso layers you applied yesterday. You run your hand over the smooth surface, feeling for any imperfections that might need to be sanded down. The preparation of the panel is crucial. A flawed foundation can ruin even the most skillfully executed painting. As you work, your mind wanders to the complex world of patronage that governs your life as an artist. Your current commission comes from a wealthy merchant family, eager to display their piety and taste. But you know that the real prize would be catching the eye of the Medici, Florence's de facto rulers and the greatest patrons of the arts. The Medici name carries weight far beyond Florence. Their patronage could elevate you from a mere craftsman to a celebrated artist, your works displayed alongside those of Donatello and Brunelleschi. But their favor is fickle, and the competition fierce. You've heard whispers of a young prodigy named Michelangelo who's been turning heads with his sculpture. Your reverie is interrupted by the arrival of your apprentices. You set them to work mixing paints and preparing panels, all the while keeping a watchful eye on their progress. Teaching is an integral part of your role as a master artist, passing on not just techniques, but the philosophy and theory behind your craft. As you return to your altarpiece, you're faced with a challenging section, the intricate folds of the Virgin Mary's robe. You reach for your prized ultramarine blue, derived from lapis lazuli. Its brilliant hue is perfect for depicting the holy figure, but its cost means you use it sparingly. You can't help but think of the irony, painting a symbol of spiritual wealth using a pigment that represents material wealth. The work is painstaking, requiring intense concentration. Each brushstroke must be deliberate and precise. There's no room for error when working with egg tempera. It dries quickly and can't be easily corrected or blended like oil paints. You find yourself holding your breath as you apply the delicate highlights to the folds of the fabric. As the day progresses, you're interrupted by a visit from a local friar. He's come to discuss a potential commission for his monastery. You listen politely, but inwardly you're calculating. Religious institutions are important clients, but they often expect discounts in exchange for the spiritual benefits of creating sacred art. It's a delicate balance between heavenly and earthly rewards. Returning to your work, you begin to tackle the face of the angel Gabriel. Faces are perhaps the most challenging aspect of your craft. They must be not just anatomically correct, but imbued with emotion and spiritual presence. You find yourself studying the features of your youngest apprentice, using his youthful visage as a model for the celestial being. As you paint, you reflect on the changing nature of art in this Renaissance era. The flat, stylized figures of the medieval period are giving way to more naturalistic representations. You've been studying anatomy, even attending secret dissections to better understand the human form. It's a time of great change and innovation in the art world. The afternoon wears on, and you turn your attention to the elaborate gilt frame that will house your painting. Gilding is an art in itself, requiring a steady hand and meticulous attention to detail. You carefully apply thin sheets of gold leaf, burnishing them to brilliant shine. The frame is not just decoration, but an integral part of the artwork, designed to enhance and complement the painting within. As the day draws to a close, you step back to survey your progress. The painting is taking shape, the figures emerging with a lifelike quality that fills you with pride. But you're acutely aware of how much work remains. The deadline looms, and you know that every detail must be perfect. You dismiss your apprentices for the day and prepare to close up shop. But before you can rest, there's one more task to attend to. You need to write to your pigment supplier in Venice, requesting more of the precious lapis lazuli. The letter must be carefully worded. You need to ensure a steady supply without revealing just how desperate you are for the material. Finally, as the last light fades from the sky, you allow yourself to rest. Your back aches, your eyes strain, and your hands are stained with a rainbow of colors. But as you drift off to sleep, your mind is already on tomorrow's work. In your dreams, you see your completed masterpiece, hanging in a grand cathedral, admired by generations to come. This is the life of a Renaissance artist, a constant balance of creativity and commerce, spirituality and materialism, tradition and innovation. It's a challenging existence, but one that offers the promise of creating something truly timeless. And so, surrounded by the tools of your trade and the dreams of artistic glory, you sleep, ready to rise again with the dawn and continue your quest for immortality through art.
This segment is shorter than required. 21882240 words. Please expand content to match the 0014 duration.
As we drift through the annals of history, our journey takes us from the harsh realities of Viking raids to another fascinating, yet often overlooked, chapter of the past. Let's turn our attention to a different era, where the challenges and hardships were no less significant, but took on a unique form. Prepare to explore. Congratulations, you've just woken up on a creaking wooden deck, the taste of salt on your lips and the sting of rope burns on your palms. Welcome to life as a pirate crew member in the golden age of piracy. The good news, you're part of a brotherhood that answers to no king or country. The bad news, you might not survive long enough to enjoy that freedom. Let's start with your new home. Forget the sprawling galleons you've seen in movies. Most pirate ships were small, fast vessels built for quick raids and hasty escapes. Your ship, a sloop or brigantine, is probably no more than 100 feet long and 20 feet wide. That's not a lot of space when you're sharing it with 50 to 100 other unwashed, ill-tempered men. Your personal space, it's about the width of your shoulders if you're lucky. You sleep in shifts, crammed together in the hold like sardines in a tin. There are no bunks, no hammocks even. You sleep on the bare wooden planks, your folded-up coat serving as a pillow. The wood is never dry, always slightly damp with seawater and sweat. It creaks and groans constantly, a lullaby of stressed timber that never quite leaves your ears. The smell is, well, let's just say it's an acquired taste. Imagine a pungent cocktail of unwashed bodies, stale beer, rotting food, and the ever-present tang of salt and tar. On calm days when the air is still, the stench can be overwhelming. You'll get used to it or you'll go mad. There's no in-between. Now let's talk about your daily routine. Forget sleeping in or lazy mornings. You're up at dawn or whenever the bosun's whistle pierces your fitful slumber. Your first task, scrubbing the decks. Yes, pirates were actually quite keen on cleanliness, not out of a love for hygiene, but because a clean ship sailed faster and lasted longer. You're on your hands and knees, scrubbing with a piece of sandstone called a holystone. Why holystone? Because you'll be on your knees praying for the work to end. The salt water and sand wear away at your palms, leaving them raw and bleeding, but you can't stop. A clean ship is a fast ship, and in your line of work, speed is life. Once the decks are clean, it's time for breakfast. Hope you like hardtack and salt pork. Hardtack is a brick-like biscuit made from flour, water, and salt. It's practically indestructible, which is its only virtue. You'll need to soak it in your morning grog, watered-down rum, just to make it chewable. The salt pork is exactly what it sounds like, pork soaked in so much salt it could survive a nuclear blast. It's tough, salty, and often riddled with maggots. You pick them out if you can, but protein is protein out here. After breakfast, it's time for your real work. If you're lucky, you're part of the sailing crew. That means hours of backbreaking labor adjusting sails, coiling ropes, and maintaining the complex web of rigging that keeps your ship moving. Your hands develop calluses so thick you can barely feel the ropes anymore. The sun beats down mercilessly, baking you in your own sweat. There's no sunscreen, no hats, just the constant, unrelenting glare off the water. If you're unlucky, you're assigned to the bilges. That's the lowest part of the ship where seawater collects. It's your job to pump it out hour after hour, day after day. The bilge pump is a simple machine, but using it is like doing endless, murderous squats in a sewer. The stench is indescribable, a mix of rotting wood, stagnant water, and things you'd rather not identify. Many men get sick from prolonged exposure to bilge fumes, but if the bilges aren't pumped, the ship sinks. So down you go into the bowels of your floating prison. Let's talk about your captain. Forget the democratically elected leaders you've heard about. While it's true that many pirate crews voted on major decisions, day-to-day life was ruled with an iron fist. The captain's word is law, and disobedience is met with swift, often brutal punishment. Lashings are common, administered with a cat o' nine tails, a whip with 9 knotted cords that can flay the skin from your back in seconds. For more severe offenses, there's keel hauling. You're tied to a rope and dragged under the ship from one side to the other. The barnacle-encrusted hull shreds your flesh like a cheese grater. If you survive, and many don't, you'll wish you hadn't. But hey, at least you're not walking the plank. That's largely a myth. Real pirates didn't waste time with such theatrical executions. A quick knife across the throat was more their style. Now you might be thinking, but what about the treasure, the gold, the riches? Well, I hate to break it to you, but most pirate raids didn't result in chests overflowing with gold doubloons. You're more likely to capture a ship laden with sugar, tobacco, or cloth. Valuable, yes, but hardly the stuff of legend. And whatever you do capture is divided according to strict shares. The captain might get 5 shares, the quartermaster 2, and you. You get a single share, barely enough to keep you in rum and tobacco until the next raid. Speaking of rum, it's a major part of your daily life. Water goes bad quickly on long voyages, so alcohol is a necessity. Your daily ration of grog rum mixed with water, sugar, and lime juice helps prevent scurvy and takes the edge off the constant discomfort of shipboard life, but it's a double-edged sword. Drunkenness is rampant, leading to fights, accidents, and men falling overboard in the dead of night. Let's talk about your health for a moment. There's no ship's doctor, no antibiotics, no modern medicine of any kind. Got a toothache? Your best bet is to have someone yank it out with a pair of pliers. Wounded in a raid? Hope you like cauterization, that's sealing wounds with red-hot metal. It stops the bleeding but leaves you with horrific scars. Caught an STD in port? Well, mercury treatments were popular, but they were just as likely to kill you as cure you. Diseases spread like wildfire in the cramped, unsanitary conditions of a pirate ship. Dysentery, typhus, yellow fever, these are your constant companions. And let's not forget about scurvy, the sailor's nightmare. Your gums bleed, your teeth fall out, old wounds reopen. It's a slow, painful way to die. That's why limes and lemons are worth their weight in gold out here. Now you might be wondering about combat. Surely that's the exciting part, right? Well, not exactly. Most pirate raids were actually quite anticlimactic. The goal was to intimidate merchant ships into surrendering without a fight. Your ship would run up the black flag, yes, pirates really did use them, and fire a warning shot. Most merchant captains, outgunned and outmanned, would surrender immediately. But when combat does happen, it's brutal, chaotic, and over quickly. There's no swashbuckling, no witty banter. It's a mad scramble across grappling hooks, a frenzied melee of cutlasses and pistols. The noise is deafening cannon fire, splintering wood, screaming men. The smoke is so thick you can barely see, and the deck quickly becomes slippery with blood. Your weapons are crude but effective. Your cutlass is short and heavy, designed for close quarters combat in the confines of a ship. Your pistol, if you're lucky enough to have one, is a single-shot flintlock. Miss, and you're using it as a club while you desperately try to reload, and forget about accuracy. In the heat of battle, you're lucky if you hit the broadside of a barn. But here's the thing about pirate combat, it's not about glory or proving your worth, it's about survival and profit. The quicker a raid is over, the less chance TN dead men don't get shares of the loot. So while you might dream of epic battles and daring deeds, the reality is much more pragmatic. Get in, get the goods, get out.
This segment is shorter than required. 1424 to 240 words. Please expand content to match the 0014. 00 duration.
As we drift through the annals of history, our journey takes us from the harsh realities of Viking life to another fascinating, yet often overlooked chapter. Let's sail away from the fjords and longships, setting our course for a new destination in time. Prepare to explore a different era, where new challenges and untold stories await our sleepy discovery. Congratulations, you've just woken up in the year 1875. The good news, you're alive. The bad news, you're a cowboy in the Wild West, and your life is about to become a whole lot harder than any John Wayne movie ever led you to believe. Let's start with your accommodations, shall we? Forget the cozy log cabins or quaint frontier towns you've seen in westerns. Your home is the hard, unforgiving ground beneath an endless sky. Your bed, a thin bedroll that does little to cushion you from the rocks and twigs poking into your back. The gentle lullaby of crickets is drowned out by the snoring of your fellow cowboys and the occasional lowing of cattle. As you stretch and sit up, your bones creak in protest. You've been sleeping on the ground for weeks now, and your body feels about as flexible as a piece of dried leather. The air is crisp and cold, carrying the scent of sage and dust. It's still dark, but the faintest hint of dawn is starting to lighten the eastern sky. Time to get moving. Your first task of the day is to rekindle the campfire. There's no flicking a switch or striking a match here. You fumble in the dark for your flint and steel, your fingers stiff with cold. It takes several attempts before a spark catches the dry tinder. As the flames slowly grow, you can finally see your surroundings. The cattle are dark shapes in the pre-dawn gloom, some still sleeping, others beginning to stir. You count them quickly, making sure none wandered off in the night. Losing even one steer could mean a dock in your already meager pay. Speaking of pay, let's talk about your salary. You're not getting rich out here, partner. The average cowboy in the 1870s earned between $25 to $40 a month. That's about $600 to $960 in today's money. For comparison, a school teacher in a frontier town might earn $30 a month. But here's the kicker, you only get paid at the end of the trail dry. Until then, you're working essentially for room and board, if you can call sleeping on the ground and eating beans room and board. As the sky lightens, you can finally see your fellow cowboys stirring. There's no time for a leisurely wake-up routine. Nature calls, and the only bathroom is wherever you can find a private spot away from camp. There's no toilet paper, just whatever leaves or grass you can find that won't leave you with an unpleasant rash. And forget about washing your hands, water is too precious to waste on such luxuries. Back at camp, it's time for breakfast. Hope you like beans because that's what's on the menu. Again, the camp cook, or cookie as he's known, has been up for an hour already, stoking the fire and getting the coffee going. The coffee is thick enough to stand a spoon in, bitter as sin, but it's hot and caffeinated, and that's all that matters. As you choke down your beans and coffee, you take stock of your clothing. Your shirt is stiff with sweat and dust, your jeans aren't much better, you haven't had a proper bath in weeks, and you smell like it, but there's no time to worry about hygiene. The sun is coming up, and it's time to get the herd moving. You saddle up your horse, wincing as you swing into the saddle. Your thighs and backside are chafed raw from days of riding. Your boots, once stiff and new, are now molded to your feet like a second skin, caked with mud and manure. The romantic image of the cowboy with his hat tipped just so, and his bandana neatly tied, is a far cry from the reality of your appearance. As you ride out to gather the herd, let's talk about your constant companions, the insects. Flies swarm around you and the cattle, biting and buzzing incessantly. Mosquitoes whine in your ears, leaving itchy welts on any exposed skin. And then there are the ticks, which you'll have to check for and remove each night, lest they burrow into your skin and potentially transmit disease. The sun climbs higher in the sky as you begin to move the herd. The work is monotonous and grueling. Hours pass as you ride back and forth, keeping the cattle in a manageable group and moving in the right direction. The dust kicked up by thousands of hooves coats your throat and lungs. You cough and spit, but it does little to clear the grit from your mouth. By midday, the sun is beating down mercilessly. There's no shade out here on the open range, no respite from the heat. Your skin burns and peels, your lips crack and blade. Sunscreen, that won't be invented for another few decades. The best protection you have is your wide-brimmed hat and a bandana pulled up over your face. Lunch, if you can call it that, is eaten in the saddle. Maybe you have some jerky in your saddlebag or a biscuit left over from breakfast. There's no stopping for a proper meal when you've got 2,000 head of cattle to move. You wash down your meager fare with water from your canteen, careful not to drink too much. The next stream or water hole might be miles away. As the afternoon wears on, the real dangers of your job become apparent. A steer stumbles, falls behind the herd. You ride over to prod it along, but as you approach, it suddenly charges. Those horns aren't just for show, they're sharp and deadly. You barely manage to wheel your horse out of the way in time. Your heart pounds as you realize how close you came to being gored. The cattle aren't the only danger. The terrain itself is treacherous. Hidden prairie dog holes could break your horse's leg in an instant, throwing you to the ground. Rattlesnakes lurk in the grass, their warning rattle often lost in the noise of the herd. And then there are the river crossings, necessary but perilous. One misstep in the swift current could sweep both you and your horse away. As evening approaches, you start looking for a suitable place to bed down the herd for the night. It needs to be near water, with enough grazing to keep the cattle content. Once the spot is chosen, you and your fellow cowboys work to get the herd settled, riding around the perimeter to keep them grouped together. Night brings its own set of challenges. You draw the first watch, meaning you'll be riding around the herd for the next 4 hours, watching for predators or anything that might spook the cattle. Coyotes howl in the distance, their eerie cries setting the cattle on edge. You sing softly, both to soothe the animals and to keep yourself awake. The stars wheel overhead, a spectacular sight undiminished by light pollution, but you have little time to appreciate the view. Your eyes strain in the darkness, watching for any sign of movement. A stampede at night would be catastrophic, potentially costing lives, both bovine and human. Finally, your watch ends. You wake the next cowboy for his shift and stumble back to your bedroll. You're exhausted, every muscle aching, but sleep doesn't come easily. The ground is hard, the night air is cold, and you know that in just a few short hours, you'll have to do it all over again. This is your life on the cattle trail, day after day of monotonous, back-breaking work. Weeks turn into months as you slowly make your way north to the railheads in Kansas or Wyoming. The pay waiting for you at the end of the trail seems less and less worth it with each passing day. But here's the thing about being a cowboy in the Wild West, it's not just about the physical hardships. It's about the isolation, the loneliness. You might go weeks or even months without seeing a town, without any human interaction beyond your fellow cowboys. There's no family waiting for you, no home to return to at the end of the day. The trail is your home, for better or worse. And let's not forget about the ever-present threat of violence. The Wild West wasn't called wild for nothing. Rustlers and bandits are a constant worry. You sleep with your gun close at hand, knowing that at any moment you might have to use it to defend yourself or the herd. The romanticized shootouts of Western movies are a far cry from the brutal, often senseless violence of reality. Disease is another enemy you can't outride or outshoot. Out here on the trail, far from any doctor or town, even a minor injury or illness could turn deadly. A cut could become infected, a bout of dysentery could leave you too weak to ride, and if you fall behind, well, the trail drive doesn't stop for anyone. As dawn breaks on another day, you find yourself wondering why you ever thought this life would be an adventure. The freedom of the open range, more like the prison of endless responsibility. The camaraderie of your fellow cowboys, sure, if you count sharing a can of beans and sleeping in the dirt as bonding. But here's the wildest part. Despite all this, the hardship, the danger, the isolation, cowboys like you helped shape the American West. Your grueling work moved millions of cattle north, feeding a growing nation. The trails you blazed became roads, the watering holes you used became towns. Without knowing it, you're part of a massive economic engine that's changing the face of the country. So tonight, when you're lying in your comfortable bed, with indoor plumbing just a few steps away and a fully stocked refrigerator in the kitchen, spare a thought for those long-ago cowboys. They may not have been the glamorous heroes of Hollywood westerns, but they were tough, resilient, and ultimately, a crucial part of American history, even if they probably smelled terrible and had the worst case of saddle sores imaginable. As we continue our journey through the less than glamorous life of a Wild West cowboy, let's delve into some of the finer points of this rough and tumble existence. Remember, this isn't the sanitized version you've seen in movies. This is the gritty, often unpleasant reality of life on the range. Let's talk about your diet. Hope you're not a picky eater, because variety isn't exactly the hallmark of trail cuisine. Your main staples are beans, beef, and biscuits. Beans provide cheap, filling sustenance. Beef comes from any cattle that are injured or die along the way, waste not, want not. And biscuits, well, they're often hard enough to use as a weapon in a pinch. The camp cook or cookie does his best with limited ingredients and equipment. But let's face it, after weeks of the same meals, even the most flavorful dishes start to taste like dust. And speaking of dust, it's a constant companion, finding its way into your food, your clothes, your eyes, and every other conceivable crevice. Water is a precious commodity on the trail. You might go days between reliable water sources, and when you do find water, it's not always clean. Drinking from a stagnant pond or muddy stream might quench your thirst, but it could also leave you with a nasty case of dysentery. And trust me, dysentery on the trail is about as miserable as it gets. Let's not forget about the weather. The open range offers no protection from the elements. In summer, the heat is relentless, baking the earth and leaving you parched and sunburned. Winter brings its own challenges, biting cold, icy winds, and the constant threat of blizzards that can freeze both man and beast. Thunderstorms are particularly dangerous. Lightning can spook the herd, potentially triggering a stampede. And you're the tallest thing for miles around, sitting atop a horse, making you a prime target for a lightning strike. But you can't seek shelter, someone has to stay with the herd, rain or shine. Speaking of stampedes, they're every cowboy's nightmare. Imagine thousands of panicked cattle, each weighing upwards of 1,000 pounds, suddenly deciding to run in the same direction. The ground shakes, the air fills with dust and the terrified bellowing of cattle. Your job, to somehow get ahead of this living avalanche and turn it, hopefully without being trampled in the process. And let's talk about your trusty steed. Your horse is more than just transportation, it's your partner, your lifeline, but that doesn't mean it's always a pleasant relationship. Hours in the saddle leave you bow-legged and chafed in places you'd rather not mention. Your horse, for its part, is often as tired and irritable as you are. A misstep, a spooked reaction, or a moment of stubbornness on its part could leave you injured or stranded miles from help. Injuries are a constant concern. A fall from your horse could leave you with broken bones. A steer's horn could gore you. Even a simple cut or scrape could become infected in the unsanitary conditions of the trail. And medical care, well, the nearest doctor might be hundreds of miles away. Your best bet is usually the cookie, who doubles as the trail's amateur medic, armed with little more than whiskey for disinfectant and a sewing needle for stitches. Let's not forget about the psychological toll of this lifestyle. The isolation can be crushing. Days blend into weeks with little to break the monotony besides the constant worry of something going wrong. You might go months without seeing a friendly face outside of your fellow cowboys. Forget about keeping up with news from back home out here. Your world shrinks to the trail and the herd. Relationships, romance, those are luxuries you can't afford. The few women you might encounter on the trail are likely to be as rough and hardened as you are. And even if you do manage to strike up a connection, it's fleeting at best. The trail waits for no one, and your duties to the herd come before any personal desires. Even sleep offers little respite. Your dreams are filled with the lowing of cattle and the creaking of saddle leather. You wake at the slightest sound, conditioned by months on the trail to be alert for any sign of trouble. And when you do manage to fall into a deeper sleep, you're likely to be jolted awake for your turn at night watch. The end of the trail brings its own set of challenges. After months of isolation, the temptations of town can be overwhelming. Many cowboys blow their entire earnings in a single night of drinking, gambling, and carousing. The smart ones might save up, hoping to buy their own land someday. But for many, the cycle simply repeats: another cattle drive, another few months of hardship, another brief spree in town. And yet, despite all this hardship, there's a certain pride in the cowboy way of life. You're part of a brotherhood forged in adversity. You face nature at its most unforgiving and come out the other side. You've driven thousands of cattle across vast distances, playing a crucial role in feeding a growing nation. But make no mistake, the reality of cowboy life is far from the romanticized version we often see. It's a life of hardship, danger, and constant challenge. So the next time you watch a Western, remember the real cowboys. They weren't glamorous heroes, they were tough, resilient workers, facing each day with grit and determination, helping to shape the American West one dusty, grueling cattle drive at a time. As we drift through the annals of history, our journey takes us to another fascinating, yet often misunderstood era. We leave behind the tumultuous world of Viking raiders and set sail for a new destination. Our next historical exploration will uncover the surprising realities of life in another time and place, where expectations and daily experiences were far from what we might imagine today. Congratulations, you've just woken up in feudal Japan, somewhere around the 16th century. The good news is you're alive. The bad news, you're a peasant farmer, and your life is about to become a never-ending cycle of back-breaking labor and crushing poverty. Welcome to the bottom rung of the Tokugawa social hierarchy. As you open your eyes, the first thing you notice is the overwhelming smell of smoke and sweat. Your home is a small, single-room farmhouse with earthen floors and thatched roof. The walls are made of wood and mud, offering little protection against the elements. Your entire family, parents, siblings, maybe even grandparents, all sleep together on thin straw mats laid directly on the dirt floor. There's no alarm clock to wake you, but you don't need one. Your body has been conditioned to rise before dawn every single day without fail. The rooster's crow is your signal that you're already late for work. You quickly roll up your sleeping mat and stash it in the corner. There's no time for a leisurely stretch or a moment of peaceful reflection. The rice fields wait for no one. As you step outside, the cool morning air hits your face. It's a brief respite before the punishing heat of the day sets in. Your clothes are simple and practical, a cotton kimono for summer or a padded one for winter, tied with a simple obi sash. On your feet are straw sandals that you'll need to replace frequently as they wear out from constant use in the muddy fields. Your first task of the day is to check on the water level in the rice paddies. Rice cultivation is a delicate balance: too much water and the plants drown, too little and they wither. You wade into the knee-deep water, feeling the soft mud squish between your toes. The water is cold this early in the morning and you can't help but shiver. But there's no time to complain. You need to make sure the irrigation channels are clear and functioning properly. As you work, you keep an eye out for any signs of pests or disease in the rice plants. A single outbreak could devastate your entire crop, and that would mean starvation for your family. There are no pesticides or modern farming techniques to help you. Your best tools are your own keen eye and generations of passed down knowledge. The sun rises higher in the sky and the heat becomes oppressive. Sweat drips down your back, soaking your clothes. Your muscles ache from the constant bending and stretching required to tend the rice plants. There's no respite, no break room to escape to, no cold drink waiting in a refrigerator. You might take a sip from a gourd of water you brought with you, but it's already warm and tastes of the wooden container. As midday approaches, your stomach growls loudly, but lunch isn't a leisurely affair. You quickly wolf down a simple meal of cold rice and perhaps some pickled vegetables. If you're lucky, there might be a small piece of dried fish to add some protein. But meat is a rare luxury, reserved for special occasions or the tables of the wealthy. Your diet is monotonous and often lacking in essential nutrients, but it's all you have to fuel your body for the endless work ahead. After your brief meal, it's back to the fields. The afternoon brings new tasks: weeding, repairing tools, or perhaps working on other crops like soybeans or barley. Every moment of daylight is precious, and idleness is not an option. The tax collectors will come for their share regardless of how your crops fare, and you need to ensure there's enough left over to feed your family and save seed for next year's planting. As you work, you might hear the distant sound of horses and see a group of samurai passing by on the road. They are your social superiors, members of the warrior class who look down on farmers as necessary but inferior. You quickly bow your head and avoid eye contact, drawing attention to yourself could be dangerous. You've heard stories of samurai testing their swords on peasants, and while it's rare, the fear is ever present. The afternoon wears on and your body screams for rest, but there's always more work to be done. If it's not in the fields, then it's repairing tools, mending clothes, or tending to the small vegetable garden near your house. This garden is crucial. It provides the vegetables that supplement your rice-heavy diet and might mean the difference between survival and starvation if the rice crop fails. As the sun begins to set, you finally make your way back to your small farmhouse. But the day's work isn't over yet. There are animals to tend to, perhaps a few chickens or a pig if you're fortunate enough to own any. These animals are valuable assets, providing eggs, meat for special occasions, and fertilizer for the fields. You clean out their small enclosures, trying not to gag at the smell. Inside the house, your family gathers for the evening meal. It's another simple affair: more rice, some miso soup if you're lucky, and whatever vegetables are in season. The conversation is subdued. Everyone is exhausted from their day's labor, and tomorrow promises more of the same. There's little time or energy for leisure activities, though you might share some local gossip or discuss the upcoming harvest. After dinner, you might spend a little time repairing tools or making new straw sandals by the light of a small oil lamp. The flame casts flickering shadows on the walls, and the smell of smoke fills the small space. There are no books to read, no entertainment beyond perhaps a folk tale told by an elder. Education is a luxury reserved for the upper classes and a few lucky commoners in the cities. As night fully sets in, you prepare for sleep. There's no bath to wash away the day's sweat and grime. That's a weekly luxury at best. You simply rinse your hands and face with some water from a bucket. Your muscles ache and you can feel the beginnings of blisters on your hands, but there's no time to treat them properly. You'll simply have to hope they callus over quickly. You unroll your sleeping mat on the earthen floor, lying down next to your family members. The thin mat does little to cushion the hard ground, and you can feel every lump and bump. The night is quiet except for the chirping of crickets and the occasional rustle of wind through the rice fields. You close your eyes, knowing that in just a few short hours, you'll have to do it all over again. As you drift off to sleep, you might wonder about the world beyond your small village. You've heard rumors of great cities like Edo, of the shogun and his court, of strange foreigners arriving on big ships. But those are tales from another world, as distant and unreachable as the moon. Your world is here in this small farmhouse, bound to the land that both sustains and enslaves you. This is your life as a feudal Japanese farmer. Day after day, season after season, year after year. The work never ends, the poverty never lifts. You are the backbone of society, producing the food that feeds the nation, yet you're at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Your life is hard, your future predetermined, your dreams limited by the harsh realities of your existence. But even in this difficult life, there are moments of beauty and connection. The cherry blossoms in spring, the harvest moon in autumn, the solidarity you feel with your fellow villagers as you work together to bring in the crops. These small joys, fleeting as they are, provide the strength to carry on, to face each dawn with determination, to endure.
This segment is shorter than required. 1382.2240 words. Please expand content to match the 0014. 00 duration.
As we drift through the annals of history, our journey takes us to another fascinating yet often misunderstood era. We leave behind the Viking raiders and their perilous voyages, setting sail for a different time and place. Let's turn our attention to a period that shaped the very foundations of modern society, influencing art, culture, and thought for centuries to come. Congratulations, you've just woken up in a bustling medieval town. The year is 1348, and you're not just any ordinary citizen. You're a merchant, a trader of goods, a master of coin and commerce. The good news, you're wealthier than most. The bad news, wealth comes with its own set of problems in these turbulent times. As you open your eyes, the first thing you notice is the relative comfort of your surroundings. Your bed isn't the flea-infested straw pallet of a peasant, but a proper wooden frame with a feather mattress. It's not exactly memory foam, but compared to what most people sleep on, it might as well be. The linen sheets are clean, a luxury in itself, but don't get too comfortable. Your day is about to begin, and it's going to be long. You rise and dress in clothing that sets you apart from the common folk. Your woolen tunic is dyed a rich blue, a color that cost more than some peasants earn in a year. Your leather boots are sturdy and well-made. As you fasten your belt, you feel the reassuring weight of your money pouch. It's not as heavy as you'd like, but then again, it never is. Stepping out of your home, which doubles as your shop, you're immediately assaulted by the sounds and smells of the medieval town. The narrow streets are already bustling with activity. The stench of human waste and rotting garbage mingles with the more pleasant aromas of fresh bread and roasting meat. There's no sanitation department, no garbage collection. The concept of germ theory is centuries away. You've learned to breathe through your mouth on particularly pungent days. Your first task of the day is to open your shop. You unlock the heavy wooden shutters that serve as your storefront. Inside, your goods are carefully arranged. Spices from the Far East, delicate glassware from Venice, fine textiles from Flanders. Each item represents a significant investment and risk. Pirates, bandits, storms at sea, corrupt officials, any number of calamities could have prevented these goods from reaching your shop. As customers begin to trickle in, you're reminded of the delicate balance of your profession. You need to make a profit, of course, but price your goods too high and you'll be accused of usury, a sin in the eyes of the church. Price them too low and you won't be able to afford your next shipment. And let's not forget the ever-present threat of theft. You keep a watchful eye on everyone who enters, your hand never straying far from the dagger at your belt. Midday approaches and it's time for one of the most crucial parts of your day, a visit to the local tavern. But this isn't for a pint of ale. No, this is where deals are made, information is exchanged, and alliances are formed. The tavern is the medieval equivalent of a stock exchange, business conference, and social club all rolled into one. As you enter the dim, smoky interior of the tavern, you're greeted by the familiar faces of fellow merchants, guild masters, and town officials. The air is thick with the smell of spilled ale and sweaty bodies. You make your way to your usual table, nodding greetings to acquaintances as you pass. Over a meal of bread, cheese, and watered wine, because drinking straight wine during business hours is frowned upon, you engage in the delicate dance of medieval networking. You listen to rumors of new trade routes opening up, of political upheavals in distant lands that might affect the price of silk or spices. You cautiously share some information of your own, always careful not to reveal too much. In this world, information is as valuable as gold. As you eat and talk, you can't help but notice the nervous energy in the air. There are whispers of a strange sickness spreading in the southern ports. Some say it's just another bout of the fever that comes every summer. Others speak of entire towns being wiped out. You make a mental note to stock up on medicinal herbs. If nothing else, fear will drive up the price. After your midday meal and information gathering, you return to your shop. The afternoon brings a steady stream of customers, from wealthy nobles looking for exotic luxuries to common folk saving up for a small indulgence. Each transaction is a negotiation, a battle of wits and willpower. There's no fixed price tags here. The cost of an item can change based on the customer's status, your mood, or the phases of the moon. As you haggle over the price of a bolt of Flemish lace, you're interrupted by a commotion outside. A group of pilgrims is passing through town, their clothes dusty from the road, their eyes bright with religious fervor. You quickly usher them into your shop. Pilgrims are good customers. They're often looking for small, portable luxuries to offer as gifts or donations at their destination. While showing the pilgrims your wares, you listen carefully to their conversation. They've come from the east and they bring news of political unrest in Constantinople. This could mean trouble for your spice trade. You'll need to consider alternative routes, perhaps through Venice instead. If this constant adaptation, this need to stay one step ahead, that keeps you awake at night. As the sun begins to set, you start the process of closing up shop, but your day is far from over. You retreat to your back room where your writing desk awaits. By candlelight, you begin the painstaking process of balancing your books. Every transaction, every coin must be accounted for. Literacy and numeracy are your secret weapons in a world where most people can neither read nor count beyond the fingers on their hands. Your quill scratches across the parchment as you update your ledgers. You owe money to suppliers in 3 different cities. You're owed money by 2 noble families who seem to think their status exempts them from actually paying for goods. And then there's the matter of taxes. The local lord, the town council, and the church all want their cut of your profits. It's a delicate balancing act, and one misstep could send you tumbling from comfortable merchant to destitute beggar. As you work, your mind wanders to the future. You have dreams of expanding your business, of perhaps one day joining the prestigious merchant guilds of cities like London or Bruges. But such ambitions come with risks. The bigger you are, the more attention you attract from competitors, from thieves, from authorities always looking for more sources of revenue. Finally, well past midnight, you finish your accounts and prepare for bed, but sleep doesn't come easily. Your mind races with plans and worries. Will the shipment of pepper from India arrive safely? Should you risk investing in that new type of loom from Flanders? What if that sickness in the southern ports turns out to be more than just rumors? As you lie in your comfortable bed, you reflect on the paradox of your existence. You're wealthier than most, yes, but you're also trapped by debts and obligations, by the constant need to maintain your status and grow your business. The peasants in the fields might envy your soft bed and fine clothes, but they don't understand the weight of the invisible chains that bind you. You drift off to sleep, your dreams filled with ledgers and exotic goods, with treacherous seas and bustling marketplaces. Tomorrow you'll wake up and do it all again, because in the world of the medieval merchant, there's no such thing as a day off. Every day is a struggle to stay afloat in the turbulent waters of commerce, to turn a profit without losing your soul or your head. So the next time you casually order something online or swipe your credit card without a second thought, spare a moment to think of your medieval counterpart. The merchant who risked life and livelihood to bring exotic goods across continents, who balanced on the knife edge between profit and ruin, who helped build the foundations of the global economy we take for granted today. It wasn't an easy life, but it was one that shaped the world we live in now, for better or for worse.
This segment is shorter than required. 14442240 words. Please expand content to match the 0014. 00 duration.
As we drift through the annals of history, our journey takes us to another fascinating, yet often misunderstood era. We leave behind the tumultuous world of Viking raiders and set sail for a different time and place. Prepare to explore a realm where ancient traditions meet the dawn of a new age, as we delve into the intricacies of medieval monastic life. Congratulations, you've just woken up in the glittering heart of the Byzantine Empire, Constantinople, in the year 1050 AD. The good news is you're alive and breathing in one of the most opulent cities in the medieval world. The bad news, you're a court official in the Byzantine imperial administration, and your life is about to become a delicate dance of intrigue, bureaucracy, and constant peril. As you open your eyes, the first thing you notice is the oppressive weight of your official robes. These aren't just clothes, they're a uniform, a symbol of your rank and status. The silk is fine, yes, but it's layered and heavy, designed more for pomp than comfort. The collar is stiff, rubbing against your neck, a constant reminder of the rigid hierarchy you're part of. You rise from your bed, which, while more comfortable than most in the empire, is still a far cry from modern luxury. The mattress is stuffed with straw and wool, lumpy in places, and the sheets are linen, not the soft cotton you're used to. But you don't have time to dwell on discomfort. The sun is barely peeking over the Bosphorus, and you're already late for your first meeting of the day. As you hurry through the winding corridors of the Great Palace, the smell of incense is overwhelming. It's not just for religious purposes, it's a practical measure to combat the less pleasant odors of a medieval city. Even in the heart of imperial power, sanitation is a constant battle. The incense mingles with the scent of old parchment, ink, and the faint mustiness of ancient stone walls that have witnessed centuries of political machination. Your first task of the day is to attend a meeting of the Imperial Council. As you enter the chamber, the tension is palpable. The faces around you are a mix of ambition, fear, and carefully cultivated neutrality. In the Byzantine court, showing too much emotion can be dangerous. You take your seat, acutely aware that your position is precarious. One misstep, one ill-chosen word, and you could find yourself stripped of rank, blinded, or worse. The meeting begins, and it's a masterclass in bureaucratic maneuvering. Every statement is layered with hidden meanings, every proposal a potential trap. You listen intently, trying to decipher the true intentions behind the flowery language and formal titles. Your colleagues aren't just fellow administrators, they're potential rivals or allies in the never-ending game of imperial politics. As the discussion turns to a recent military setback on the eastern frontier, you feel a knot forming in your stomach. The emperor is not present, but his will permeates every aspect of the meeting. You know that someone will have to bear responsibility for this failure, and you pray it won't be you. In the Byzantine Empire, falling out of imperial favor isn't just a career setback, it can be a death sentence. You carefully weigh your words before speaking, knowing that every syllable will be scrutinized. Your Greek is impeccable, it has to be. While Latin may be the language of law and tradition, Greek is the lingua franca of the imperial court. A grammatical error or poorly chosen phrase could be interpreted as a sign of incompetence or, worse, disloyalty. As you make your point, you're acutely aware of the complex web of alliances and enmities in the room. That official to your left, his family has been your patron for years, but rumors suggest he's falling out of favor. The stern-faced bureaucrat across the table has been your rival since childhood, and you know he's looking for any opportunity to undermine you. Every interaction is a chess move, and the stakes are your very survival. The meeting drags on for hours. There are no breaks, no refreshments. Hunger gnaws at your stomach, but showing such weakness would be unthinkable. You've trained your body to endure long periods without food or relief. It's just another skill necessary for survival in this glittering, treacherous world. Finally, as the sun reaches its zenith, the meeting concludes, but your day is far from over. As you leave the chamber, a junior official approaches you with a stack of parchments. These are petitions from various factions within the empire, merchants seeking tax relief, provincial governors requesting more troops, religious leaders demanding action against heretics. Each document is a potential minefield, and you'll need to navigate them all with utmost care. You retreat to your office, a small, windowless room deep within the palace complex. The walls are lined with shelves groaning under the weight of scrolls and codices. This is your true armor, knowledge. In the Byzantine Empire, information is power, and you've spent years accumulating it. You know the histories of noble families going back generations, the intricacies of imperial law, the strengths and weaknesses of every province in the empire. As you settle into your work, the strain on your eyes becomes apparent. The light is poor, a few guttering oil lamps and whatever daylight manages to filter through the small, high windows. You squint at the cramped handwriting on the petitions, your head beginning to ache. There are no reading glasses in the 11th century, and many officials find their eyesight failing after years of this detailed work. The afternoon wears on, and you're interrupted by a knock at the door. It's a messenger from the logothete of the Drome, the imperial postmaster and head of intelligence. Your heart races. A summons from this office could mean anything from a vital mission to an accusation of treason. You follow the messenger through a labyrinth of corridors, your mind racing through possible scenarios. The logothete's office is a marvel of efficiency and paranoia. Clerks work silently, decoding messages and compiling reports from across the vast empire. The logothete himself is a small, unassuming man with piercing eyes that seem to look right through you. He hands you a sealed document without a word. You know better than to open it here. The walls have ears, and in Byzantium, knowledge shared is advantage lost. As you leave the logothete's office, the weight of the sealed document feels like leaving your hands. Whatever it contains will shape your immediate future, for better or worse, but you can't dwell on it now. The afternoon is waning, and you have a formal dinner to attend. You return to your quarters to change. Your evening robes are even more elaborate than your daytime attire. Each piece of jewelry, each embroidered symbol on your clothing is carefully chosen to reflect your rank and affiliations. Dressing is a complex ritual that takes nearly an hour, but appearance is everything in the Byzantine court. A misplaced brooch or an unfashionable color could be gossip fodder for weeks, undermining your carefully cultivated image. The dinner is held in one of the smaller palace halls, but small is a relative term in Constantinople. The room is a riot of color and light, with mosaics covering every surface and golden lamps casting a warm glow. The air is thick with the smell of exotic spices, pepper from India, cinnamon from Ceylon, saffron from Persia. These aren't just seasonings, they're a display of the empire's vast trade networks and influence. You take your seat, acutely aware of the politics of placement. Your position at the table reflects your current standing in the imperial hierarchy. You note with some satisfaction that you're closer to the head of the table than you were last month, a small victory, but in Byzantium, small victories can lead to great power. The meal is a marathon of etiquette and double meanings. Each course is accompanied by conversation that seems light but is laden with subtext. You carefully navigate discussions of recent appointments, military campaigns, and theological disputes. A wrong word here could offend a powerful patron. A well-placed comment could secure a valuable ally. As the wine flows, tongues loosen slightly, but you remain vigilant. Byzantium's famous strong, sweet wines are a double-edged sword. They can seal friendships and business deals, but they can also lead to careless words. You sip sparingly, knowing that a clear head is your best defense in this world of constant intrigue. The dinner stretches late into the night. By the time you're able to excuse yourself, your head is pounding from the strain of constant vigilance. But your day isn't over yet. As you make your way back to your quarters, you're acutely aware of the shadows in every corner. The Byzantine court never truly sleeps, and some of the most dangerous dealings happen in these late hours. Finally, in the privacy of your room, you allow yourself to relax slightly. You dismiss your servants' privacy is a rare luxury, and you've learned never to fully trust anyone, not even your own household. Only now, in the flickering light of a single candle, you open the sealed document from the logothete. As you read, your breath catches. It's a mission of utmost secrecy and importance. You're to travel to a distant province, ostensibly on a routine inspection, but your real purpose is to uncover evidence of a suspected plot against the emperor. The document self-destructs as you finish reading it, the specially treated parchment crumbling to ash in your hands. You sink onto your bed, mind racing. This mission could be your path to greater power and influence, but it's also fraught with danger. One false move could mean disgrace or death, but this is the life you've chosen, or perhaps the life that has chosen you. In the glittering, treacherous world of the Byzantine court, every day is a battle for survival, every conversation a negotiation, every alliance a calculated risk. As you finally drift off to sleep, your dreams are a whirlwind of golden mosaics, whispered conspiracies, and the ever-present specter of imperial favor and disfavor. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new dangers, and perhaps new opportunities. But for now, in the brief respite of sleep, you are momentarily free from the weight of your robes, your responsibilities, and the constant, exhausting game of Byzantine politics. So still dreaming of being a powerful Byzantine official, think again. The glitter of gold and silk hides a world of constant stress where a single misstep could cost you everything. But here's the wildest part. Through all of this intrigue and danger, the Byzantine Empire endured for centuries, preserving knowledge, creating art, and standing as a bulwark between East and West. Not because life was easy, but because humans are resilient like that. Even in the most complex and treacherous of systems, they found ways to survive, to create, to leave their mark on history. As you drift deeper into sleep, the complexities of Byzantine court life continue to swirl in your subconscious. You find yourself in a dreamlike version of the Hippodrome, the massive chariot racing track that's not just a place of entertainment, but a nexus of political and social life in Constantinople. The roar of the crowd is deafening, but you're not here for the races. Instead, you're navigating through a sea of faces, each one a potential ally or enemy. The factions of the Hippodrome, the Blues and the Greens, are more than just sports teams. They're political entities with immense influence, and as a court official, you must carefully balance your associations. In your dream, the emperor suddenly appears in the imperial box. All eyes turn to him, and you feel the weight of his gaze upon you. A whisper runs through the crowd. He's about to make an important announcement. Your heart races. Will it be about your secret mission? Has your cover been blown? You wake with a start, your nightshirt damp with sweat. The first light of dawn is barely visible through your window. Another day in the Byzantine court begins, and with it, another round of challenges and intrigues. As you dress, you can't help but reflect on the nature of power in the empire. It's not just about titles and wealth, though those certainly play a part. True power in Byzantium comes from information, from relationships, from the ability to navigate the labyrinthine bureaucracy and the complex web of favors and obligations that bind the court together. You make your way to the palace scriptorium, where an army of scribes and translators works tirelessly to maintain the empire's vast repository of knowledge. Here, ancient Greek and Roman texts are preserved and copied, while works from as far away as India and China are translated. It's not just academic interest that drives this work. Knowledge from these texts informs imperial policy, military strategy, and diplomatic relations. As you oversee the day's work, you're reminded of another aspect of your role, that of a guardian of culture and learning. The Byzantine Empire sees itself as the true heir to the Roman legacy, and part of your job is to ensure that this legacy is preserved and built upon. It's a responsibility that weighs heavily on you, adding yet another layer of stress to your already burdensome role. Mid-morning brings a summons to the imperial throne room. Your heart races as you make your way through the palace, your mind running through possible scenarios. As you enter the vast golden hall, you're struck once again by its overwhelming opulence. The walls and ceiling are covered in intricate mosaics depicting scenes from Byzantine history and Christian scripture. The air is heavy with incense, and the light filtering through the high windows creates an almost otherworldly atmosphere. The emperor sits on his throne, surrounded by his most trusted advisors. You approach, careful to observe all the proper forms of etiquette. A misstep here could be disastrous. You prostrate yourself before the throne, waiting to be acknowledged. The moments stretch out, feeling like an eternity. Finally, the emperor speaks, granting you permission to rise. He questions you about recent events in your department, his tone casual but his eyes sharp and assessing. You answer carefully, aware that every word is being weighed and evaluated. This isn't just a casual conversation, it's a test, a chance for the emperor to gauge your loyalty, your competence, and your usefulness. As the audience concludes, you're filled with a mix of relief and anxiety. You seem to have passed this test, but in the Byzantine court, there's always another challenge around the corner. You leave the throne room, your mind already racing ahead to your next task, preparing for your secret mission to the provinces. The rest of your day is a blur of activity. You meet with trusted subordinates, carefully selecting those who will accompany you on your journey. You review maps and reports, trying to gather as much information as possible about the province you'll be visiting and the suspected plot you're meant to uncover. As evening falls, you find yourself in the palace gardens, seeking a moment of peace amidst the constant pressure of court life. The gardens are a marvel of horticultural skill, with plants from all corners of the empire. The air is heavy with the scent of roses and exotic spices. For a moment, you allow yourself to relax, to appreciate the beauty around you. But even here, you're not truly alone. You notice other courtiers strolling through the gardens, some deep in hushed conversation, others clearly trying to eavesdrop. In Constantinople, even a moment of apparent leisure can be an opportunity for political maneuvering. As you prepare for bed, your mind is still racing with plans and contingencies for your upcoming mission. You know that the next few weeks will be crucial, not just for your career, but potentially for the fate of the empire itself. The weight of responsibility is immense, but it's a burden you've been trained to bear. You lie down, your body aching from the constant tension of the day. Sleep comes slowly, but when it does, it's filled with vivid dreams of shimmering mosaics, whispered conspiracies, and the ever-present specter of imperial power. Another day in the life of a Byzantine court official has ended, but the game of power and survival never truly stops. And so, as we leave our Byzantine official to his restless sleep, we're reminded of the complex, often brutal nature of power in medieval times. The glitter and grandeur of the Byzantine court masked a world of constant stress, intrigue, and danger. It was a life of privilege, yes, but also one of immense responsibility and risk. Perhaps, as you drift off to sleep yourself, you might find yourself grateful for the relative simplicity and safety of modern life. Sweet dreams, and may your own political intrigues be considerably less life-threatening. As we drift through the annals of history, our journey takes us to another intriguing chapter. Let's leave behind the Viking longships and venture into a different era, where new challenges and peculiar customs await. Prepare to discover why life wasn't always rosy in another fascinating period of human history. Congratulations, you've just woken up in 8th century China during the Tang Dynasty. The good news is you're a scholar, one of the most respected positions in society. The bad news, your life is about to become an endless cycle of study, examinations, and political intrigue that would make modern academic stress look like a relaxing day at the spa. Your day begins before dawn as the first rays of sunlight barely peek over the horizon. You rise from your simple bed, a wooden frame with a thin mattress stuffed with straw. The room is chilly and you can see your breath in the air. There's no central heating here, just the lingering warmth from last night's brazier, long since burned out. You dress in the traditional robes of a scholar, layers of silk that denote your status but do little to ward off the morning chill. The fabric is expensive, a reminder of the investment your family has made in your education. Failure is not an option when your entire clan's hopes and dreams rest on your slender shoulders. Your first task of the day is to practice calligraphy. You sit at a low table, unrolling a scroll of precious paper. Your tools are laid out before you, inkstone, water, brush, and a stick of solid ink. There's no convenient ballpoint pen here, no quick way to jot down notes. Each character you write is a work of art, requiring intense concentration and years of practice to perfect. You begin grinding the ink stick against the inkstone, adding small amounts of water. The rhythmic sound fills the room as you prepare the ink, a meditative process that centers your mind for the day ahead. The scent of pine soot from the ink mingles with the musty odor of old books and scrolls that fill your small study. With your ink prepared, you dip your brush and begin to write. Each stroke must be perfect, balanced, and flowing. A single mistake can ruin the entire piece, wasting precious paper and ink. Your hand cramps as you practice the same characters over and over, striving for that elusive perfection that might one day earn you a place in the imperial bureaucracy. After hours of calligraphy practice, your stomach growls, reminding you of breakfast, but there's no quick trip to the kitchen for cereal or toast. Your meal brought by a servant consists of rice porridge, pickled vegetables, and a small piece of salted fish. It's simple fare, designed to nourish the body without indulging in excess. Gluttony, after all, is frowned upon for scholars who should be focused on matters of the mind. With breakfast finished, you turn to your studies. The room around you is lined with bamboo scrolls, each containing classical texts that you must memorize. There are no textbooks with helpful summaries or study guides. Every word of Confucius, Mencius, and other ancient sages must be committed to memory, ready to be recalled and applied in the grueling civil service examination. You unroll a scroll, the bamboo strips creaking slightly as you begin to read aloud. The words are written in classical Chinese, a language so far removed from everyday speech that it's like trying to understand Shakespeare in Old English. Each sentence is a puzzle, laden with allusions and deeper meanings that you must unravel. Hours pass as you recite, memorize, and contemplate. Your throat grows dry, your voice hoarse. There's no water cooler to visit for a quick break, just a pot of lukewarm tea that grows more bitter as the day wears on. Your back aches from sitting in the same position, hunched over scrolls, but you dare not stop. The examinations are always looming, a constant pressure that shapes every moment of your life. As midday approaches, you hear the distant sounds of the city beyond your walls. Merchants hawking their wares, the clatter of cart wheels on stone streets, the occasional blast of a horn from a passing official's entourage. But these are distractions, temptations that you must ignore. Your world is here, among the scrolls and inkstones, preparing for a future that depends entirely on your ability to regurgitate ancient wisdom. You pause only briefly for a midday meal, another simple affair of rice, vegetables, and perhaps a small piece of meat if you're fortunate. Eating is functional, not pleasurable. Every moment spent savoring food is a moment lost to study. The pressure to succeed weighs heavily, turning even this basic act of sustenance into a rushed, joyless task. The afternoon brings a change of pace, but not a reprieve. It's time for composition practice. You must craft essays and poems that demonstrate not just your knowledge of the classics, but your ability to apply them to governance and moral questions. Each piece must be flawless in structure, profound in thought, and elegant in expression. You begin with the 8-legged essay, a rigidly structured form that is the backbone of the imperial examinations. It's a mental gymnastics routine, forcing complex ideas into a predetermined format that feels more like solving a puzzle than expressing genuine thoughts. Your brush moves across the paper, each word carefully chosen, each phrase balanced against classical quotations. The pressure is immense. A single brilliant essay could catapult you to fame and position. A mediocre one could condemn you to obscurity. There are no second chances in this world, no resubmissions or extra credit. Your future hangs on the strength of your writing and the depth of your knowledge. As you write, you're acutely aware of the competition. In cities and towns across China, thousands of other scholars are engaged in the same pursuit. They are your unseen rivals, each striving for the limited positions available in the imperial bureaucracy. The thought of them drives you to push harder, to study longer, to reach for a level of perfection that always seems just out of reach. The afternoon wears on and your eyes begin to strain in the fading light. There are no electric lamps here, no bright LEDs to illuminate your work. As dusk approaches, you light candles and oil lamps, their flickering flames casting dancing shadows across your papers. The scent of burning wax and oil joins the ever-present smell of ink and old scrolls. You continue to write as night falls, pushing through fatigue and hunger. The evenings are often your most productive time, when the world outside grows quiet and your mind can focus solely on the task at hand. But it's also dangerous. Too many nights spent like this, and you risk your health. Stories abound of scholars who work themselves to death, their brilliant minds extinguished by the relentless pursuit of success. Finally, as the night grows deep, you allow yourself to stop. Your eyes burn, your hand cramps, and your mind feels stuffed to bursting with classical quotations and complex arguments. But there's no real rest for a scholar in Tang Dynasty China. Even as you prepare for bed, your mind races, reviewing the day's studies, planning tomorrow's work, always reaching for that elusive goal of perfect knowledge and expression. As you lay down on your simple bed, you might wonder if it's all worth it. The years of study, the isolation, the pressure. But then you remember the potential rewards, a position in the imperial court, the ability to shape policy, to bring honor to your family, and perhaps even change society for the better. It's this dream that will wake you before dawn tomorrow, ready to begin the cycle again. In the quiet of the night, as sleep finally begins to claim you, you might reflect on the irony of your situation. You've dedicated your life to studying the wisdom of the ancients, to understanding the proper way to govern and live. Yet your own life is so narrow, so focused on a single goal, that you have little time to actually apply that wisdom to your own existence. But such thoughts are dangerous, bordering on subversive. In the world of the Tang Dynasty scholar, doubt is a luxury you cannot afford. Tomorrow will bring another day of study, another chance to move one step closer to your goal. And so, surrounded by the tools of your trade, the brushes, the ink stones, the countless scrolls, you drift off to sleep, your dreams filled with the characters and phrases that dominate your waking hours.
This segment is shorter than required. 1461-2240 words. Please expand content to match the 0014. 00 duration.
As we conclude our exploration of Viking raiders, let's shift our focus to another aspect of historical monotony. In our next segment, we'll delve into the tedious world of medieval tax collection. Prepare yourself for a journey through dusty ledgers, endless calculations, and the mind-numbing intricacies of feudal taxation systems. This topic is guaranteed to lull even the most stubborn insomniac into a peaceful slumber. Congratulations, you've just woken up in the heart of the Inca Empire, circa 1500 AD. The good news, you're alive in one of the most advanced civilizations in the Americas. The bad news, you're an Incan farmer and your day is about to become a testament to human endurance. As you open your eyes, the first thing you notice is the biting cold of the high Andes. Your home, a simple one-room stone structure with a thatched roof, offers little protection against the pre-dawn chill. There's no central heating, no electric blankets, not even a proper bed. You've been sleeping on a raised platform covered with reed mats and wool blankets. Your back aches from the hard surface, a constant companion that you've long since learned to ignore. You rise before the sun, as you do every day. There's no alarm clock, no snooze button. Your body has become attuned to the rhythms of the earth, waking you at the same time each morning. The air inside your home is thick with the lingering smoke from last night's cooking fire. It stings your eyes and scratches at your throat, but it's a familiar discomfort. Stepping outside, you're greeted by a vista that would take a modern person's breath away if they weren't already gasping from the altitude. You're at least 8,000 feet above sea level, maybe higher. The thin air makes every movement a bit more challenging, your lungs working overtime just to keep you conscious. But for you, this is normal. You've never known anything different. The landscape around you is a patchwork of terraced fields, an engineering marvel that allows agriculture on the steep Andean slopes. These terraces, called Andines, are the product of generations of backbreaking labor. Your ancestors carved them into the mountainsides, hauling tons of stone and earth to create level planting surfaces. It's a testament to human ingenuity and sheer stubbornness in the face of a hostile environment. Your first task of the day is to check on your crops. You grow a variety of plants, but the most important by far is the potato. The Inca cultivated over 3,000 varieties of potato, and this diversity is crucial for survival in the harsh and unpredictable Andean climate. Some types can withstand frost, others drought. It's a complex system of agricultural knowledge that you've inherited from your parents and grandparents. As you inspect your potato plants, you're not just looking at them as food. These tubers are your lifeline, your insurance against famine, your connection to the earth and to your ancestors. You whisper a prayer to Pachamama, the Earth Mother, asking for her continued blessings on your crops. But potatoes aren't your only concern. You also cultivate quinoa, a protein-rich grain that thrives at high altitudes. There's maize too, growing in the lower, warmer areas of your fields. Each crop requires different care, different timing, different rituals. Your life is a constant dance with the seasons, the weather, and the whims of the gods. Speaking of gods, you're acutely aware that your labor isn't just for yourself and your family. A significant portion of your harvest will go to the Inca state and the religious authorities. This is the Mita system, a form of labor tax that requires you to work on state projects and contribute to the empire's vast storehouses. It's a heavy burden, but it's also a source of pride. Your work feeds the great Inca armies, supports the road builders, and keeps the sacred temples functioning. As the sun climbs higher, the real work begins. You use simple tools, a chakatacla, a foot plow that you use to break up the soil, and various hoes and digging sticks. There's no advanced machinery, no tractors or irrigation systems. Every furrow, every planted seed, every weed pulled is the work of your hands and your back. The high-altitude sun is intense, burning your skin and drying out your eyes. You wear a chullo, a warm hat with ear flaps to protect your head, and your clothes are made of warm, durable wool from llamas and alpacas. These animals are more than just a source of wool, they're beasts of burden, sources of meat and leather, and in many ways, they're treated as members of your extended family. As you work, you chew on coca leaves. This isn't a recreational drug for you, it's a vital part of your daily life. The coca helps stave off hunger, provides a mild stimulant effect to combat the fatigue of high-altitude labor, and is an important part of your spiritual and social life. You wouldn't think of starting a day without it, any more than a modern office worker would skip their morning coffee. Midday brings a brief respite. You eat a simple meal of chuno, freeze-dried potatoes that can be stored for years, mixed with quinoa and perhaps some dried meat. It's not a feast by any means, but it provides the dense calories you need to keep working. You wash it down with chicha, a fermented corn drink that's both a staple beverage and an important part of social and religious life. But your break is short, there's always more work to be done. In addition to tending your crops, you have to maintain the terraces themselves. Erosion is a constant threat, and any weakness in the stone walls could lead to collapse and the loss of precious farmland. You spend hours hauling rocks, rebuilding sections of wall, and ensuring that the complex drainage systems are clear and functioning. As the day wears on, your body aches. Your hands are calloused and cracked, your back a constant source of pain. But you can't stop. Your family's survival and your obligation to the Inca state drive you forward. There's no such thing as retirement for an Incan farmer. You'll work these fields until you physically can't anymore. The late afternoon brings new tasks. You need to check on your animals. Perhaps you have a small herd of llamas or alpacas. These animals need to be fed, checked for illness or injury, and possibly sheared if the season is right. You treat them with respect and care. In the harsh Andean environment, your animals are as crucial to your survival as your crops. As the sun begins to set, you start the long walk home. Your fields might be scattered across different ecological zones, a clever Incan strategy to maximize crop diversity and minimize risk. This means you might have to walk miles between your various plots, climbing up and down steep mountain trails. There are no cars, no buses, not even a horse to ride. Every journey is made on foot, along paths that have been used for generations. Arriving home, your day isn't over. There's food to prepare, tools to maintain, perhaps some weaving to do if there's still light. Your home is lit only by the cooking fire and perhaps some tallow candles. The smoke fills the single room, adding to the layers of soot on the walls and your lungs. But it's warm, it's familiar, and it's home. As you settle in for the night, you might take some time to teach your children. There's no formal schooling for Incan farmers, but there's a wealth of knowledge to pass on. You teach them about the crops, the seasons, the rituals that must be observed. You tell them stories of the great Inca emperors, of the gods who watch over your people. This oral tradition is how your culture and knowledge survive, passed down from generation to generation. Before sleep, you might participate in a community gathering. Despite the hard life, Incan society is deeply communal. You share labor with your neighbors, participate in local festivals, and support each other through the harsh realities of mountain life. These social bonds are as essential to your survival as your crops and your animals. Finally, as you lay down on your reed mat, your body aching from the day's labor, you say a quiet prayer to Pachamama and to Inti, the sun god. Tomorrow will bring the same tasks, the same challenges, the same backbreaking work. But it also brings the satisfaction of seeing your crops grow, of providing for your family, of being part of something larger than yourself, the great Inca Empire. So the next time you bite into a potato or enjoy a quinoa salad, spare a thought for the Incan farmers. Their legacy lives on in the foods we eat, in the agricultural techniques still used in the Andes, and in the enduring human spirit that allows us to thrive in even the harshest environments. Their lives were hard, but they were also rich with meaning, community, and a deep connection to the earth that many of us have lost in our modern world.
This segment is shorter than required. 15322240 words. Please expand content to match the 0014. 00 duration.
As we drift through the annals of history, our journey takes us to another intriguing chapter. Let's leave behind the Viking raiders and their perilous voyages and set sail for a new destination in time. Our next exploration will uncover yet another fascinating, albeit slightly mundane, aspect of history that's perfect for lulling you into a peaceful slumber. Congratulations, you've just woken up in 12th century Europe. The good news, you're a knight. The bad news, being a knight isn't quite what you imagined. Forget the shining armor and noble quests. Your reality is about to get a whole lot grittier. Let's start with your living conditions. That grand stone castle you pictured, it's more like a drafty, damp fortress. Your private chamber is a small, windowless room barely larger than a modern closet. The walls are rough stone, perpetually cold and often damp. Your bed, a simple wooden frame with a straw-filled mattress that's a breeding ground for fleas and lice. There's no heating system beyond a small fireplace, which fills the room with smoke more often than warmth. In winter, you'll sleep fully clothed, including your boots, just to ward off the bone-chilling cold. Privacy is a luxury you rarely enjoy. Servants, squires, and fellow knights are constantly coming and going. Your day begins early, long before the sun rises. There's no gentle alarm clock, just a rough shake from your squire. You stumble out of bed, your joints aching from yesterday's training and the perpetual dampness that seems to seep into your very bones. First order of business, getting dressed. Forget about a quick shower or a change of clean clothes. You'll likely wear the same undergarments for days or even weeks at a time. Hygiene isn't a priority in the 12th century. The smell, let's just say it's an acquired taste. Your squire helps you don your armor. It's not the gleaming, perfectly fitted suit you see in movies. Your armor is a hodgepodge of chainmail, plate, and padded cloth. It's heavy, weighing anywhere from 45 to 55 pounds. Imagine carrying a large dog around all day, every day. That's your life now. The weight distribution is terrible. Your shoulders and back ache constantly. Chafing is a daily battle, leaving your skin raw and prone to infection. And let's not even talk about how hot it gets inside that metal cocoon. In summer, you're essentially wearing your own personal sauna. Breakfast is a far cry from bacon and eggs. You'll likely have some bread, perhaps some cheese if you're lucky, and ale. Yes, ale for breakfast. Water isn't always safe to drink, so fermented beverages are often your safest bet. Hope you like starting your day with a buzz. After breakfast, it's time for training. Hours upon hours of grueling physical exercise. Sword practice, lance work, horseback riding. Your muscles scream in protest, but there's no respite. A weak night is a dead night, and you can't afford to slack off. The training yard is a cacophony of clanging metal, grunting men, and shouted commands. The ground is a mixture of mud, blood, and other less savory substances. You slip and slide, trying to maintain your footing while swinging a sword that feels heavier with each passing minute. Your hands, once soft and uncalloused, are now a map of blisters, cuts, and hardened skin. Every swing of the sword sends shockwaves up your arms. Your shoulders burn from the constant exertion, but you can't stop, you can't show weakness. Lunchtime brings little relief. The food is bland and often bordering on rancid. Fresh fruits and vegetables are rare luxuries. Your diet consists mainly of bread, cheese, and meat, often salted or smoked to preserve it. Scurvy and other nutritional deficiencies are common, though you don't have a name for them yet. The afternoon might bring some variety. Perhaps you're called to settle a dispute in the village. You sit in judgment, trying to navigate complex local customs and feudal laws. Make the wrong decision, and you could spark a feud that lasts generations. The weight of responsibility is almost as heavy as your armor. Or maybe you're sent on patrol. Hours in the saddle, your backside numbed by the constant jostling. Your horse, while well-trained, is far from the majestic steed of legend. It's a sturdy, practical animal, built for endurance rather than speed or beauty. As you ride, your armor chafes against your skin, sweat pooling in every crevice. The smell of horse leather and your own unwashed body fills your nostrils, but you can't complain. This is the life you swore an oath to live. Evening brings a meager respite. Dinner is served in the great hall, a noisy, smoky affair. The lord's dogs fight for scraps beneath the tables. The wine flows freely, but drunkenness is a luxury you can't afford. You never know when you might be called to arms. After dinner, you might have some free time, but forget about relaxing with a good book. Chances are you can't read. Even if you could, books are rare and expensive. Instead, you might gamble with your fellow knights, tell stories of past battles, or simply collapse into your bed, exhausted. But sleep doesn't come easily. Your body aches from the day's exertions. The castle is never truly quiet. There's always the sound of guards patrolling, dogs barking, or the wind howling through the drafty corridors. And then there's the constant itch of fleas and lice, your unwelcome bedfellows. You toss and turn, your mind racing. Will tomorrow bring battle? Will you be called upon to prove your worth? The life of a knight is one of constant readiness, constant vigilance. The romantic notions of chivalry and noble quests, they're mostly just that, notions. The reality is far harsher. You're a warrior, yes, but also a politician, a judge, a land manager. Your life is not your own. You owe allegiance to your lord, and your actions reflect not just on you, but on your entire family. The pressure is immense. And what of combat? It's not the choreographed dance you see in movies. It's brutal, chaotic, and terrifyingly fast. Your training helps, but in the heat of battle, it often comes down to luck. A misplaced step, a moment's hesitation, and you could find yourself bleeding out in the mud. The wounds you sustain don't heal cleanly. There are no antibiotics, no sterile operating rooms. A simple cut can fester and kill you. Broken bones might heal crooked, leaving you with a permanent limp. And if you survive, you carry the scars, both physical and mental, for the rest of your life. But perhaps the hardest part is the waiting. Long periods of mundane routine punctuated by brief, intense moments of violence. The anticipation of battle can be as draining as the fight itself. You live with the constant knowledge that each day could be your last. So, still dreaming of being a gallant knight, the reality is a far cry from the tales of King Arthur and his round table. It's a life of duty, discomfort, and ever-present danger. But it's also a life of purpose, of brotherhood forged in hardship and battle. In this world of steel and stone, of oaths and honor, you are both more and less than the knights of legend. More human, more flawed, but also more resilient. You endure not because life is easy, but because you have no other choice. This is your duty, your calling, your life. As you drift off to sleep tonight in your comfortable bed, free from the weight of armor and the burden of feudal responsibility, perhaps spare a thought for those knights of old. They weren't heroes from a storybook, but men of flesh and blood, living and dying by a code we can scarcely comprehend in our modern world. Their lives were hard, their deaths often harder, but they left an indelible mark on history, shaping the world we inhabit today. and in that perhaps lies their true legacy, not in shining armor or noble deeds, but in the enduring human spirit that allows us to face adversity, to stand up for what we believe in, even when the cost is high. As we continue our journey through the life of a medieval knight, let's delve deeper into the complexities of their social and political roles. Knights weren't just warriors, they were integral parts of the feudal system, with responsibilities that extended far beyond the battlefield. Your position as a knight means you're part of the nobility, but often at the lower end. You're caught in a delicate balance between the peasants you lord over and the higher nobility you serve. This precarious position requires constant navigation of social norms and political alliances. Your daily interactions are governed by a strict code of chivalry. This isn't just about being polite or opening doors for ladies. It's a complex set of rules that dictate every aspect of your behavior. Violating these rules could result in loss of status, exile, or even death. One of your primary duties is to provide military service to your lord. This doesn't just mean fighting in battles. You're expected to maintain a certain number of men at arms, provide your own equipment, and be ready to answer your lord's call at any time. This is expensive, and many knights struggle to meet these obligations. The financial burden of knighthood is often overlooked in romantic tales. Your armor, weapons, and horses are incredibly expensive. A full suit of plate armor could cost as much as a small farm. Many knights go into debt trying to maintain their status and equipment. When you're not training or fighting, you're often acting as an administrator for your lord's estate. This means overseeing crop production, settling disputes among peasants, and collecting taxes. It's tedious work, far from the glamorous image of knighthood, but it's essential to maintaining the feudal system. Your education, while limited by modern standards, sets you apart from the common folk. You might be able to read and write, though not all knights can. You're expected to have some knowledge of law, history, and theology. Some knights even dabble in poetry or music, though your calloused hands make playing instruments challenging. The concept of courtly love, popularized in medieval literature, adds another layer of complexity to your life. You're expected to show devotion to a noble lady, often through grand gestures or feats of arms. However, this is largely performative and rarely leads to actual romantic relationships. Your marriage, if you're fortunate enough to have one, is likely a political arrangement. Love is a luxury few can afford. Your wife is expected to manage the household and bear children, preferably sons to carry on your lineage. The high mortality rates for both mothers and infants make this a constant source of anxiety. Speaking of anxiety, let's talk about the ever-present threat of war. You might go years without seeing actual combat, but the possibility is always looming. When war does come, it's not the glorious affair depicted in stories. It's a brutal, chaotic mess of blood, mud, and terror. The reality of medieval combat is far from the choreographed duels you see in movies. Battles are confusing, smoky affairs where it's often hard to tell friend from foe. The noise is deafening, the clash of weapons, the screams of the wounded, the thundering of hooves. It's sensory overload in the worst possible way. If you survive the battle, you face a new set of challenges. Treating wounds is primitive at best. Infection is a constant threat. Many knights survive the initial fight only to die days or weeks later from seemingly minor injuries. The lucky ones live, but often with crippling injuries or disfigurements. And let's not forget the psychological toll. There's no concept of PTSD in medieval times, but that doesn't mean you don't suffer from it. Nightmares, anxiety, mood swings, these are common among veterans of war, but there's no support system, no understanding of mental health. You're expected to bear it silently. Your faith, whether genuine or merely a social expectation, plays a significant role in your life. The church is a powerful force in medieval society, and as a knight, you're expected to be a defender of the faith. This might mean going on pilgrimages, fighting in crusades, or simply enforcing religious laws in your local area. The concept of loyalty is paramount in your world. Your oath to your lord is binding, often for life. Breaking this oath is one of the gravest sins you can commit. But what happens when your lord's commands conflict with your personal sense of right and wrong? This moral quandary is at the heart of many knightly tales. As you age, assuming you survive the many threats to your life, new challenges arise. Your body, battered by years of combat and harsh living conditions, begins to fail you. Arthritis sets in, old wounds ache, your eyesight dims, but society still expects you to fulfill your duties as a knight. In your twilight years, you might hope to retire to a monastery, a common path for aging knights. Here, you can dedicate your remaining days to prayer and contemplation, but even this peaceful end isn't guaranteed. Many knights die as they lived on the battlefield, surrounded by the chaos and violence that defined their lives. So as we conclude our journey through the life of a medieval knight, we're left with a complex picture. It's a life of duty and honor, yes, but also of hardship, violence, and constant struggle. The romantic image of knighthood, while based on some truths, glosses over the harsh realities of medieval life. Perhaps, as you drift off to sleep, you might reflect on how our modern ideals of heroism and duty have been shaped by these medieval warriors. Their legacy lives on, not in shining armor or chivalric deeds, but in the enduring human qualities of courage, loyalty, and perseverance in the face of adversity. As we drift through the annals of history, our journey takes us to new shores. We leave behind the Viking raiders and their harsh lives, setting sail for different times and places. The ebb and flow of historical tales continues, each story a gentle wave in the vast ocean of human experience. Let your mind wander as we transition to our next exploration of the past. As we approach the final chapter of our journey through boring history, let's delve into the life of an ancient Mesopotamian scribe. While it might sound exciting to be part of one of the world's earliest civilizations, the reality for these early writers was far from glamorous. Mesopotamian scribes were essential to the functioning of ancient societies in the region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Their primary task was to record and maintain written records, a crucial role in a world where literacy was extremely rare. However, the path to becoming a scribe was long, arduous, and often quite tedious. The education of a scribe began at a young age, usually around 6 or 7. These children would be sent to a special school called an adaba, which translates to tablet house. Here, they would spend years learning the complex cuneiform writing system, which consisted of hundreds of different wedge-shaped symbols pressed into clay tablets. The learning process was slow and repetitive. Students would spend countless hours copying texts, memorizing signs, and practicing their handwriting. Mistakes were not tolerated, and physical punishment was common. Imagine spending your childhood hunched over clay tablets, painstakingly etching tiny symbols for hours on end. The cuneiform script itself was a challenge to master. Unlike our modern alphabets, cuneiform was a mix of logograms, symbols representing whole words, and syllabic signs. A single symbol could have multiple meanings depending on context, and there were hundreds to memorize. It's estimated that a proficient scribe needed to know at least 600 different signs. Once a scribe completed their training, which could take up to a decade, their daily life wasn't much more exciting. They would spend most of their time sitting in small, poorly lit rooms, meticulously recording inventories, contracts, and official correspondence. The work was repetitive and required intense concentration to avoid errors. The tools of the trade were simple but demanding. Scribes used a reed stylus to impress wedge-shaped marks into soft clay tablets. They had to work quickly before the clay dried, but also carefully to ensure legibility. Imagine the frustration of making a mistake near the end of a long text and having to start all over again. The physical toll of being a scribe was significant. Hours of hunching over tablets led to back problems and eye strain. The constant pressing of the stylus into clay could cause repetitive stress injuries in the hands and wrists. Despite these challenges, scribes were expected to maintain perfect accuracy in their work. While scribes held a respected position in society due to their literacy, their day-to-day lives were far from luxurious. Many worked long hours for modest pay, often in the service of temples or palaces. They were subject to the whims of their superiors and could face severe consequences for errors in their work. The content of what scribes recorded was often mundane. Much of their time was spent on administrative tasks, tallying grain stores, recording tax payments, or listing animal inventories. While we might hope for exciting tales of gods and heroes, the reality was that most cuneiform tablets contained dry economic or legal information. Scribes also had to contend with the limitations of their writing material. Clay tablets were heavy, fragile, and took up a lot of space. Important documents had to be dried and stored carefully to prevent damage. Imagine being responsible for rooms full of easily breakable clay tablets, each one potentially containing vital information. The language itself posed challenges. Mesopotamian scribes often had to be multilingual, as different languages were used for different purposes. They might need to write in Sumerian for religious texts, Akkadian for official correspondence, and possibly other local languages for trade documents. Despite their important role, scribes were still subject to the harsh realities of ancient life. They could fall victim to disease, war, or natural disasters just like anyone else. Their work was susceptible to destruction by fire, flood, or invading armies, potentially erasing years of painstaking record-keeping in an instant. As we conclude our journey through boring history, we can appreciate the dedication and perseverance of these ancient scribes. Their tedious work has provided us with invaluable insights into the daily life of ancient Mesopotamia. While their lives may not have been exciting, their legacy continues to inform our understanding of human civilization to this day. And so we bring our exploration of history's less thrilling moments to a close. From Viking raiders to Mesopotamian scribes, we've seen that even the most romanticized periods of history were often filled with mundane, repetitive, and sometimes unpleasant realities. As you drift off to sleep, remember that while history books often focus on the dramatic and exciting, the true story of human civilization is one of countless ordinary people living ordinary lives, much like our own.